Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order for the Reno City Council. Madam Clerk, how are we feeling? Are we ready to go? Okay, perfect. Yeah, if everybody could take your seats, please. Really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and get our Redevelopment Agency Board meeting and the Reno City Council meeting today at the same time. We'll be moving around in the agenda once that's approved, but we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I can ask Chief Solferino, if you could lead us in the pledge, please.
For which it stands, one nation, under God. For all.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we'll call the roll for both the Redevelopment Agency Board and the Reno City Council.
Okay, we're going to call roll first for the Reno City Council for the Wednesday, July 29th, 2026 meeting. Councilmember Taylor, absent at this time. Councilmember Dewar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Ebert?
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
Here.
Councilmember Anderson? Here. And Mayor Sheevy?
Here.
All right, and you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council, and we will call roll for the Redevelopment Agency Board. Councilmember Taylor, absent at this time. Councilmember Dewar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Ebert?
Here.
Councilmember Reese?
Here.
Councilmember Anderson? And Mayor Sheevy?
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Great, thank you. With that, we have a couple of proclamations and public comments scheduled to start our meeting. We're going to start with our first proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month. So if I can invite Director Uliat, and I'll join you up on the podium.
Mr. Vice Mayor, did you coordinate jackets with Mr. Uliat, or what happened there?
Sale.
Looking good.
We're going to bookend this as a corduroy.
Have to get a genetic test here, see if they're related.
We're on the same vibe today, I guess. So happy to read this proclamation on behalf of the Mayor of the City of Reno. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of our nation's communities, in Reno, Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas our parks maintenance and urban forestry initiatives maintain and expand green spaces to improve air quality and mitigate urban heat islands, and our inclusive programming ensures equitable access to recreation for all, fostering a sense of belonging and community cohesion. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and now therefore I, Vice Mayor Miguel Martinez, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, do hereby declare July 2026 Parks and Recreation Month. Congratulations, you all. I'll pass it over to Director Uliat.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Always excited to have this. How the breaks always work with the council breaks. So we're always right at the end of the month by the time we get there. But July is Parks and Recreation Month, and since I've been here, I've wanted to highlight some of the folks who've worked in our team very specifically. And today we have our irrigation team here, who is relatively small when you consider there's about 2,000 miles of irrigation lines that they maintain. And I shudder to think if we didn't have the skills of this group right here, what the growth of our grass, our trees, and all of the things that grow in our city would be like. So wanted to highlight that. We have Mark, Corey, Nick, who's here, and then Jason Alls, who is 26, 27-year employee getting ready to retire in August. The skills of this group, and it's literally the cardiovascular system of our parks and our open spaces, and a lot of our parkway strips and things like that throughout the city. So people don't think about it, but it's so important. And it's not fun to think about funding it, but again, if it doesn't happen and these guys don't fix it, stuff dies. Literally stuff dies. So this group has worked so hard. They're up to their ankles, they're up to their knees, up to their waist sometimes in water, trying to fix valves and fix lines. And so just wanted to highlight them. And then, as I said, Jason Alls is retiring here in August, so coming up very soon. A lot of institutional knowledge, and just I'm going to try not to cry. I've only known this guy for 3 years, and that's one of my regrets is I haven't been able to work with this guy longer because he is just a great person. And I think his team would say that. Recently promoted to a parks supervisor, and just the most unassuming but most caring person for community members, for things that grow, and for his team, and has served as a steward on the union. I don't have enough good things to say, and I know a lot of people will say more when it gets closer, but yeah, he's put a lot of gray hairs in for this place, and I know we have a lot of people in the city who do that, and Jason is definitely one of them. So I just want to highlight him, and one of the things I like to do is, as much as I love having these proclamations, giving them to people as they participate. We've given Ping Luo, who's a behind-the-scenes accounting person in the past, and so this year I'd like to give it to Jason and the irrigation team. And again, thank you, Jason, for your service. Nick, Corey, Mark, thank you guys for what you do all the time for this city that no one sees. Except when a sprinkler breaks and it's shooting a geyser or something like that. But you guys are everywhere and really making it happen, so thank you.
If you all
we
don't
wanna
mind
do a
taking a
picture.
picture with
Guys,
us,
we do a
we'd love to
picture.
commemorate
Yeah,
this.
so-
Thank you.
Almost made it, yeah. We're going up front here.
Jason.
Nathan, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, Mayor.
I am so glad that you are recognizing this team. I have to tell you, I've been going on walks and it is outstanding how beautiful, especially down by the river, is looking. I mean, these people really, really make our city beautiful. And like you said, they really go unnoticed. And Jason, I just want you to know, my office is one of those areas where I hear a lot of bad, but I have heard remarkable things about you. And I just want you to know how grateful we are for your service all these years. And I love what Nathan said about you. So just please know the work that all of you are doing is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I can't begin to tell you, and I hope that people walk along the city and see how many wonderful things are blooming all because of you. And I can't thank you enough. So I'm so glad, Nathan, that you are recognizing this team. It blows my mind. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I think we'll move into public comment and do the proclamation, the second one after.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our first item today is public comment. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Ron Trevor, followed by Ian Anderson, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative for SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, that works for the Reno Police Department. Today I've got the recaps for the hours volunteered second quarter 2026. SAVE currently has 81 active volunteers, another 3 in training. During the second quarter, there was a total of 5,464 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of $177,525 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered during this time frame: we had 5,079 citizen contacts. We had 2,201 72-hour notices put on abandoned vehicles, had 1,052 school patrols, 448 handicap violation citations, 91 metered parking citations, and stolen vehicles, fictitious plates located, 14. That's all I have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Martinez, may I make a comment?
Yeah, Councilmember Reaver.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the SAVE members. I know they do so much for the city, and I'm a huge proponent for just increasing social connectivity and activities for seniors. And I just hear nothing but great things about this program from the people that are participating in it. And I know that they're always looking for more ways to help. So I just wanted to let you know, I'm taking your suggestions and talking with staff about how we can help get more things for you all to do, because I know you're just so eager to help, and I appreciate it so much. So I just wanted to say thank you again for your work. It's incredible, and just appreciate your willingness to step in and do more to help the city of Reno. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ian Anderson, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Ian Anderson, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Reno Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. July is National Parks and Recreation Month, and I wanted to take a few minutes to recognize the outstanding work of the Parks and Recreation Department and celebrate what has been an exceptional year for parks and recreation in Reno. 3 years ago, the city adopted the Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan with a vision of creating a healthier, more connected, and more sustainable park system. Over the past year, we've seen that vision continue to become reality. The department secured nearly $1 million in new grant funding and partnerships, bringing in additional resources into our parks without relying solely on tax dollars. That's an incredible accomplishment and demonstrates the value of investing in innovation and collaboration. The city also continued its leadership in developing a regional park service plan with Washoe County and the city of Sparks, bringing together local governments, advisory boards, and the public to explore long-term solutions for funding and maintaining parks throughout our region. The department strengthened its commitment to responsible stewardship by completing facility condition assessments across the park system, implementing an asset replacement strategy, and adopting a sustainable fee structure that helps preserve our parks while maintaining affordable access through a sliding scale program. We saw investments in people. Additional park rangers and recreation staff are helping to activate our parks, improve safety, and expand programs for residents of all ages. Our partnership with the Washoe County School District continues to grow through after-school vacation and summer programs that give thousands of children safe, active, and enriching places to learn and play. This year also marked the successful opening and full operation of the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center, expanding access to swimming, recreational, regional swim competitions, and water safety. Swim lesson participation has more than doubled from approximately 1,800 participants just 2 years ago to more than 4,000 this year. That's an investment that will benefit our community for generations. And throughout the year, the department continued improving trails, parks, athletic fields, public art, special events, and recreational opportunities across Reno, making our parks more welcoming, more accessible, and more vibrant for everyone. These accomplishments didn't happen by chance. They reflected the vision established by this council through the PROS Master Plan and the dedication of outstanding Parks and Recreation team that works every day to turn that vision into reality. On behalf of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, thank you to Nathan and every member of the Recreation Department and this City Council for your continued leadership and investment in our parks. Our parks make Reno a healthier city, a stronger community, and a better place to call home. Happy Parks and Recreation Month, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Anderson.
Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White, followed by Caleb Mulvaney.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on transportation and what seniors go through. Sometimes when we get older, our vision isn't what it used to be, and our hand-eye coordination might not be what it used to be. So we might have a little trouble trying to drive our car especially when we have to go somewhere that's kind of far. So we then find ourselves in a situation where we might depend on others for some means of transportation. But one of elder services is access to health care, which includes free van service for health needs to help us to get there. The Neighborhood Network of Northern Nevada provides Lyft discounts for transportation for seniors who find themselves in such a situation. And an RTC, Regional Transportation Commission, provides access, bus discounted fares, and taxi bucks for seniors in need of transportation. The Washoe Senior Ride Taxi Bucks program provides alternative, reliable, and affordable transportation to Washoe County residents 60 years older who are in need of such a situation. It's good that here in Washoe County there is affordable transportation for such seniors that will relieve them of their frustration. And when a lot of people ride a bus instead of their car, there aren't as many cars on the road, and the safer we all are. I only live 6 blocks away, so I've walked here more than 133 times, so that I can present to you all another one of my rhymes. I usually walked, even though I did have a car, but I only drive it when I didn't want to walk very far. I walked 2 miles to the grocery store, but on the way back, I'd eat most of the food I had just bought, so I'd suffer from a hunger attack. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I can still walk here that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Stephen White, followed by Caleb Mulvaney, followed by Tom Dunn.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mayor out there in the clouds. I want to praise the park department today too for the Art in the Park program we're doing and all. It's an amazing thing. We drove around to all the public parks last week and looked at areas where we can install the mushroom displays for artists to display their artwork. I wanted to talk to you today about young people, young artists. I've been a working artist for 50 years, and I've run into a lot of young people in my years. There are young people amongst us that have been endowed by their creator with this incredible gift of being able to bring beauty to the world through their artwork and their talent. And throughout my entire lifetime, our society tends to stifle that, We encourage the sports and all that, but it's always the young artists that tend to be left behind. We're losing funding for art programs in our schools because kids aren't signing up for art programs anymore. A person can't make a living anymore as an artist. There are very, very few people anymore that can actually make a living creating artwork in the world. That hurts all of us. It hurts all of our society. But more importantly, when we stifle that gift that these young people have, it leads to depression, which leads to alcoholism. Later in life, it leads to drugs. It leads to kids joining gangs because they're accepted. There are so many negative things that happen when we stifle the arts amongst our young people. So the Art in the Park program that we're doing right now is something that's really revolutionary. It's the first time this has ever happened in any city across the country. We're actually installing art displays where young people and old people as well can come down and share their art with the community, and it enriches all of our lives when we do that. We can't even begin to imagine over the last 50 years of my lifetime the creativity, the wonderful art that we've lost from generations of young artists that were labeled as commercial vendors and run off of public property. People don't understand that there are no venues for artists. If you're a young artist and you want to share your artwork with the community, you can't afford to do these festivals. And even if you did, you'd find yourself set up next to, commercial vendors. Chances of getting in a gallery are next to impossible. So it becomes very difficult for a young artist to share their artwork with the community and bring beauty into all of our lives. The fine arts bring beauty and understanding to our lives. They bring love into our lives. So I'll end by quoting the song. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the one thing that there's just too little of. So thank you for Park and Rec, and thank you for all of you for supporting the Art in the Park program and helping us all to bring beauty to the world, which we need right now. God bless you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caleb Mulvaney, followed by Tom Dunn.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Caleb Mulvaney. I'm here today because I'm interning for Tom Clark Solutions. I've gotten the chance to sit in on meetings like this and take notes and see what's happening. But it kind of helped me realize that maybe I should be coming down here to talk about things that I think are important. There's a trend that I've started seeing around the nation, and I learned a little bit recently is beginning to happen in Reno. Flock cameras, which have been showing up everywhere, are very present in Reno, totaling 29 in Reno and 47 in Sparks. These cameras have been advertised to only be used for tracking wanted cars, locating missing persons, and assisting in active chase situations. But we've seen around the country that this is not the only thing that they are used for. Police have used flock cameras to abuse their power, with a case in Kansas of a police officers using flock camera footage to track down a man who wrote a critical op-ed about the department. And ICE has also used flock cameras to arrest people without warrant. And I'm sure you guys have heard that citizens here are not very happy with ICE being here. Flock cameras have also been found to be inaccurate and misidentify license plates that lead to innocent people being tracked down by the police for a crime that they did not commit. While I understand that flock cameras can be useful for finding people, for helping with Amber Alerts, for finding cars that have warrants out for them, I think that there are also power abuses and risks that have come with it, and there's obviously the other privacy concerns that come with the matter. Please do not continue to bring flock cameras into our city, and if you can, it would be great if you could remove them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tom Dunn.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, City Manager Bryant. For the record, Tom Dunn, proudly representing the men and women of the Reno and Sparks Firefighters Association. Just want to give you a few updates of what we've been doing over the last month or so. First of all is fire assignments. Currently, we have personnel that have been assigned to 5 different states on fire assignments, providing equipment and or overhead personnel to working incidents. That includes the state of Nevada. We have our Battle of the Badges blood drive. It'll be the 10th annual Battle of the Badges on August 10th, 11th, and 12th. Go Team Fire. We have a Recruit Academy graduation on August 28th at the Grand Sierra Resort, so details will be coming out to that as well. We have a new golf tournament with one of our affiliated nonprofit organizations called Ashes and Ambers. They're having a golf tournament September 5th of 2026. What this organization does is it provides resources to fire families and our own personnel that have been afflicted with ALS, and so it's a good fundraiser for people in our own community. We have the Field to Boot for Muscular Dystrophy happening September 12th from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the corner of South Virginia and McCarran. The IFF has been a proud supporter of MDA since 1954, and over $700 million across the country has been raised for MDA by firefighters. Regionalization. We're currently engaged in the process to ensure that the best possible fire and EMS delivery to our community is brought forward, and we're closely following with the study and the recommendations that will be coming out as the part of the SB 319 process. And finally, we're here today to offer our public support to our friends, family, and coworkers at the Reno Police Department. We are here for you and offer our support in any way that you need. Thank you.
Before you leave, Mr. Vice Mayor, could I say? Tom, thank you for being here, and I just wanted to comment on the very first item you brought up, which was that our firefighters are deployed, you said, in 5 different states. Do you happen to have the Watch Duty app on your phone with you?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Most firefighters do, and we follow it religiously.
I thought you might. Would you, if you could indulge me, would you just bring it up and show? I have been watching it, following it extremely closely, to the point almost of religiously. And if you zoom in on Reno, there's a couple fires. But if you zoom out, you will see that the west is virtually on fire. And if you could show this on the overhead, I just think it's important to see the visual to amplify what you are saying. And what states does this cover?
Just this little piece right here covers Utah, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and California.
Right. And so if you zoom in on Reno, you see hardly any of this over by Pyramid. And you might think, well, it's not that bad of a fire season, or even zoom out a little to California, like we have a fire on the border right there. But when you zoom out even a little farther, this Biscar fire, I guess it's mostly, out. But if you zoom out a little bit more and show some of these adjacent states, you start getting such a better feel for what is happening regionally. And I have to believe that part of it is due to climate change, and part of it is due to, meaning it's hotter and it's drier, and the amount of fires, and like the area you showed in Oregon and Washington. And you have the advanced version, which I do too, which shows that twirling purple is actually a helicopter responding. But anyway, if you could pull out a little and show Oregon and Washington again, and you'll see.
Just this little piece right here is Elko County, which I just returned from a fire assignment in Elko County. We have one person that's running a task force for the Great Basin that's working out of Elko County, and we've had 6 large fires in Elko County just within the last week.
Okay. I was once in the field and had 27 fires start around me as a geologist due to lightning. I put out 3 of them myself, but I had called the Forest Service, and they said, yeah, I mean, this one storm started 27 fires, and it was out in White Pine County, out north of Ely, 40 miles north of Ely. But this is an insane world. And I had a friend who wanted to come out and visit, and I said, have you looked at the fire map? He was going up to Seattle and such, and I mean, he changed his plans, actually. So anyway, thank you for what you do and what all our firefighters do, and the amount of response, and going off to 5 states to fight these fires is very important to our whole region, our whole West. So thank you.
Thank you.
We do not have anyone else registered to speak. For the record, we received 2 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on Tuesday, July 28th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we have one final proclamation. Send it over to Councilmember Reese, who's going to read the proclamation for us. It's for Captain Darrell Ames, Reed Day Proclamation. I believe we have some guests in the audience. Mr. Hagan Sandoval, always looking dapper, sir.
Well, thank you and good morning, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to ask the members of Reno Police Department to come forward and ask Chief Solferino, to read this proclamation, but I'll just say a few words before we begin. So I've had the privilege of sort of knowing a little bit about the background here of this really special family and my good friend, Hagan Sandoval, who happens to chair our Human Resources Commission. And so a couple of months ago, he reached out and said, hey, I'm really trying to do something special. What do you think we can do? I said, well, the mayor absolutely loves you and your family. Let's see what we can do. So she's with us online, or else she would have been here reading this for herself. But this is great history, an important part of our history here locally, and just a really special family. So I'm going to ask Chief Solferino to come forward and read the proclamation. But it's my honor to be a part of getting this put together, and it's sort of special. So, Chief, it's yours.
Thank you, everyone. Before I get started, I just had the pleasure of meeting Captain Reed's family here behind us today and members of the Reno Police Department. And it's truly an honor having Assistant Chief Garlock, Captains Johnson, Trenton Johnson, and Wade Clark, and Lieutenant Bueno in front of us today. Means a lot in addition to the family, because one of the things that we really want to do with our leadership team is bring back the legacy and the history of the Reno Police Department, showcase that on the strong foundation from which it was built, and continue to build upon that. So I'm going to ask the family here for a favor at the end as we start to highlight the history of the Reno Police Department within our internal walls and our new Public Safety Center. But we'll go ahead and get started with the proclamation. Whereas Captain Darrell Ames Reed was a proud son of the state of Nevada, born to John Reed and Florence Reed, and descended from a family rooted in Nevada's early history through his father to Theodore Winters, a prominent figure of Virginia City and the Comstock Lode. And whereas he courageously served his country during World War II and began his distinguished career with the Reno Police Department in 1931 as a patrol officer, proudly bearing badge number 1, which is here with us today. while rising through the ranks in 3 decades of service. And whereas over 3 decades, he exemplified professionalism, public service, ultimately retiring in 1961 as a captain of the Patrol Division, a role in which he led with strength, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the safety and community. And whereas Captain Reed attended the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, where he met J. Edgar Hoover, and he maintained a close relationship with United States Senator Pat McCarran, reflecting his deep ties to Nevada's political heritage and his engagement in public life. And whereas he was a devoted father whose legacy lives on through his twin daughters, Barbara and Beverly, whose families carry forward his name and his values of community service and a life devoted to others. And now, therefore, Mayor Sheevy, Mayor of City of Reno, do declare July 29, 2026, Captain Darrell Ames Reed Day.
Couple remarks, Devin, is that okay? Councilman Reese, sorry. Good morning. I just wanted to express my gratitude again to you guys to recognizing my grandfather, who was a hero to me. I'm happy to be surrounded by what family could attend today. Captain Darrell Ames Reed, he devoted his life to service, and when he joined the Reno Police Department in 1931, it was still held out of City Hall, which is where your guys' parking garage is now. From escorting a president beneath the Reno Arch to walking the streets of Reno, he lived a remarkable life. To a child, my grandfather moved mountains. He was larger than life, an incredible public servant whose stories seemed almost impossible to imagine. But as I've grown older, I've realized that's not why I look up to him. I admire him because he did something beautifully simple. He raised a family, he protected his community, and every morning he chose to get up and do it again. My grandmother Barbara, one of his twin daughters, loved telling stories about him. My favorite was how she and her sister would go out with their friends after a Reno high school football game and immediately get picked up by his patrol officers and taken home. She said when Pop was captain of patrol, you couldn't get away with anything. She also told me about one of the hardest days of his life. My grandfather was the second officer through the door of a Reno motel. His partner went in first and was killed in the line of duty. Like so many who serve, my grandfather carried that loss with him for the rest of his life. It reminds us that there is a cost to public service. The uniform comes off at the end of a shift, but the memories, the grief, the sacrifices often remain long afterward. If I could leave you with one thought today, it's this. Look out for your neighbor and nurture your roots in being a contributing member in your community. I'm a 7th generation Nevadan. Some of them are behind me. My family called this desert home because they believed Reno was worth serving, worth protecting, and worth leaving better than you found it. I challenge everyone to do the same. Thank you so much again. I sincerely appreciate it.
Hagen, I've got to know you through the Reno Historical Resources Commission, and what you said was so moving and so well written. I really appreciate the fact that you've highlighted this today for us.
Hagen, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
First of all, I love how you tell a story. You're one of my favorite historians. I don't know if you call yourself that, but I certainly do. I think your work is remarkable, and I think honoring Captain Reed is so special, and it also really has such a special meaning, I think, in the police department. And it just says how, I think, touching it is and how commendable it is to serve your city, but also be a man of such honor. So, and what's so funny, little tie-in, Brian Colpin, who is in my office, I believe your wife was your history teacher.
Yeah, from Shaw, absolutely.
Yeah, right. But that's what I love about Reno. It's actually small, and we are really like a family. But I'm so grateful that you have honored him. It's really something very special. And so just thank you for all that you do. And I think your family should be incredibly proud of you, how you honor their legacy, the life and legacy. So thank you, my friend, and very, very special. And I want to thank the chief for doing the honor, because I think that just shows how strong a department is when your chief really recognizes the work that the men and women do. And their legacy as well. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy. I sincerely appreciate it.
Approval of the agenda, I believe.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all. With that, we'll move on to our approval of the agenda for today for the Reno City Council meeting.
So moved? Or
Hold
do
on.
we have changes?
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
do. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor
No, thank
Martinez.
you.
Yes, we're going to pull item B12. The timing just isn't right for this item, and so we'll bring this back at another time. Also today, as we proceed throughout this day, we have a very heavy agenda. We have a 6 p.m. hearing. We're going to have a floating agenda where you might be moving back and forth between the RDA and the city council agenda, so I just want to flag that for you. So other than the pulling of the B12, there are no other changes.
All right. So with the change mentioned by the manager, a motion to approve the agenda.
Second with the floating agenda.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll begin on the Reno City Council with a consent pool.
We need to do the approval of agenda for redevelopment as well.
Okay, you want to do both of them right now? Yeah, let's go
And
ahead.
no changes.
No changes on that one?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second to approve the redevelopment agency board agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now consent pool? Perfect. With that, we'll move on to consent pool. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Anderson? Okay. Councilmember Reese?
Yeah, I
Councilmember
have
Stewart?
a couple items. So B5 and B6, which are together about rapid rehousing. And then item B8. And we'll just I'm not going to pull B8, but I just want to make a comment right now. So leave it on the agenda. But I just want to do a shout out to the team that has managed to snag us another $3 million in grant funds to help with one of our sewer projects, our Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility dewatering building. And I mean, I'm so impressed with the continued focus on helping bring in resources in these extremely tight times to do our work and to reduce the demand on our general fund. It's truly remarkable. So I just wanted to make that comment before we approve the agenda, but I am requesting removing B5 and B6.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I'll go online. Councilmember Ebert, do you have any items to pull on the consent?
Yeah, I would like to pull, it's item B7, B8, B9, B10, and B11, please.
Okay. Mayor, do you have any items?
No, nothing, thank you.
Yeah,
Move
of
to
course.
approve all items not pulled.
We do have public comment.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll move on to public comment.
Ann Grogan?
Good morning, Council. My name is Ann Grogan. I'm homeless here in Reno, but a recent resident of the village on Sage Street. And I couldn't help but notice the item on the consent calendar today to spend $650,000 in tax money and grant funding to support the rapid rehousing program at Village on Sage Street. I sent a letter yesterday via email, but it was late in the day, and I just want to ask, who is conducting oversight? Conditions at Village on Sage Street are abhorrent and unlivable and unhealthy. My home here in Reno, my affordable housing unit, was okayed for demolition so that Our Lady of the Snows Church could build a parking lot. So I am homeless, I was made homeless by City of Reno policy while in cancer treatment. I was adopted gratefully by Mary Ortega with the city to be entered into the rapid rehousing program. I tried it for 3 months. And my letter says it all. And I hope you will review it. I did send it late yesterday, but I hope you will review it. Because if you're going to invest $650,000 in the village on Sage Street, just downwind of the transfer station, you might want to consider the people you're shoving into that place. It's unlivable. It's dangerous. It's unhealthy. And without proper oversight, you're just throwing money away. You are just throwing money away. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Grogan, just if I may, that your letter, which I read and already sent an email to our manager to look into, was the reason I pulled this items that are on the agenda so that we can better understand what's happening and discuss that potential for oversight. So I thank you for writing your letter, because without it, I would not have had the insight. We got several letters later, just this morning, that say that they had a wonderful experience at Village on Sage. So maybe it depends on who you are, where you are, why you're there, what's going on, where you're coming from, how you happen to get there. But we'll discuss that when we discuss the pulled items, but I appreciate you being here in person, because it is hard to catch up with all the mail that we get at the last minute. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I do have one last comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem of homelessness is a policy problem. It's a problem of leadership. And to make it illegal for people to be homeless is a failure of leadership. And I'd just like to remind you of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have some staff in the back. If you'd like to connect with anybody, there is staff available to speak with you.
Thank you.
Of course.
My dog just spit on the floor. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Are
There's
there
no-
any other commenters?
No, just Ms. Grogan's letter that was distributed.
Okay. Yeah, I see it included in our packet. Thank you. With that, we will look for a motion for the non-pulled consent items.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. With that, we'll move on to our pulled items. We'll start in numerical order with item B5. Would you like to do 5 and 6 together,
And
Councilmember Dewar?
Jennifer in the back. Jennifer?
I don't know if she can hear you.
Anyway,
Councilmember Dewar, she's going to assist the
I know, but
individual.
the woman may want to hear this discussion since we're discussing her very item. So
Would you like to open both items up?
I would, thank you.
Okay.
The reason I pulled this item was Ms. Grogan's letter, and I forwarded it to our manager and our mayor because the items that Ms. Grogan discussed were really of concern. The first thing was that she said the 5 different agencies told her that she would have access to a shared kitchen. But what she found was a microwave and in a different place, not in her building. So she came in with maybe a misunderstanding of what facilities would be available. Next, she cited the fact that she just needed peace and quiet to help recover from cancer, go through her cancer treatments, and that is not what she found. That there was no sink. Let's say you did cook something in the microwave, there was no sink, she said, to clean up, just a small sink in the bathroom. So they really couldn't make food in her mind. And so she mentioned the kitchen, filling a cup that you can't fill, let's say, a water bottle, right? Because it's a regular bathroom sink. So she identifies a number of things, and she ends up moving out fairly quickly. And so I thought before we approve these items, we should at least understand what at least one individual has experienced. It may be experienced by more individuals. We're very proud of Village on Sage Street. I've been with it since the beginning. We contributed $3 million for the land that the original Village on Sage Street is built on. We did further financing for the second shelter of Village on Sage Street. So I think our city is very committed to this program. I certainly have been. But I know over time that some of our expectations were not fulfilled, and I'll give you one or two. So when we set it up, we had an expectation the rent would be very low, below $400. It ended up being $400, and then it ended up having some rent increases, which I don't know that anyone on council, I don't even know what the rent there, it may only be $450 today. That was one thing. The second thing was we voted with the understanding that there would be a dog shelter. And the last time I got involved, which was about 2 years ago, I found that the dog shelter that was built had been closed. They weren't being able to very well manage it. And then I think they may have made accommodations to try to fix that, maybe bring animals back. I don't know the current status. But what I'm really concerned about, bottom line, so those are hopes and dreams that we had for the facility, which is still a great opportunity and a great option for our residents that are homeless to transition to housing. But what I do want to make sure, and I think her letter well highlighted, is that there's what people say, and then there's the actual lived experience. And I just want to make sure, I know we're not technically in the homeless business, right? That's to the county. But we have made investments in this facility, and we are about to approve potentially a contract to manage it. And I just want to make sure we have the right oversight in place and the right audit tools in place to make sure that performance is what we would hope it would be. So thank you. Those are questions. If you feel like commenting, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Mayor, council members, and Manager Bryant. Elaine Olson for the record. The majority of your questions surrounding the facilities themselves at Village on Sage, I do have a representative, Devin McFarland-Pinion here, as well as the service coordinator, Caesar. They're both here to answer those questions.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and turn it over to them for those specific questions.
Yeah, and do you know if they saw the letter from Ms. Grogan?
I don't believe
Well,
that they did.
did
I'll
I
have
hear
them
from the
come up.
clerk that you printed copies?
No, they were distributed in the correspondence yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in our packet attached.
That's very good. I've tried to highlight some of the things, but there are more things, more challenges. And you may know her personally, I don't know.
Absolutely, and thank you for giving us the time to come and respond to any concerns. In fact, when we have someone who leaves outside of a normal cadence and we have contact with them, we do reach out and ask what we can do for process improvement in the future. So this is new information coming to me. Happy to address any concerns and see how we can work together. I made a couple of notes, so let me know if I'm not covering some of those specific items for you. One of the questions, one of the concerns was the perception there would be access to a kitchen.
Right.
We're very particular when I communicate. In fact, if people are calling and they don't know about us, almost the second thing I say is we do not have access to a kitchen. So we make that as clear as possible. We do have access to outside cooking devices such as outside grills. We have microwave and toaster access, and it is limited. All participants do receive a fridge, so they do have access to storage. We do also have a
And is that in their unit or
in their unit,
Okay.
so their own personal fridge. We
Gotcha.
also have a food pantry that we are able to fill, and we get food donations from Sprouts and Trader Joe's bi-weekly as well. So people have access to food, knowing we're in a food desert. And that's one thing we're always trying to look at as to how we can continue to improve the resources that we can provide the individuals we serve, knowing these barriers. Additionally, on that note, one goal I've always had is to put a commercial kitchen in. We're hoping to identify an opportunity to do so last year, and unfortunately we had to prioritize replacing a roof. And so it's always part of our consistent conversations. It's still one of our goals to have a true commercial sink and grow towards a commercial kitchen where they can have true cooking devices as well, such as access to ovens and stoves. Knowing that it started as dorm-style living, meant for month-to-month placement. It wasn't included in the original renderings, but that has always been one of my focal points, including adding services like service coordination to the community. And I believe when I first toured Devon Reese back in 2019, you asked if I could wave a wand, and that was exactly what I stated.
Was what? To wave a
was
wand?
to add in service coordination to provide additional assistance. One of the other items that you mentioned was filling a cup with water, and I'm assuming that's related to washing a dish. We do have a water cooler, so it's tapped in, it's purified, so they're able to have access to clean.
And where
ice
is
cold
that?
water. That is in one of the community units.
I think she mentions it's 300 yards from where she is. So
Very
she
valid.
did mention there was a place to fill, but it was a very far walk, and I think as a relatively unhealthy individual, it might be a challenge.
Absolutely understood with that. And I would also, jumping back a little bit as far as access to food, not that it makes a difference, we had a community garden, and we were able to expand through the Love Your Block program an additional community garden as well, so folks can come and pick fresh fruits and vegetables as they grow, as they would like. Just small things, we get feedback like it would be nice to have a garden, and those tools provide therapeutic benefit, and so we absolutely agree, and we work to make those improvements as we go. Another one was essentially, I know you mentioned the dog shelter. So we never opened a dog shelter. I just want to provide clarity on that. We do have a dog run. We also allow pets in addition to service animals and in addition to emotional support animals. So that was an expansion we did do. That happened when we brought the new buildings online. And it has been working ever since. So if there's any questions you have about that, or you would like to see it, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, well, I'm really glad. We had originally asked for 25% of the shelter to allow dogs, and it sounds like you've expanded that, so I'm extremely grateful as chair of the Washoe County Animal Services, and the fact that many people who have been homeless often find their major companion and love coming from an animal. I have just one final question, and I appreciate all the answers. I know you guys do a great job. It's just this is a one-off, and I want to make sure we address it. And the last thing that she mentioned, and is very concerning, she said a resident died in their room and the deceased went undiscovered for 2 weeks. Now, I don't know if that really happened, or maybe it was one day, but, that's her perception. Do you know about the incident?
And did she list, because my understanding is that she believed that happened in her building during her time here, and I can state that nobody had passed away during that time frame.
During her time, which was 3 months?
Yeah.
Okay,
Nobody had passed away in their unit on the property.
But do you know if something like that did happen?
I can say that we do have folks who pass away. We service a lot of medically fragile individuals, a lot who come to us with terminal illnesses as
It's
well.
not about dying, it's more about having room checks and making sure residents are still alive and, in a timely manner.
And recalling that it is also like a lot of folks, they pay rent, so we don't have the rights to just enter their unit. We did have someone pass away recently. They did go about 10 days. They had only come to us a week prior. And so as far as, we didn't have a regular cadence, but when we have medically fragile individuals and we notice we haven't seen Bill today, for example, we're going to go check in on Bill.
Maybe it's just something to add.
Absolutely.
So it sounds like you're doing a great job. Also, from the other letters I read, with some counseling and support services, and maybe this person fell through the cracks, didn't quite get that hand-holding that maybe some of the others do. But, there's always room for improvement in everything. And I'm just looking at this letter as an opportunity to look at these specific things, which I want to make sure you get a copy of the letter and address them. And especially, police are allowed to do welfare checks. So, maybe there's an accommodation that you can work through so that you do have something like that.
Yes, we try and be as proactive as we can, and I'm always open to process improvement.
Okay.
So I'm welcome any feedback.
All
so we
right.
can continue
And
to-
again, you
Thank
guys
you.
do a tremendous job. I appreciate you being
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much, Ms. McFarland. Just so that we're clear, the record is, and just introduce yourself for the record. Tell us your name.
Yes, sorry, Devin McFarland, Volunteers of America.
Thank you so much, Ms. McFarland, for being here. I appreciate the comments. I think Ms. Dewar said it best, which is you're doing incredible work. It's a project that we are at this body very proud of having started it, but of course we don't oversee it. The county and Volunteers of America oversee it, and so ours is sort of this pass-through thing that happens with us, and the rapid rehousing program is very important. I wanted to share with you something more for my colleagues' benefit. Over the last month, I've had the fortunate opportunity to work with a particular individual who is now a resident at the Village on Sage. And this is someone who came into my life and revealed to me after I'd known them for a couple of weeks that they were in fact homeless. And so I went first to our staff, who has done a tremendous amount of work in case management, and then that person then came to you in your facility and has been a resident now for about a week, and I've checked in with him each day to figure out how he's doing and what his needs are. And it's just an incredible thing to see someone go from the street into the shelter, out of the shelter, into the first step along the way for him, I think, which is the village on Sage Street. And he said something that made me sort of took my breath away, which is he said, for the first time in a long time, I have hope. Right, and I have hope in a future. And I know that you see it every day, and certainly Ms. Dewar's role in pulling the item was not to say anything negative, just wanting to figure out improvements. And when we have citizens who come in front of us and you know, our heart is breaking for their experience, I want you to hear also the good things. And I know you see those each day. I'm grateful for it. One thing that I did not hear in the conversation back and forth with Ms. Dewar was about the cost.
Yes.
Can you just give us an update there so we have a positional awareness of it? It just would help us to understand.
Absolutely. And so the rent is $555 a month, and I know that exceeds the initial $400 when we opened. We have been open for 7 years. Operationally, we need to actually be charging about $750 a month per person to break even. So we operate at a loss, and part of that is because the give and take would be, do we have 24-hour staff? So do we have employees who are available to clean the restrooms overnight, to provide lockouts, to provide emotional support, to respond to a noisy neighbor? And so we had to evaluate where can we give, and that was not something I was willing to give up access to ensure we were providing the best quality we could with the resources we had. So we operate at a loss. We have no intent, and in 750, I don't know if that's the exact number, but I know that's the range it falls in. And so that is something that Volunteers America had to consider, and we can choose to continue to consider, but have no intent at this time to increase rent further.
Well, thank you, Ms. McFarland, for sharing that. Again, such a tremendous resource, and I know that we are asking you to do a lot with very little, and I'm grateful for the county and their leadership in this space, and certainly for Volunteers of America for always answering the call and certainly being accountable when we ask you to be accountable. I am grateful for that, too. I didn't know that we were going to have you here today, and so it's always a privilege to have you in chambers. If there's anything that we can do for you, you'll let us know.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. All right. Again, I want to thank you for being here. And as I said, we received 3 letters of praise, but they were very late breaking. And I just read them while I was sitting here this morning. So like I called this, her experience may not be transferable or representative, but if even one resident is so stressed that they're running away from the facility early after only 3 months, we should find out what is going on there and, you know, maybe do, as you said, an exit interview with her and find out a little more detail. So with that, I am appreciative of the fact you guys continue to take this on, and I would like to make a motion to approve both item B5 and B6.
I'll just check with legal first. Mr. Shipman, is it okay to take that for both, or would you like an individual one?
Yeah, both is fine. It's
Okay,
consent.
perfect.
Yep.
With that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all. So we approved items B5 and 6, and we'll move on to item B7, which I think was Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, I think there's
Proposed.
multiple items in a row. I think there would be 10 actually for Tumwa. So I'm just looking for kind of a high-level overview for the good of my ward to have a better understanding of what's happening with the future American Flats water purification plant and just what's happening generally in Ward 4 with that project.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, just a point of clarification, and maybe through you to our attorneys, are we opening items, it looks like 7, 8, and 9 at the same time?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Just for the record, Susan Bowrose, Deputy CID Attorney. This relates to Tum Wharf
has nothing to do with the American Flat project or Ward 4 Risk Wharf.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Can I so please get an overview of them?
Madam Mayor, Reno City Council, Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer with Utility Services. Items B7, B8, B9 are all related, so I'll just tackle them all at once. They're all related to the long lead equipment purchase for the Tumworth dewatering building project. The dewatering process is a process at the plant which separates the liquids from the solids from the sludge that's generated at the plant. We're pursuing a construction manager at risk process, which is where we hire the contractor up front for pre-construction services. They assist with the design, they provide cost estimates, they identify long lead equipment, which may lengthen the construction schedule and increase construction costs. We're also pursuing, we as the City of Reno is pursuing the State Revolving Loan Fund and pre-procurement, which is item B9, is not included or eligible for reimbursement under the SRF program. Since the City of Sparks is paying cash for their portion of this project, and the City of Reno is seeking to maximize the benefit of the SRF loan funding, item B7 is a funding agreement between Cities of Reno and City of Sparks for the funding of the pre-procurement items identified by our CMAR. Sparks will pay for the cost of the pre-procurement while the city will cover more of the construction portion of the project once we get to that portion, thereby utilizing the SRF loan to maximize it at the city's best benefit. It's important to note that the dewatering project as a whole will still align with the joint operations and ownership agreement for the Tumworth cost splits, which is 31.37% for City of Sparks and 68.63% for City of Reno. Item B9 is the amendment to the agreement with our CMAR to fund the procurement of these long lead time items, which will shorten the construction schedule and reduce overall project costs by an estimated $1.4 million. The long lead time equipment consists of storage silos, electrical equipment, centrifuges, and other supporting utility infrastructure. And then finally, with item B8, thanks to Kayla Garcia and John Flansburgh in regional infrastructure, as well as our federal delegates, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Senator Jackie Rosen, and Congressman Mark Amodei, the city has secured an EPA grant for $3 million to be used towards this pre-procurement of long lead time equipment. This $3 million will reduce overall cost of the pre-procurement outlined in item B9, and item B8 is the acceptance of this grant.
Thank you. Do you have any additional questions, Councilmember Eber, before I move on to the other members?
Just to put it on the record, this does not affect flow shape, correct? And this is not diverting any water to American Flats. This is a separate project altogether. This will not have an impact on Swan Lake or American Flats in any way.
Correct.
Okay. And flow shape will remain the same for City of Reno, for North Valleys in particular?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much for explaining that. And I don't have any further questions, so unless anyone else does, I'll make a motion. No? Okay, I'll make a motion to accept items B7 through B9.
Second.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second on items B7, 8, and 9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item B10.
Yeah, just kind of the same thing, if we could just get a high-level overview on this.
Good morning again, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Corey Solferino for the record. What this is honestly, it's a project that I started when I was wearing another uniform on the other side of the aisle. And it's a split cost mutually between the cities of Reno and Sparks and Washoe County for an inmate work program leader to take out crews from 911 Parr Boulevard dedicated to our homeless encampments and our cleanup efforts. This position is currently housed within the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. It was previously funded through Sparks Parks and Rec, And when their budget picture got a little bit tighter, the position stayed on the books, but it was no longer funded. So the sheriff does have the position authority to hire, and we are splitting the costs and dedicating them to our homeless outreach proactive engagement team efforts in cleaning up the corridors in all 3 jurisdictions. Happy to entertain any additional questions.
So can you kind of just explain further, like what will that position do? Will it just be similar to kind of what the SAVE officers do in regard to, or not SAVE, I'm sorry, downtown partnership people do when they do outreach with the unhoused population? Will it just be kind of interacting with people and attempting to get them in services?
No, ma'am. For the record, this is strictly the funding of an inmate work program leader to check out those inmates that qualify to work out of custody of 911 Parr Boulevard to do not enforcement, not connectivity, not any of the shared resources. This is literally a cleanup effort, another force multiplier to dedicate to the cities and the county, those encampments that can be rather cumbersome to clean up and to navigate.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the body? Now we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item B11. I believe this was also you, Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can also just get on our level view on this, please.
Did you want an overview, Councilmember Ebert? Sorry, it was hard to hear your comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if I could get over, I'm having a little bit of issues right now with my technology, but yes, please.
So I think she's having technology issues.
Can we just get a brief presentation on this agenda item?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me any better?
Yes.
Okay.
And Madam Clerk, we were also having a hard time hearing Madam Mayor, and it's odd to have this, maybe we can boost the Zoom output.
The audio has been increased, but the mayor did hop off as well.
She what?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
This item is approval of the Capital Project Surcharge Advisory Committee bylaws. It's pretty straightforward. We are coming up to, we're making it the same as all the other bylaws in the city at this point. We've created new templates, so we're bringing them up to date with that. And then also the one major change in these bylaws is a change in the composition of the city council members. Currently, there's 3 city council members, but we are now designating that one of those council members be from Ward 1.
Is there any other changes to the bylaws?
No, they're generally all just the standard bylaw terms that we've had in our templates and that we've already had in our existing bylaws.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Did you have anything else, Councilmember Ebert?
So is the most significant change just the addition of the Ward 1 representative?
Correct.
Okay. It's the other changes include, removal of the board if they miss a set amount of meeting. Is that the type of bylaws that we're kind of making uniform across the boards?
I was having a little trouble hearing you, but
I think
yes,
she
we're
asked.
making them uniform.
Yeah, she was just asking
I'm
if it was
just
all
looking for an
uniform.
example of what we're trying to make uniform across the boards. If you could just give me some examples of that.
Okay. We last year, our agenda management team brought several board bylaws in front of council to approve in a very standard template that's updated, brings greater clarity to bylaws in general for boards and commissions. And we wanted to do the same for this committee as well.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, it made sense to me to add a Ward 1 representative because isn't the committee focused on the bowling stadium and the event center? Are there any other facilities that are under the purview of this committee?
Those are the primary places that the funds are going towards. Anything that is related to tourism and entertainment that's publicly owned within the district is actually eligible.
Do you know any others?
Since I've been involved in this committee, no, we've only been funding Event Center and Bowling Stadium.
But do you know of any others that are eligible?
As far as big facilities,
Well, or small, I just,
Isn't the ballroom included in there?
the
no.
ballroom is technically
It is?
a publicly owned facility. It is managed by the Row. And so,
Because we have an agreement, right?
yes, and
Yes.
they have an agreement for that maintenance.
But could we be paying for some of the maintenance? I think if the revenues don't meet a certain level, then we kick in, if I recall, but I don't recall totally.
Yeah, there are more specifications in that ballroom agreement we would need to review just
Yeah.
to see what qualifies.
And then could you just say your name again? I missed it.
Yeah, I'm Brenna Nichols.
Brenna, and what's your job at the city?
I'm a senior management analyst in public works.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we got a motion, a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I believe that was all of our pulled items. Are we ready for D1? City Manager? Is that you again, Ms. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll move on to agenda item D1, please.
We do need to open the public hearing.
Give me 1 second.
Madam Clerk, may I ask a point of order? Was proper notice given on this item and any correspondence received?
Yes, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. We will have one public commenter registered.
We have, okay, thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you. Now we can move on. Okay, yeah, Ms. Nichols.
Okay, great. Good morning again. My name is Brenna Nichols, Senior Management Analyst in Public Works. And today I'll be presenting on the resolution of sale and hearing of objections regarding the sale of city-owned property to RTC for expansion of the 4th Street bus station. I am joined today by Dale Keller with RTC. This item is in alignment with the fiscal stewardship component of the strategic plan. Some details on this property. RTC is requested to purchase for expansion of the 4th Street bus station. It's located in Ward 1 in downtown Reno, just south of the existing 4th Street bus station. The property consists of 3 parcels totaling about 3/4 of an acre, and the appraised market value is $1,350,000. A brief timeline on this issue is we've been having this issue in front of council for many years, since 2020 is when RTC first brought a letter of intent to purchase the property. At that time, council approved it pending the existing tenants vacating the property at the end of their lease. In 2022, that tenant did not vacate the property, and council approved eviction proceedings. Last year, in April of 2025, these groupings of properties were included in the property plan that council approved for sale. And then in November of last year, RTC, we granted them a right of first refusal to purchase the properties. And then in December of last year, the legal proceedings with the tenant were finally resolved, clearing this property for sale. That leads us to 2026. In June, I came before you to present the resolution of intention to sell, and today we're here for the resolution of sale. This type of sale is unique from other potential property sales that we've done recently. This is a sale to another government entity for a public purpose, so it follows a separate set of NRS requirements. There's 2 required steps. The first is approving a resolution of intent, and then a publicly advertised hearing of objections and resolution of sale, which is where we are today. And with that, here is the recommended motion. I'm happy to answer any questions. Dale is here as well.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we move on to any questions, I'll just ask if any of the council members have to make any disclosures. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to public comment first on this item.
Damian Cole.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, right there. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Almost. Morning.
Good morning. Damian Cole for the record, Ward 1 resident. So, forgive my black and white, my color printer ran out of ink. So I think this is a good opportunity to expand the 4th Street station. My understanding is that that property was intended for use of charging vehicles, which I think could be compatible with that area. However, what I would love to bring up is my concerns regarding the public walkway as it extends past that property here on the north side. So this is a 5-foot walkway with a parking lot next to it, but that seems to be the main pedestrian avenue for people crossing Lake Street to get there. Most people don't use it. Instead, they illegally walk through the busway areas to reach the station, and that has increased since the pandemic when the station, the South Station building was closed. I don't know when RTC is ever planning on reopening that, because the way that it was designed was for people to walk through that station to get to the main bays or to walk around the building. So the red line that you see here is a whole different matter. I want to show, when we get light rail in the area, which I predict is going to happen sometime down the future, and this is to provide local access and commuter access for people working at TRIC and Tesla and all of the buildings out there on Story. I've identified that corridor is going to be extremely important for bringing the light commuter rail through 4th Street before it uses the trench. We have to put a cap on the trench for 1 block and then connect it up to the right-of-way, which the city owns, for the Union Pacific Railway, and have it head out over to Legends and beyond. This is the Washoe County parking lot here. I've identified that this is the middle of the central business district, and I am proposing that we turn this into a multi-story garage and train terminal for light rail, which comes off of Liberty and also Prater. So for this entire area here, basically, this is Lake Street. This is where the rapid transit system buses currently go, and this is the 2 streets down Midtown to reach Plum further down and go all the way down to Sierra Summit and eventually Carson City. And then this track here would follow the Western Pacific stub and go all the way up to Stead. So basically, this area here, I think we need to considering there's going to be a bikeway here soon, and people are trying to cross here, we need to make sure that we improve the facilities when that site is developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else registered.
Okay, we'll move to the body. Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. I've reviewed, all the materials about this project and am supportive. I've gotten different answers to this question. What is the purpose or envisioned purpose of this land? If you could address this, Mr. Keller. The reason is Mr. Damian brought up electric charging. I had never heard of that as a purpose for this parcel, but could you inform us?
Vice Mayor, City Council, Dale Keller, Deputy Executive Director at the RTC. So Councilmember Dewar, back in 2020, we initially thought That was one of the proposed purposes, is help out with our charging of our electric buses. Since that time, those needs have changes, but still there's a need to help operations and future expansion overall the 4th Street station. One thing is we start moving from environmental to final design. The discussion that Mr. Cole brings up about pedestrian access, bikes access, yes, there's opportunity for improvements, and that's what we look into to help improve that site.
Yeah. So what is it primarily to be used for?
Yeah, so future bus operations for a fixed line for our BRT.
Do you
for bus
mean
rapid
just
transit.
more buses? What do you mean
Yeah,
bus?
buses, bays, so this, how do we look at the site collectively from all the way from 4th Street all the way down to make sure that, as some of the things have already changed, how we operate the bus system, that it flows, and that is the future site of our main transfer station.
And are we saying that we want to expand, though? I still haven't heard.
Yes.
Expand like the number of buses?
Buses, so that once we maybe take a step back. So what we do, we look at what our needs are for the next 20 years and into the 5-year plan. So we are in the middle of completing what does the next 5 years look like, and look at what our capital needs are. There's opportunities to help expand 4th Street Station to adjust those needs for our systems overall for those operations. So at this time, we haven't clearly identified, pinpoint exactly what those improvements will look like.
Okay.
If the council would like to, and if we can help provide those briefings, and ultimately come back to the RTC board for that approval, what the future of that
But
looks like.
I would guess from what you're saying, you're not planning, let's say, to move RTC's headquarters there.
No.
Because I've heard you talk about expanding your facilities or expanding what's under 395 or I-580. I mean, those are still discussions happening, right?
Correct. So I want to make sure we understand for this purpose, for this property is related to the 4th Street Station.
Gotcha.
With RTC board, has had other discussions about the future of our administration building, future of all of our maintenance stations, but those are separate conversations outside this transaction.
Okay, but the idea here is to expand bus and bus service.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe pedestrian, other bike infrastructure, maybe.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I could, and Mr. Keller, don't run off. I want to make sure that Ms. Dewar gets the full picture, though. There have been conversations at RTC and here about expanding the office or the facilities at 4th Street on a different parcel, not on this parcel, but on a parcel more northerly than this parcel, which may happen in the future, right, as our growth needs happen. It's just that we may need more physical infrastructure, administrative offices, security offices, buildings for that station.
Yes, sir. And part of that too is that partnership with the Downtown Reno Partnership and DRP. How does that service help with our security services, making sure that it's safe, it's reliable, people know how to get on and off the bus and get where they need to go.
I just want to make sure, because I know that what happens is there's different pieces of this puzzle, and we've talked about other pieces in different meetings, and then it's easy to take pieces from that meeting and import them to this one. This is not for that purpose. It's so that we can expand busing, actual literal more bus terminals. As our region grows, we may have needs for more buses. Sometimes buses change. They go from gas to electric to hybrid to hydrogen. We seem to be always finding new ways to change our buses. But this is literally the expansion for potentially future more terminals so that more buses can service this bus station.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keller.
Are there any other questions or comments from any of the members? Okay, with that, I'll look for a motion.
Move to adopt the resolution of sale to approve a purchase and sale agreement to sell city-owned property located between Lake Street, East Plaza Street, Evans Avenue, and the railroad tracks.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. With that, we will move on to agenda item C2, our general fund financial update with Director Van Buren. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Good morning. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for the record. I'm back before you today to do the financial updates for the months. June, we took a little break, but I'm back for July, and you'll see me every month as the second meeting of each month. So today, I have a financial update for you, and then I'm also going to be talking a little bit about a special topic. Each month here for the next probably 6 months, I'm going to bring a special topic, something that doesn't necessarily come up as much during budget cycle, doesn't get as much attention as some of the other funds, and talk about some areas that are really important, critically important, but they just don't get as much attention as the general fund, just because it's much more harder to manage as far as dollar-wise. So this aligns with the strategic plan through fiscal stewardship. Right now, we are in the year-end closeout process. We're actively closing out fiscal year 26. So this ended June 30. We're ensuring that all the financial transactions are reconciled and doing the year-end reporting. Final payments for consolidated taxes and property tax and some of the larger revenue sources, franchise fees, are still pending, and we expect those by mid-August, so 45 days after the year end. And then prior year expenditures, we record those through the end of August. So those are for 60 days following year end. So right now we're in that process. And so rolling up numbers and bringing those forward today would not be valuable data for you at this point because we still have a lot of moving parts. What I can say right now is I've reviewed everything. I don't see anything that's really flagging right now. Everything appears to be on track or within the realm where we thought it was going to be at this point, but at the meeting in August, that's just like last year, that's where I'll have that first roll-up. We won't be completely through the 60-day period, but it's close enough that I feel comfortable that I can give you very good, valid numbers at that point. But right now, nothing's really flagging. I do have a little bit of information that's kind of good news as we get the next couple slides, but that's really where we're at. Departments are doing their final invoices through that 60-day process, and we're also reviewing all the purchase orders that are outstanding. So a lot of work that's going on. The audit process has begun. This is the annual audit we do every year with our audited financials. The auditors were here last week on site. They will be back in August for 2 weeks on site. We'll complete the financials with that audit in November, and we bring it back to you in December for your review. Same process that we do each year. And again, the next update will be August 26th, and that one will have a lot more robust information because we'll get closer to year end and we'll have information on how we're going to end the year and what that looks like for the current year, which impacts next year as well. Forecasting, I want to just mention that you'll hear me talk about anticipated actuals or the estimates that we had for fiscal year 26. That's really what we're going to be comparing to. So when we talk about where we're ending the year last year, how does that compare where we thought we were going to end the year? Because that's really the baseline for what we use for the fiscal year 27 budget, those estimates. So this is the information that I really have for you today. Salary and benefits in the general fund. Salary and benefits make up 80% of the general fund, so this is a significant data point. Payroll posted, the very last one for last fiscal year, posted July 17th, so this is valid data to bring forward. We do have a couple of entries that are still outstanding for year-end entries that we do to reconcile some things. We also have some reconciling of some liability accounts. Again, I don't think those will be material. Some will be up and down depending on those adjustments, but this is pretty much the valid data that we have right now. The dark blue shows you where we estimated ending the year for salaries and benefits for 2026. The gold bar shows you the actuals. This is as of the data I had for July 20th. For salary and benefits, we were within $240,000. I mean, extremely close. For salaries, excuse me. And then for benefits, we were within $1,000. So in total, we were less than a 1% difference. We're actually in the 100th of a percent difference. Really incredible. My team has done a really great job of developing some tools that we're using to do these estimates. These used to take us a long time to go through salary and benefits every time to re-estimate as we move through the year. We've developed some new tools to do this, one at a really detailed level, one at a much higher level. We're doing it in several different ways. I'm very excited about this because it's working very, very well. We've gotten close in the past, but this not only is getting more accurate, it's so much faster for us because normally it would take us like 2 weeks to go through and do a reestimate. We can do it within a few hours now, and this is how close we're getting. So really good work here. And then I'm going to move on to the special topic. So the Fleet Internal Service Fund, this is where Fleet purchases vehicles, outfits them, and maintains the vehicles for the city. And so I just want to give a high level of what it is, why it exists, and then I'll turn it over to your Fleet Department to kind of explain the operations of it. But a Fleet Internal Service Fund, we use it, it's an accounting fund, separate. We manage it kind of like a business where the departments are provided a service managing the fleet and the fleet that they use, and then they pay a fee for doing that. So we charge the departments that use this service for that. So in that way, it's run like a business. So how does it really work? The fleet department, they provide that service. Then they incur a cost of doing those services, maintenance, fuel, staffing, replacement costs, and other things. And then the departments are billed for the use of it. The rates are reviewed annually on what's charged, and those are adjusted for changes in costs and utilization. So this is something we do every year. We don't focus a lot on it during the budget process because there are so many other moving parts, but it's really a critical function of the city. So what does the fleet fund pay for? It pays for fuel, it pays for maintenance and repairs, tires, fleet staff. They have 16 full-time staff members that work in the fleet. And then contracted service, sometimes there may be a need for them to send something out that they can't do in-house. Very rare, I would say, but they have that need, and sometimes that does occur. So why use a Fleet Internal Service Fund? Why do we do it this way? Well, it's way more effective from a management perspective and from a cost-effective perspective. So from the management perspective, you have a professional fleet team, and you'll see that when they step up here. They do just a fantastic job. It centralizes the fleet in purchasing, standardizes the vehicles. You get better contracts that are negotiated on joiner contracts. They track the maintenance of every piece of equipment and vehicle that's there. And it also improves utilization. So if something's not being used very much from one department, they can move it to another department and such. But they track all of this versus if we were to try to individually do it with each department. They actually manage all of that. And then it's better cost allocation because departments pay for what they use. So departments that have vehicles pay for it. Departments that don't have vehicles, like finance, we don't pay into this because we don't even have a vehicle. So it's directly charged to those who utilize it. So what does the budget for fiscal year 27 looks like? It looks like this, high level, $3.3 million in salary and benefits, $4 million in those operating supplies that are needed, fuel, maintenance, all of those things. And then this year, we have a little bit heftier capital equipment replacement program, the $11.3 million. And that's because, if you remember, we cut that last year during the budget cycle to balance the budget. So a little heftier, but on normal, it's averaged between $7 and $8 million for that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fleet Operations. And Travis.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you. I'm actually really grateful that we get this
Truhill, will you
opportunity.
tell us your name for the record?
I am sorry. Travis Truhill, Director of Maintenance and Operations. I don't do this frequently enough. I'm sorry. I'm actually really grateful that we get this opportunity to kind of brag a little bit about what we do and highlight some of the great work that Zach Hafner and his team do in fleet maintenance. They're one of our 4 divisions, as you're all aware. And they're really the ones who keep the equipment on the road. They're a one-stop shop from sourcing and purchasing the equipment to ending its life and putting it out for auction when it's done with its useful life. So we have a really great team. They're all highly qualified people. We're very efficient in what we do. And I'm actually going to turn this over to Zach Hafner to kind of bring a little more color to what I'm talking about.
Good morning, council. Good morning, city manager. My name's Zach Hafner. I'm the maintenance and operations manager in the fleet division of maintenance and operations. It was touched on a little bit before I got up here, the different things that we do. We're not Jiffy Lube, and that's not a shot at Jiffy Lube. They provide a great service for a certain demographic and a certain kind of service. But what we do is a beginning to end of life service for all of the city assets outside of the fire department. So we purchase equipment. Once we get the equipment on board, we're going to do everything from put lights on it. If it makes sense, we're going to recycle beds. Sometimes we build those beds. We have a preventative maintenance and repair program that we base off of the type of equipment, whether it's a bucket truck or a cop car. A bucket truck's gonna have a different service schedule than a cop car is. And then when they break down, unfortunately, it happens, we make those repairs, mostly in-house. I'll get to why we do that in-house on the other side of the slide. And then we purchase parts. We focus on just-in-time inventory. We try not to keep very much inventory on hand unless it's something that's high use, a filter, a brake pad, a rotor. Additionally, we do field management for the city. We have software that tracks the usage, the costs. We are dabbling into electricity now. There's some exciting things coming your guys' way in the future related to some EV projects that we've got coming on. And then at the end of a piece of equipment's life, whether it's based off of age, condition, obsolescence, utilization, we'll work on sending that piece of equipment to auction. So I put together a busy slide so that you guys weren't reading, but you wanted me to speak to you. So I put, for making Reno proud, the ASE Blue Seal certified shop. What that represents is the amazing team that I get the opportunity to represent. And they are the person that when you're like, hey, I'm looking for someone to work on my car. And I'm like, oh man, everyone that I'd recommend works for the city of Reno. And the Blue Seal certified shop is saying, hey, we know how to do it. And then they take tests and they're certified to say, hey, this is not only can we show you, by doing it, we can test and prove that we know what we're doing. Another item to highlight is the shop rate for the city of Reno's fleet management division. Our shop rate's $180 an hour, which is a lot more than when I started in this role about 11 years ago. However, in a recent study from our local market, the average that we're seeing across shops within the Truckee Meadows is about $215 an hour. So every hour that we spend, we're saving approximately $35 an hour, as in if we outsource that work. And that is a fully burdened rate, including all the government benefits that we all take heat for every day, related to pensions, related to health insurance, and all the collective bargaining agreements that go into that staff. Third, on making Reno proud is that we're being green and saving green. It's important for us to be green for the planet, but we also want to be fiscally conscious and make sure that it makes sense for the pocketbook. We work with our partners in finance. They have been critical in making sure that the fleet for all the operators across the city has been in a great position, and going into 2020, into fiscal year 27, it's in the best spot it's been in north of 15 years. So we appreciate that, and we're always looking at where we can do things economically as well as environmentally. The Fleet Pros Challenge, this is a more recent one. We have 2 technicians that tested across other technicians across the entire state of Nevada. 2 people were selected. They're both City of Reno fleet management mechanics that are going to represent us in Colorado next month, where they're gonna go against technicians across Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and Texas, and they won't be coming home if they don't win, so that's my joke. Sorry, you guys heard that one. And then last is the 33 top 100 best fleets in the Americas. This is a recognition that we got in 2026. I'm extremely proud of this, not from the work that I'm doing, but from the work that the team is doing. We were ranked across 12 different categories, things from financials to doing it right the first time to customer service. 12 different categories, and we were able to rank across both North and South Americas as the 33rd. We're gonna try and beat it. That was a really high rank, so don't hold me to it. And with that, I think that's it. If you're wondering, some of the cities that we beat out in that competition, Dallas.
Like to know.
I'm not sure. New York City, if you've heard of it, it's
Eric
on the other
Johnson
side.
is Dallas, so that's
there's
good.
Miami, Denver International Airport. Those are just
Mayor
to name a few.
Suarez,
Atlanta, if
9-1.
you're not familiar.
Yeah.
So that's who we've had the opportunity.
Gives the opportunity to mess with those other mayors, and I'm
Yeah,
so
for-
competitive.
well, yeah,
So
we'll
I
see.
like to know.
So yeah, that's the presentation around fleet, and we'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hafner, thank you so much for the presentation. And Mr. True, who else is with you? Just want to make sure we know who everybody is.
This is Joe Pierre. He's our, Administrative Services Manager. I'm sorry, I always botch the name. Joe is actually the guy that manages our finances and maintenance ops and keeps us on track, makes sure that the budgets are appropriate and that our spending is appropriate in fleet.
Well, I love that. Thank you so much for the presentation, all three of you, and the contributions you make. Number one, I'm not sure you're the 33rd ranked one. In my mind, you're number one, right? So that's sort of my shout out to you all. I had the privilege of going out and visiting with Fleet and being in the shop within the last 6 months or so. And one of the things I wanted to share was, and for my colleagues' benefit, is how knowledgeable the guys are that are taking and basically customizing a lot of our law enforcement vehicles with really high-tech stringing of various kind of wires. I mean, to me, I don't know what all of it does, but I will say there's such a pride of ownership in the shop that these are folks who are doing something that other people cannot do. And it's just impressive to see folks who are so enthusiastic about the work that they are doing. Because, you know, you imagine it's a shop and it might be a harder environment, but it's the cleanest place I've ever seen. And I've been in a lot of shops in my lifetime, and you could, I think, eat off the floor. And so there's just a lot of pride of ownership with that group. Very impressive to me when I've been there, and they were willing to hear my endless amount of questions about what the technology was and why we were doing it. And, you know, it's neat because then it works with the sign shop and people are working on the decals and there's all this stuff that goes into it. You know, when we envision you purchasing a vehicle, you know, I go to Toyota to get my vehicle and it comes with how it does. Well, you guys get them from a lot of different sources, but they're totally customized and then made better for our folks and, you know, all the ergonomic design elements that go into it. And when you start adding all the computers that our law enforcement folks need specifically, it's just crazy. I feel like it's like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift or something, all these very high-tech vehicles with all the kind of bells and whistles that get added. Very impressive group. Really enjoy my time whenever I'm in the shop. I wish I had the skills that they have. I do not, but really impressive. And thank you for the update. It's good for us to hear it.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Taylor.
Thank you. I just, great job on the fleet. Very, very proud of you. I have a question for Vicki really quick on the budget. And it was just about, you mentioned briefly on the auditing that we do on the city side of the budget. And a couple of questions. It's something that happens every year. It's by a third party, and it's very thorough. We get findings, and it shows our accountability at the city of Reno. Is all that accurate?
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. Yes, that is correct. We are required to do it annually. They are an outside firm, Baker Tilly. They've done it for the last few years. They do sampling. As I mentioned, they were on site last week doing sampling, and they will be back for 2 weeks. And then obviously in between, we're providing information to them. But we produce the audit, we produce the financials. They do audit testing to make sure everything appears correct, is materially correct, applies with GASB and accounting standards and such. And then when we issue the statements, which is the annual comprehensive report that comes back to you, we call it the ACFR, comes back to you in December. It has their audit opinion on it as well.
And that's what when the audit opinion, it's not like you get an A+ or a very good or a gold star. It's sort of a nebulous term, right? What do they say?
It is, I think they usually use the term unqualified, which means they haven't found anything that tells them that there's anything wrong. Everything looks correct. It appears correct. Obviously, they put some disclaimers because they can't look at every single thing. But they do issue that opinion that they've reviewed everything and it looks good or not. And then
how have our opinions been in the last 3 years?
Perfect. We've had perfect opinions since I've been here for 10 years, so.
And the next thing I wanted to say is the ability at which you are predicting the budget for us to plan is very impressive, and you and your team deserve a lot of credit for getting us that close. It's not even 1%, it's 0.5% or something, so congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Councilwoman, and then I'll go to you last, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Vicki, I was wondering if you could describe what you changed to get the formula that that you're using to get within that close, less than 1% of accuracy. That is really a really big change and very impressive.
For salary and benefits, that's the biggest piece that's really hard for us to predict during the year, because as positions are held vacant or someone retires and leaves, or if we have large payouts, someone's been here a long time, so they have a big severance, all of those things impact our estimate on how we're going to end the year, because we have to factor all of that in. Police, when we had the police changes here, we have to factor in open positions that still exist, or, we're covering with county positions, how that all occurred. All of that we factor into the estimate so that we'll know where fund balance is at the end of the year. Because that's ending fund balance is where we're starting this year. And if that beginning balance isn't what we thought it was going to be, then we have to make adjustments. It may be more, it may be less, but that's really why we compare to where we estimate to. One of the things that we've always done this, but we didn't have a process that was quick, was a fast process, and it was very time intensive for me to review it and look through it, and so it was all in a spreadsheet. You have every single line from every single department and sub-department in salary and benefits, and then we're projecting out based on the payrolls that are left in the year and all of the things that we know are coming or not coming and filled and unfilled. So it's a very tedious process. One of the things that I asked Matt Taylor, the Assistant Finance Director, to do this year was I said, you know what, we're doing this in a spreadsheet. Why can't we do this using the same software that we use to produce the ACFR? So we have a software where we pull data to it and create reports to do that. Well, that's what he did. He created a report in there that will do this, and then we can upload it as payrolls go through. It uploads just like we do the ACFR. It's not exactly perfect because we still have to kind of tweak a few things in there, but he can do that and pull it together for me to at least start reviewing and start going line by line through it within about 3 hours. Before it was like 2 weeks.
That's amazing. In my budgeting background, just being able to have a forecasting formula or tool that is that quick to be able to make changes, catch mistakes, model something specific that if you're going to take budget out or add budget in a certain area. So that's a really big opportunity to just continue to educate us on the wild ideas that we have with the budget. So thank you for that. And I just wanted to acknowledge that your work in the beginning of each budget cycle since I've been here to be really honest and give us a big target that we have to start working towards achieving so that we can get a balanced budget, year over year without really harmfully affecting the services that we provide to the community has been really impressive. And this is now, even though I wasn't here for your July presentation on the 25 budget, I was here in November when we started making adjustments because we had a $25 million hole. So your leadership here and just really the commitment of the people at City Hall that are willing to have those hard decisions, had hard conversations, and be creative about how we're going to continue to deliver services in the meantime has been very inspirational. So thank you very much for you and your entire team.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to tack on to the compliments and congratulate you and your team for getting within, was it 0.09% of your projections to our actual. So that's a great accomplishment. Just shows the tremendous amount of work that you and your team have dedicated to making sure that we have accurate numbers and we can project what's happening in the future and how to better adjust our services or what we are doing to accommodate any deficits or increases that we're seeing. So I'm really appreciative of all of your efforts, which is the first one I want to say. And then the second one goes for our maintenance and operations staff. Zach and your team, punching above your weight class, like I told you yesterday, definitely, as you're saying, making Reno proud, making our folks that work within your department proud for everything that you all have done. I was just wondering if you can hit on two things for me. Zach, the first was, I think you talked about the Fleet Pros Challenge, but if you can sort of talk about who maybe is representing us there and what the challenge is about.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Fleet Pros is a nonprofit organization that focuses on networking and learning and advancing the fleet industry. The two technicians that work for the city of Reno are John Roscoe and Martin Rodriguez-Guillen, who they sat down for a proctored exam that was both timed and graded, and they were the ones that beat out all of the other technicians across the state of Nevada who are then going to compete at the 50th anniversary conference of Fleet Pros in Loveland, Colorado next month.
So our state rep is coming out of the city of Reno, is what I heard.
They're going to bring it home is the
Okay,
plan.
perfect. And then just a little bit about the fuel management portion of the work that you all do. If you can maybe explain that piece of it and how you track all of that data.
Absolutely. So in fleet management, we have both an asset management system and then a fuel management system. We're in the process of making sure that the vendor of those two, with a huge shout out to the information and technology group, do it. It wouldn't be here without him. Kimberly Heiss, thank you. We use the fuel side of that asset management system to track the usage down to the 10th, or I believe the 10th of the gallon to each piece of equipment. When a vehicle comes in as part of the outfitting, what we do is we put on the system's now called an FJ3 system, and we connect that to the vehicle that tracks so that when you as an operator of a city piece of equipment pull up to the pump, it recognizes that vehicle and it allows the dispenser to dispense the fuel. On the electricity side, we're new to that. We've put watt-hour meters in line to try and track electricity used to each vehicle. It's a growing area where we have about 5% of the fleet for the city of Reno is all electric, with a potential goal of moving up to about 10% in the coming years with pending replacements.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I won't ask questions because I'm more of my time, but I just want to show appreciation and thank you for all the work that is to come. You gave us a short preview, but I'm excited for all the good work y'all are doing in the future. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just real quick, again, thank you for the work. It often goes unrecognized, right? You're working in a place that we do not see you. We do not experience what you do. We do not have vehicles either, so we have very little connection with you. So thanks for being here today. And to Vicki, I just wanted to say I was full of congratulations at your briefing with me for managing to achieve this less than 1% deviation from projected to actuals in the budget. So again, kudos, kudos, kudos. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, just wanted to praise you guys. I've taken a tour of the maintenance and operations facility. Everybody there seemed to really love their job and get along great, and that was just really fantastic to see. You want to have a great work environment, and also got to do a ride along in a street sweeper. That was like really cool. And see the little robot thing that goes in to clear out like drainage ways and stuff. So just really cool technology and a lot of things that people don't think about. You know, they just take for granted at the city that you guys do. So it's great to have this opportunity to say thank you for everything that you kind of manage behind the scenes. And I'm grateful for your team and that you guys all seem to really enjoy your work and happy to support you guys.
I see Mayor Ed Lawson has entered the building. Elvis has entered the building. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to recognize you, my friend. So Zach, I wanted to say, I feel like, were you in finance whenever I first got here?
I was. I was in budget in the city manager's office, and hearing the less than 1% on the budget side for Vicki's team makes me feel really lackluster because we were nowhere near the numbers that they forecast. So it's off to you, Vicki. So they're in a better place now.
But I just remember, working with you over the years and just sort of seeing how you've evolved and grown, and it's so impressive.
That's the nicest way to say, hey, I watched you lose your hair while you've been here. That is too kind.
Hey, we're all losing everything. Trust me, my eyesight, my hair, it's all happening. So, but I do want to say, and you were actually one of the first team members that I met here like at my very first council meeting. So I remember we were having conversations, and it's just been really nice to be able to work with you and see you just continue to like lead. It's impressive. And I love that you're competitive. And I would say, Travis, great job. When I am there, you have so much respect in that department. It's, you know, when there is a good leader at the helm, whenever you see the amount of respect that you all carry for Mr. Truehill. So I just want you to know that. It's impressive. It's so clean. You're right. I think you mentioned that, Devin. It's so clean there. It's incredible. I wish we could build you a whole beautiful, space, but you guys have done a really great job with, what you have over there, because I know that we're always having this conversation with you, and it's kind of painful, like, hey, you just make so much more out of the things that we might not have a lot of money for, and I don't think people realize how much you guys stretch and get creative. That's one thing I've known about you. You really do. You do some really cool things. So thank you for all you do, because I think you're right. I think it's a department that totally goes unnoticed. But, I also know when we have certain weather challenges, you guys are just unbelievable. So you should be proud. You should be really proud. And Zach, thank you for all your years of service and friendship. So great job. And then Vicki, I would just say, I'm such a huge fan. You know this. I think you are tremendous. You have really been a fiscal hawk, and also very, I think, a realist. And that really helps. Because I know you have a lot to manage, especially like Jackie does, when you have a lot of personalities up here and we all have different initiatives that we want funded, or, we all think that ours is more important than the next, whatever that looks like. And you have to manage that. And you do a phenomenal job. But I love that you're I think you're very direct about it. And you're very kind in your delivery, because if I were you, I would probably be highly, highly frustrated. So I just want to say thank you. Your team does a phenomenal job. It's always impressive. I have to tell you, my experience with what you do and your team has just been top notch.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate that.
Great job. I guess we don't need to take any action.
This is just for discussion only, no action.
Yeah, so no stress up there.
Next month, we'll get deep.
Okay,
So,
we'll get
yeah.
we'll get prepared.
We start it and we get deep, so yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming, Travis. Great job. Great job. Honestly. Okay.
Madam Mayor, you mentioned your eyesight's going a little bit, so I thought I'd take the liberty of just welcoming our friends from Sparks. I see Councilmember
Are you saying I can't
Bybee.
see them? Is that what you're saying?
Something like that. Councilmember Bybee joined us, our city manager from City of Sparks. I see Councilmember Joe Rodriguez in the back, and Councilmember Diane Vanderwell. And as you already mentioned, Mayor Lawson is here. And I'm guessing if Mr. Anderson could be here, he would be. And I don't see him yet, but maybe he'll join us later.
Okay, all right. We are going to move forward, but it's nice to see our friends and colleagues that we've worked many, many years with and we work very closely with. This is actually pretty historical. So to be honest with you, as I leave the building in a few months, this will probably be something that will be one of the things that I remember the most. And it was a commitment that I wanted to see stronger public safety throughout my tenure. And it was for many personal reasons. Many of you know my personal story, losing a family member in a fire. And I just can't imagine anyone else ever having to experience the news like that. And when you are in that situation on the other side, you feel extremely different about the services we provide. And quite honestly, protecting life is priceless. And so you can't put a price on life. And I know we get so wrapped up in what's this going to cost? What's that going to cost? And again, you can't put a price on life. And so I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today, our partners, in Sparks. The other thing I do want to point out, I think this is really critical. We forget that I learned early on from my friends right here that fire engines don't put out fires. It's the men and the women on the ground, the boots on the ground, literally, that put out fires and keep people safe and protected. And so I'm beyond grateful for your service. We've gone through so many iterations. I'll never forget the first day I walked through this building. There were literally fights. Brandy would know way better than I would, because she's lived it, firsthand experience. But just to see how we've evolved is so touching, and it's deeply personal for me. So I'm excited to move this item forward, and I'm excited to hear all my council comments. I would love for the Sparks City Council to please come and sit in front. I know you might dislike that, but I certainly want to hear from you. I know we're going to go out in the foyer and discuss a little bit more with our media partners, so I just can't begin to tell you how much this means. I do need to point out, this is very important. He is not here with us today, is J.W. Hodge, who has just done tremendous work in our public safety environments. And I remember, he came to me and said, what do you think, about this possibility? And I think I was just blown away. But this really shows the partnership and the care that we all have for our community, and that we don't see boundaries, and we're not saying that's your problem, it's my problem. But that takes strong leadership. And that takes leadership from the Sparks City Council and the leadership from the Reno City Council. But we've all worked together for many, many years. And of course, we, sometimes fight like family. But honestly, it's been something that I have to say I'm so grateful for your partnership in every capacity. And I think all of our community members will absolutely feel the same. And if they don't, they can come to my office. And you know me, I'll get feisty. But I just want to say thank you, and this is very emotional for me. So thank you. And thank you, Chief Cochran. I've been hard on Chief Cochran, just so everyone knows. You don't get to see what happens in the background, and he knows it, because sometimes I see him down the hall and he turns the other way. Oh no, here she comes, right? But I appreciate your leadership, and actually this is where it really starts, is whenever you do have a chief that explores all possibilities to make people safer in their communities. That takes a lot of soul searching. So I'm putting great trust in you, and I want to just say thank you, because I know that I have not been easy. So I want to recognize that. So thank you. I'm going to let you start the presentation. Did it keep you up last night? What am I going to say? What am I doing? Sometimes I get like that, so.
Well, I'll start with Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. Happy to be here. A couple things before I start. Yes, I've been giving this a minute of thought for a long time. And it's a great opportunity. And you're absolutely right. You should be proud of what we're doing here today, what Sparks did on Monday. As I said then, and I'll say to this group as well, it takes a certain courage to do what hasn't been done before, right? There's no place we can point to and say, we did this before, that's how you do it. So the faith and the belief that this council and Sparks Council has in this process, I think, is an honor and well-founded, because I think this is a great opportunity. The other thing I would like to point out, thank you both, Councilmember Reese and Mayor Sheeby, for recognizing our Sparks partners. Is that 3 times fast? We have labor in the room, which you've already recognized. We have my command staff.
Oh, we recognize.
We have Sparks command staff. So I think you're seeing behind me.
If you're Sparks, raise your hand. Okay, there you guys are. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, so very excited about this opportunity. And with that, I will kick it off. So we're here today to talk about a shared leadership and operational coordination ILA between the City of Reno and City of Sparks for fire service specifically. This is obviously in alignment with our strategic priorities here at the city, public safety, of course, being the top of my list, and I know it's very important to you, Mayor Sheeby, with a healthy dose of fiscal responsibility. So just the highlights, just 5 bullet points make it sound like it's kind of a smaller agreement. It's not. It's very detailed, very extensive. We worked very hard on it for a very long time. The idea is that one chief will lead both Reno and Sparks fire departments. I don't usually talk about myself in the third party, so the one chief, of course, is me. I will be accountable to both city managers. The department stays separate and independent. I'm going to talk about that a little more farther on in the presentation. Sparks will reimburse Reno for a portion of the shared costs. And then just to, bundle everything up, this type of agreement is authorized under NRS 277, an interlocal agreement between the cities. It's a one-year term. The idea there was we want to be able to go in, see how it's working, and we're not going to wait a year to see how it's working. We're going to do quarterly reviews, and we'll report back to both councils, either in written form or presentations, whichever is appropriate. But we want the councils to have the flexibility to know that they have the ability to change direction, to modify things, to work within the parameters of the agreement, and let it grow, let it evolve. To the extent it doesn't work, and I don't anticipate that at all, but both cities have the option to withdraw. So both cities are protected in that way. They can give 180 days notice, and they can withdraw from the agreement if it's not working. I mentioned the review together every year, but we're going to do it quarterly as well with city managers. Any major change, I mentioned the independence of both departments of both cities still, have to come to either the city manager or the city council as appropriate. So this is not something where you're just sending us off into the wild and you don't have any control. You still have 100% control of your department, just as Sparks has control of their department. And then I mentioned the evolution. We intend to refine as we learn, look for other opportunities, and figure out ways where we can expand the collaboration. Now is the time to take advantage of this opportunity. We've been talking about it for a long time, and I say we, I mean the fire service writ large in the area. How can we be better? How can we be more efficient? Our costs are going up, our call volume is going up. This was an opportunity to take one step. The only overlap between the two departments right now will be me, will be the fire chief position, but we're gonna look for ways to grow that and expand that. The goal, of course, is to improve coverage, improve service across the region. Fire service, EMS, all the things. And again, I'll reiterate, each city keeps its own governance. You keep control of your department, so nobody is giving up control. City of Sparks will reimburse City of Reno for 25% of the fire chief's salary, along with any shared leadership or administrative costs as those develop. Again, those will be, we won't engage those, or we won't commit to those without the commitment of the city and city leadership, including the city manager of both cities. The residents will be the direct beneficiaries of this. This is the goal, improve that service delivery. We can collaborate better under a shared leadership when we have those large incidents, special events, peak demand. We know those things are going to happen. We just had one, about a week or so ago that was in Sparks, and it was actually very nice to see. It was a large fire. You saw the column going up behind the GSR. Basically, Reno came at it from one side, Sparks came at it from the other side, mitigated the emergency. Yeah. It's a great example of a large incident that we know we're going to have. How can we work together and handle those better? And then we have shared services like fire investigations, our mechanic shop, air truck support, special teams. Special teams is a great example because there are ways in that arena in particular, because they are the high risk, low volume calls, but when you need it, you need it. So is it responsible from a fiscal standpoint for everybody to have the maximum capacity that anyone would need at any time? No. Why don't we combine our resources, manage them effectively and more efficiently, and that way everybody benefits. And by everybody, I mean everybody across the region. The support that I have, you can see it behind me, not only with City Council, but with the command staff from both departments is going to be crucial. And from labor, I mentioned command staff, but from labor as well. You need that structure. I'm not going out fighting fires, right? I'm not the boots on the ground, they are. Mm-hmm. But having that command staff in place, having worked with them and understanding the experience they have is what's going to provide the foundation to make the system work, to make this plan work. The reality is that the division chiefs, like Chief Keller behind me, and I think Chief Mandel is here as well, they're running the operations on a day-to-day business. That's not what I or any fire chief gets hired for. We are hired to work with our leadership, work with our bosses, manage the department so that they have the people, the equipment, the fire stations, all the things they need. You mentioned fire engines don't put out fires, the firefighters do. But we need to provide them with those fire engines. So that's the job of leadership. And this is just another representation of that idea. When the alarm sounds, both cities respond. You have the boots on the ground. They're actually doing the work. You have the unified command, which is the command staff of both departments, managing the incident, calling for more resources, directing resources on what to do. And then on top of that, you have the fire chief. And in this situation, it would be me. My job, when I go out there, and I don't go to every incident, but the bigger ones I try to go to, I don't go and say, do this, don't do that. I say, how can I make this better for you? Do you need me to talk to the media? Do you need me to make sure council is informed, that the city manager is informed? Let me do those things so that you don't have to, so that you can focus on the emergency, which is their job, and they're excellent at it. So that, again, is just another example of why and how I think this is going to be very successful. What is this not? It's not a plan to cut staffing. We know we need more staffing in both departments. But can we manage the staffing we have and be more efficient? Yes, that's one of the goals here, is to use the staffing we have while we work on growing it to provide the best response possible. In this case, we're already looking at auto aid across the jurisdictions, dispatch, integration, so that we can make sure we're getting the right resource to the right call at the right time, whether that's Sparks on the side or Reno on the side. So staffing, frontline staffing and EMS are untouched. And I just repeat that because it's important for the labor group and for the people of both departments to understand that this is not, we're gonna go in like some merger and acquisition and cut staffing and save money and be leaner. That's not the goal here. The goal is to provide better service. The cost recovery I mentioned for Reno strengthens the general fund, so that's part of that fiscal responsibility. Shared assets, in this case, me, but we're gonna look for other opportunities to do that. We'll save money for Sparks and provide revenue for Reno. It can work the other way as well. If there's opportunities where Sparks can provide something, we can work within the agreement to do that as well. I mentioned managing all the resources. When you manage all the resources, you can provide better service. When one person's at the top saying, here's the goal, it's not, well, my goal's a little over here, my goal's a little to the left, and you have to resolve that. One person can understand, one person, in this case me, can look at it and say, here's the goal. I understand what both departments can do, what they can't do, and work together to reach that goal. And I mentioned to Mayor Lawson beforehand, I think I have about a dozen things on my list already that we're going to be working on that won't impact either city fiscally, but will improve service. And so we really look forward to working on that, working with both departments, and really making fire service in the area, make it take a step forward and improve it for everybody. So with that, here's the recommended motion. I or anybody else is available for questions.
Great, fantastic, thank you so much. And I would also say, and you could confirm this, we do this now. We assist, they assist, we all help each other out from, Washoe County to Sparks to Reno. So it's also, I think, to identify that, people are saying, what's happening? But actually, you really do it now already in that capacity, that everyone jumps in and helps each other.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because Sparks City Manager Luton has brought that up. That this is the plan, the agreement is not a fix. We're not trying to fix anything. We have two proud, high-performing departments that work together. We're looking for ways that we can be even better. And you've heard me say it about the Reno Fire Department. If we're not trying to get better, we're stagnant. So we're always trying to get better. That shouldn't be interpreted as we're trying to fix something or something's broken. We're just trying to move the ball forward.
And I love that because it's hard. I think in government, we get chastised a lot for thinking differently or doing something a little different or thinking outside the box or thinking innovative. And will it work? Sometimes we don't know. But if we are not trying, I think that's whenever we fail. And so I really commend that you are always thinking about innovative ways, different ways. I do really appreciate that about you. But I do want people to know we do this already in the sense of helping each other out, and that's what's really great. But I also think there is a lot of value and quite honestly, financial value to doing it together. Otherwise, I have watched firsthand how incidents can be extremely fragmented. It doesn't just happen with fire, but I've watched it over and over and over again, and that's what will frustrate you the most is whenever you see things that are fragmented because everyone has a different plan going on, and that just isn't going to be helpful. I also think we have to continue to do more and more and more to recognize the threat of fire, wildfires. You know, Reno is the fastest warming city, and I can't begin to tell you enough that we have to have honest conversations in this region that we could face a catastrophic event at some point. And you better have strong leadership, boots on the ground, and be ready. And so strengthening the partnership together really can make the difference between how an outcome is in a community. So I just want to tell you, it's just something that it does keep me up at night. It absolutely does, because I live in a very fire-prone area. Many people do. This is Nevada. And a couple days ago, I was thinking of you guys so much. I was looking at my app, fire, right? There's a lot going on, and especially in temperatures that we see. So I just, I want to recognize that, but people need to know, we do this now, which is great.
Yeah.
And so I think people need to realize that that service will not stop.
It'll just get better.
Yeah, just get better. All right, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Anderson because she knows a lot more than I do. So go ahead, take it away.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know a lot other than how important the fire family is to our community. And I just want to say a few things to recognize how unique of a position we're in and recognize the folks in this room that helped us get here. So first, Chief, we wouldn't be here if you weren't willing, first of all, right? We wouldn't be here if you hadn't have built the rapport and trust and those relationships with your partner agencies that you work with and amongst in this community. We wouldn't be here if 731 didn't trust you. So the fact that you're willing to step up and put yourself in the limelight in an unprecedented situation where with people that you care about, I know you care about the opinion, the trust, and your reputation with the Sparks Department, the Reno Department, the department within the airport that are all now led by 731. So first, I want to acknowledge you, but honestly, we would not be here in this room today if it wasn't for the leadership of 731. And 731 is our bargaining and our labor group that now represents Reno, the airport, and the city of Sparks. And that is unprecedented and very, very rare. So I just want to recognize you, President Tapia, and your team for the hard work that you've done, really to break down barriers between the different departments, build their trust, and bring us into an environment where we can even consider something like this. A decade ago, we'd have been laughed out of a room in this area. And so I just want to thank you for your leadership. And the third group that I want to thank is really the elected leadership that is in this room represented from Sparks and in this room represented from Reno. Because again, 10 years, 8 years, 7 years, 5 years ago, we would have been laughed out of a room based on the relationships, based on the mutual or lack of respect that we had for each other, and just based on the silos that we had accepted in this community over the years. So the fact that you and 731 and the city of Sparks, your leadership has trusted us with the opportunity for this unprecedented pilot program that we can continue to potentially find new ways to deliver the service that the community deserves, but also find new ways to protect the health, well-being, safety, and working conditions and environment for our first responders, not only fire, but at large. So I have more to say, but I just wanted to kick it off with that and acknowledge the people in this room that made this happen because it truly is unprecedented and very exciting.
Anyone else over on this side? No? All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I want to say many of the same things that Ms. Anderson said so articulately. I won't repeat them, but I want to say two things. One is that, you know, we sometimes joke about our presence here in West Sparks and their presence over in East Reno, right? And I want
people to understand both of the communities have an incredible history and tradition, proud folks living there, but we mean it as a reflection of the love that we have for our shared community. I am grateful to Mayor Lawson and the other council members for their consistent willingness to work across the aisles. We don't do a lot of silo building in the ways in which we work together. We all serve on boards and commissions together, whether it's Regional Transportation Commission or TUMWA. And at each one of those, I never see anyone talking about what's in it for me or like taking the me first approach. And I think that has to do with certainly Mayor Lawson's attitude, and for that I am grateful, and to our mayor similarly, because no one has ever said, you know, we're in it for our own. I think that is unusual, right? We know a lot of governments, a lot of areas of the country where there's a lot of silo building and kingdom protection, and we don't do that. I think it's true, too. Our city managers, Mr. Lothan and Ms. Bryant, help to foster that culture. And so in that regard, I'm grateful for the elected people on this body. I'm grateful for the folks who work in fire service, because without them, all of this is largely irrelevant. And I'm grateful for the culture that's been created by the staff. And Mr. Hodge is not here today because he's furthering his educational opportunities, but I know that he thinks very critically about all of these things. I will also say, similarly to Ms. Anderson, I think, Chief Cochran, this is not possible unless people view your leadership as willing to be something that they are committed to investing in, right? If you did not have the reputation for, honesty and for forthrightness and for compassion, all the values that we see in you at the City of Reno, the City of Sparks would not say, hey, we're open to this idea. And I'm not actually sure where the idea germinated from. I take no credit, certainly. I'm sure it was much smarter people than electeds that came up with the thought of it. But simply to say that it only works because people do believe in the leadership that you exhibit, and that the men and women of each department really have invested in each other and their belief in each other. I love that Local 731 now represents Reno Sparks and our airport folks. That also is a sign of the shared commitment and love that each have. And last, I'm going to say a special shout out to Councilmember Rodriguez, who has experience in fire service, right? Who I go to and say, hey, they're telling me this. What do you think? And how can that be played out here? Because we all bring to it a very specific and unique skill set, and I cannot replicate Mr. Rodriguez, Councilmember Rodriguez's knowledge of this. And so I always look to him and sort of test against him, and we don't always agree, but he kind of iron sharpens iron, and he helps me to figure out, maybe see it from my perspective. I know a little bit more, and then I say, well, I'm a lawyer, so I know this thing over here, and we all tend to try to help one another in that cause. I'm grateful for the vote that Sparks has already taken on this issue, and certainly my vote will be to support this effort. I'll be excited as it unfolds. What you figure out are the things we didn't think about, what things we might have to tinker with and change, and a lot going on in our region in terms of a lot of these interlocal agreements and different kinds of ways that we work together, but all in the benefit of our community. So again, my attitude is one of gratitude. I'm thankful for so many folks for making us get to this point, and am grateful for Madam Mayor and Mr. Mayor for their leadership on this issue.
Yeah, thank you so much. What a remarkable pleasure it is to be here, to be discussing this important initiative. For many of you know, I'm in my 12th year, soon to end in 3 months, but the entire time I've been here, fire management has been something I focused on, and it began before I was even elected, building relationships with our members of our fire service, and to see what they had done in terms of spreading their wings, building bridges with other organization firefighters who are all joined in a common purpose, was really remarkable to me. I thought that was the greatest step. Frankly, I still couldn't get over it. A year later, I'm just like, I can't believe we are unified in this way. So now, as I'm completing my 12th year, I view this as the beginning of really a important next step in a long-term vision that I've had since I joined council. When I joined council, we were just completing our fire divorce. And that's all we talked about. There were lawsuits, there was rebuilding having to happen, there was distrust, and it wasn't with Sparks, but it was with Washoe County. And it was so disheartening to me as a council member to have to experience that for the first few years. How do we settle this? How do we work through it? How do we do better? And so my dream has been to operate with one purpose, one vision amongst all our fire services in our region, and to prevent the damage that we see and to save lives. And those are our fire department, and I've looked across and seen how the Sparks Fire Department acts as well, very focused on this mission. So today, this is a wonderful realization of part of a dream come true for me. And I, like the mayor, feel incredibly proud to have helped take us from where we were when I came into office to where we are now, starting a new beginning. And it's really not, as my colleagues have said, a new beginning. It's an expansion on a relationship that has been building for years. And I am grateful to the Sparks Council and their management in general, because what we're really seeing here is a fulfillment of trust in us to do the right thing, that we have the right fire chief for the moment, and that we are willing to share and share his expertise, but more important almost, that he is willing to recognize and build upon the expertise that already exists in Sparks, to just help it come together, maybe be a little bit better, a little bit more unified. So incredibly grateful to be here today. I thank my colleagues for their wise words and, their sentiments, because I share all of them. So to everyone involved, from especially probably both of our managements, thank you for getting us to this day.
All right, Councilman Ebert.
Okay. So I have some questions, and I'm just going to relay that I've received from members of the public. So the first one I want to kind of get out of the way is, how is this arrangement different than the potential regionalization of fire that we're still working on the report for?
So, I'm glad you brought that up, because there could be some conflation between that report and this. They're completely separate. The only overlap right now is the leadership, the fire chief. Do we want to? Could we possibly merge, consolidate, whatever terminology you want to use later on, either in whole or in part? Yes, but there's labor groups involved, there's contracts involved, so we would have to go through that process. We couldn't just dictate that. So right now, you as city council have the ability, and Sparks City Council, to merge at the top, and then we'll look to expand and develop that relationship and grow into other areas. Again, emphasizing, one, it's got to be at the direction of city leadership from both cities, and it's got to be in collaboration with the affected labor group or groups.
So another question I have is, I know there was some friction a little bit between having a 4-man crew or a 3-man crew. Is that still an area that we need to iron out between Reno and Sparks?
They're not, I wouldn't call it friction. So Reno, by contract and by design, operates all 4-person crews. Sparks actually has verbiage in their collective bargaining agreement that says that's what they want. So that's why I would say it's not friction. They want to get there.
Okay.
Fiscally, right now, they're not in that position, but we're going to look for ways that maybe we can redistribute some resources and start to build that up. So.
Okay, thanks for correcting me on that too. I misunderstood how they were addressing that issue between the two agencies. Another question I have is, you mentioned that, hold on, I got copious notes here. Both cities will respond to a call. Is that accurate? Like, if there's a call, are there going to be fire trucks from Reno and Sparks responding? Like, let's say there's a residence in between, they call 911. Are both agencies sending a response?
That is one of the initial plans we're working on right now. So the short answer is yes, and I apologize because in my brain, having worked in the city, I was thinking in terms of districts, but in District 2, which is up off of Sutro, where our Station 2 is, we're close to a lot of Sparks, or closer to a lot of Sparks. But even if we were there first, and it could be a Reno response, a Reno incident, the next in engine might be, the closest anyway, might be from Sparks. So even though we have the resources, wouldn't it be better to get the closest appropriate resources from wherever they live?
Yeah.
Because we've all said it, we've all heard it.
Okay, so you're
The
saying
residents don't clear.
not both at the same time, but technically both could respond depending on the location of the emergency?
Yeah, and if there's a
Okay.
need for multiple resources.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. And I know it's been mentioned about aid given from different agencies, I have a mutual aid, or I'm not sure what the technical term is. I have Truckee Meadows Fire has agreed to respond to calls at Sierra Sage Golf Course because they're practically in their parking lot. And there was a couple instances, I think it was a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, there was 2 people that passed of heart attacks in the parking lot there. And there was a perception that response times may have played a factor in their medical outcomes. So what kind of agreement is there? Is it all these locations? Do we have to do any kind of special agreement for any area, or it's just uniform across Reno and Sparks?
I think the answer, everything is nuanced, right? Because it depends on the type of call and the exact location. But the goal would be, when I say the right resource to the right call at the right time, from whatever department is appropriate. And in practical effect, that usually means the closest.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I'm way over. Thank you for your answers on that. I appreciate it.
Do you want to continue? I didn't want to interrupt you. I thought those questions were excellent.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. I don't want to be a downer, but do we have a plan if we decide this isn't working? It just, for whatever reason, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but we have divorced before. So do we have a strategy for, I don't like
we
to.
work toward the best outcome, but
Yeah.
plan for the worst, right? So
Yeah,
yes, this agreement
yeah,
does plan, does have a provision that if it's not working, either city can give
Okay.
notice and terminate the agreement. Right now, like I said, the only overlap is me. I would stay with Reno. Sparks would get
Yeah.
the fire chief. So yeah, there is an
Okay.
out clause if it's not working.
Okay, because my concern is you would now kind of have 2 bosses, right? You would have Reno City Council, which is already, 7 people, and then also Sparks as well. So I'm just concerned if we end up having conflicting agendas that might cause problems, or this just doesn't work for whatever reason. But, okay, thank you for that. And then also, will this include unified training? Will everybody get the same training with this
That is on my
change?
list, to collaborate more extensively, because we do to some extent, but I want to grow that collaboration in the training environment, because that's something that the public doesn't necessarily see. They see what we hope is a great result, the best result possible because of the response that we provided.
Yeah.
That comes from training.
Great.
Like training across jurisdictions, so we're on the same page, we're doing the same thing, we respond in the same way to the same call. We want to do all those things, we will do those things.
That's great. All right. I don't think I have anything else right at this second, but if there's another round,
Okay,
I
let me
might.
know.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, I think it was slide 8, if you could bring that up really quick. I'll be very brief. I think our job here is to make sure that we set good policy and we assign resources. So my one question for you is, do you feel like you have the bandwidth to maintain these 2 roles? And is there anything you need from this council or other councils that are sitting here to make this successful?
So the first part, yes, I have the bandwidth, and I've given that a lot of thought, obviously. Councilwoman Anderson mentioned, my willingness to commit to this job that I've been saying, and Mayor Sheeby's heard this her whole career, we should be a regional department. It'd be disingenuous for me to say that and then not say that I'm willing to step up and do it. So I've thought about that a lot. The reason I believe I have the bandwidth, I know I have the bandwidth, is because understanding Reno, understanding Sparks and this region, I know how to prioritize, and I understand what my job is. Like I said, I'm not the boots on the ground. I'm working at a higher level to make sure that both departments are operating effectively and efficiently.
And we're doing
across
this to an extent anyway,
Yeah.
with major things. So I will be absolutely supporting this, and thank you to everybody in the room. Thank you to our city managers for getting us here. Appreciate it. Thank you, Local 731. Appreciate all your work on this. Thank you, Chief.
Councilwoman Anderson?
Miguel hasn't gone yet, or Mr. Martinez.
You look blue over there. Oh, now you're green.
I'm green now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. I just want to start off being giving you a huge shout out because obviously without your leadership and what's already been said, without belaboring the point, obviously your willingness to step up and ensure that we provide the best service to our community is apparent. Every day that I have interacted with you and seen you out there, I can tell the passion and commitment that you bring forth in your position and within our department. So I'm hopeful and appreciative of the work that the council and Sparks has already done and approved. As I read the agreement, there were a lot of offboarding opportunities, check-in opportunities, oversight from both parties to be able to ensure that both of the needs are getting met from both jurisdictions. And so I'm just really appreciative of all the collaboration I've seen. I wasn't here when the situations changed in our jurisdictions, but now being on this side and being able to witness how collaborative and regionalized we can be in our efforts has been tremendous. So I'm really appreciative of everybody's willingness to come to the table and continue to explore these options. Thank you to everybody that's in the room and those folks that have continued to ensure that these conversations move forward in a positive and fruitful way. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, so I can't get out of here without acknowledging the city manager's team and JW, specifically JW Hodge being the assistant city manager, just in case people in this room don't know him or his leadership or his experience. He is a uniquely qualified first responder that is leading teams of people, whether it's dispatch, REMSA, paramedics, fire, police. He is the heart and soul of public safety at the city of Reno in terms of leadership ideas and potentially collaborations with the region. And so when he set out to work with Manager Dion, and I know that the two of you have built an intensely incredible relationship and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of all the variables that we have to work with in public safety. So the work and the reputation that JW has brought to this, and also you, City Manager Dion, is really appreciated, and I wanted to recognize that since I was recognizing everyone else. And I just wanted, this is my final point on this. I sit on the fire board with Councilmember Rodriguez, and I met with that team and had an update yesterday, and admittedly, I thought that I didn't learn more from the very expensive consultants that we hired to tell us how we can improve and fund offering fire service in this region. But the whole time I was sitting there listening to them, I kept ticking off all of the progress that we are making while they are providing the study for us. We're going to be able to come in with 50% of those ideas already achieved at no additional cost, and the emotional intelligence and the confidence and the relationships that you have been building while we've been contemplating this additional proposal they're just taking us light years ahead of where we could have been if we hadn't have been led by our city management team and your leadership here and our city council in Sparks being willing to even work with us. So with that said, my confidence in this arrangement is amazing compared to the meeting that I had yesterday with people that are supposed to tell us how to lead and take the next steps in this community. I think our own community knows how to do it better than others. So thank you for being a part of this process. And I'm very grateful to this council for being willing to entertain this type of an arrangement and share our fire chief. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman.
Yeah. So I know I just flooded you with questions the first time, so I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for your work and all of the firefighters. I think you guys have done a great job with unifying with the airport fire, and also want to thank Jackie and JW as well. I'm sorry he can't be here. I know where he is, but he's put in so much work with the new dispatch system and everything too. I think that will be so helpful for just creating more efficiencies for getting first responders where they need to be faster. So I think we've really got a great team working on all this, and I want to thank Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Sheeby for their work on that as well, and Sparks council members. It's just not an easy task at all, but I feel like we're really making some progress. Like the stars have aligned, to Councilmember Anderson's point, and I feel like we're actually taking the steps to get there. You know, we haven't had the study back yet, but this is a great way to kind of test the waters and see how this would work if we were more unified regionally. So I just wanted to say thank you for your work on this. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this improves our service for the community. That's always my ultimate goal, is to provide the best service for the residents in the area. So really grateful for all the efforts. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? I do want to say I've had a lot of interactions with actually Sparks Fire. Obviously, a lot more with Reno, but with Sparks Fire, I have to commend what a great job you guys have done and built a wonderful, wonderful team. So this truly is a family partnership. And I'm really glad you said nice things about Ed, because a lot of people don't. No, I'm just kidding, Ed. We love you. But Ed is a wonderful leader, and it really is a testament to so many people, but particularly the mayor. The mayor takes the most criticism. I know your job is not easy, my friend. We often find ourselves on islands at times, being the most unpopular people in our cities. And so to think differently and to really step up, when sometimes you don't know what the best outcomes are, but we also know the things that don't work. And so I want to remind everyone that in a year, once this pilot is finished, I would really like for everyone to come back. Obviously, a few of us won't be here, but I think it's important to come back and be honest and talk about ways in which we can improve, or what does work, what doesn't work. But I do think, quite honestly, this partnership is going to prove to be incredibly successful for this entire community. Again, I have seen where we can get very fragmented in our approach, and let me tell you something, that could cost someone's life. It obviously cost millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, but the biggest thing is protecting life. That is the most important. So I cannot commend all of you enough, but I really want to recognize the Sparks Fire Department. And of course, I'm very biased because I love many of our firefighters, and being from born and raised in Reno. You actually have a wonderful fireman by the name of Greg Garman. So I grew up with many of them and went to school with them. I won't say that he was my first kiss, but he might have been. But anyway, we laugh and we joke about that. But I also have to really commend so many people that brought me along the way and educated me, whether I liked it or not. And we had many, many arguments at times. Dan's shaking his head. But it was really always, always, always rooted in how do we make this community better and safer. And the tough jobs that you guys do every single day, I can't even imagine. I don't think people realize the amount of trauma that you see. Working firsthand with people, you guys truly are the ones that are there picking up so many pieces for people in this community. And so I know your hearts firsthand, and so I love to see how dedicated you are to this, to your brothers and sisters. It is remarkable, because I have seen a lot and I have learned a lot, and I'm grateful for you. And you might not have always agreed with me, and I might not have always agreed with you. We've gone round and round and round, but you need to know how much I respect you and what you have done for this community. Tom Dunn, I love that you're always so direct. And it's so helpful. I'm not sure I know anyone more knowledgeable. I can say, hey, Tom, what does this mean? And he can say, here's this, here's this. Here. He can point to every manual that I think exists. I don't know, you're like a walking encyclopedia, but I want you to know I'm grateful for your years of helping educate me and just, and always being in the room, being an advocate. And Dan Tapia, we've gone around before, but love you like a brother. You're amazing. You're amazing. And I just wanted you guys to know that. But it also goes back to people like, I got to work with Jake. What's Jake?
Lightfoot?
What?
Lightfoot?
No, he's retired.
Oh, Dennis Jacobson.
Yeah, Jacobson.
Yeah.
And he helped me along the way. I did not come into this job knowing a single thing about what you do. And Pilcher, Mike Pilcher, I can't say enough nice things about Mike Pilcher. So I've had a lot of people along the way that have helped me understand exactly what we need to do in this community. And so, and I wanted to say thank you to Casey and Dan. And I mean, you guys have just been like family along the way, and we have fought along the way. People need to know that we have, because we care. But as I leave this position, you need to know how grateful I am for your service. And I hope that if I ever need you, you are the ones that show up for me in times of need, because I have watched you lead this city with total heart. So thank you. And I do want to remind just the community that this is a pilot. We want your feedback. We want to hear from you. Your voice matters. It's important to get it right and work on the things that we do get wrong. So I can't stress that enough. We want people to be involved. We want it to be transparent and just be at the table. So anyway, okay. Are you ready?
I'd love to make a motion.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm at the right spot here. So, and did we put it up on the screen? So I'd love to move to approve the interlocal agreement between City of Reno and City of Sparks for fire department shared leadership and operational coordination, establishing a shared fire chief model and framework for operational coordination and regional cost sharing, and authorize the fire chief, the city manager, and/or the mayor to sign the necessary documents.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar.
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Anderson. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. I do want to recognize one other person. The back end of this is very complex, and there is one person that is at the helm. He hates it when I do this. I can tell. I'm staring at him right now. Cody, thank you so much for your leadership and everything you do. Dispatch is super essential to what we do, and it makes such a huge difference. Your team has been phenomenal. Cody, I love this. He gets so red, I feel like. I love it. But I just need to recognize you and your team, because dispatch is such an essential component of what we're doing and how we do it. So great job to your team, and I know that they work tirelessly, so I needed to recognize you because I'm a big fan. Anyway, okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, congratulations. Okay. To recess. I know that we're going to give a few interviews, and then I get to congratulate my friend over here, and so we'll see everyone outside at Believe, I believe. I believe. All right, so we'll see you out there, and then we will be back. Lead us into city manager, because we do have an attorney-client.
Yes.
We will have an attorney-client. We'll need to take a recess. What time is it right now? Yeah. So it's going to be probably 2:15, 2:30, just so everyone knows. Okay, thanks so much.
I used to come for the staycation. I used to come here and enjoy the hotels and go down to the river. And I was familiar with the Automobile Museum, but I never in a million years thought I'd be working here. My name is Philip McDougall. I'm the president of the National Automobile Museum. The history of the National Automobile Museum goes way, way back. So most people know the name Hara from the casinos, but they don't know the story behind it. Mr. Hara, he had a collection of 1,400 of the most unbelievable cars. And when he passed, he didn't have a will. The community got together and they said, you can't sell all these things. This is part of our community, it's part of our identity. We need to keep them here. They raised money to build the museum. The city said, we're going to contribute the land if you get the money to build it. And then the Holiday Inn, who purchased all the assets of Mr. Harris' collection, said, if you do all that, then we're going to throw in 175 cars of the total collection of 1,400. So all those things came together because the community thought it was important. And in 1989, the museum was opened up. We want to be a community partner, and we are great. We have events, we have older cars, newer cars, Elvis's car, Jurassic Park, Back to the Future. We have a brand new Children's Educational Activity Center, 3,000 square feet of technology for those kids and adults to get hands-on experience on how cars work, how next generation of technology was created. We wanted to be different. We wanted to embrace the community, be a community partner. We did a complete renovation, and then we went out with an active campaign, not in that car mode, not museum mode, but outdoor concerts, speaker series, parties, birthdays, and a whole new selection of cars. I think the biggest change is that we have a new exhibit every 60 days. It really is fun to watch how a family can come in and they'll just go in 5 different directions because we have something for every generation. It's not just a building, it's not just the cars that are in there, it's the people, it's the livelihoods of everybody that's around this town that keeps us going. The Downtown Partnership has been a lifesaver for us, just helping us overall in the day-to-day challenges we have, like any business downtown. We can't make it without the security issues addressed, without the communication addressed, and it's all one big team down here. So the restaurants help us, the businesses help us, everyone here, we all kind of depend on each other. And that's what we're trying to bring to the equation, is another partner who can help us all be a little bit stronger and a bigger community partner. I see a greater emphasis from the Downtown Partnership, from the elected officials, to the community leaders to get together and say, if we really want to succeed, we have to succeed as a group. No silos. The restaurants, the businesses, the gas stations, everybody that's here has to get a common bond. Otherwise, we're not going to succeed. It's the storytelling, it's the camaraderie, and we had that not only with us in the museum, but all the local businesses downtown here. We have the same common bond and passion. Downtown Reno is the place to be. It's a family place. It has something for everybody. Come to the museum, go to a local restaurant. You're gonna feel safe, you're gonna have fun, and you're gonna be 15 minutes away from wherever you live.
My name is Robert Downs. I'm a field specialist with RISE, and this experience with Bonnie Pace and the Pathway Pilot has been awesome and tremendous, and I'll never forget it.
What home means Nevada to me is just that. It's always a place that I find comfort and solace. We travel a lot, we camp a lot, and I just love coming home. Home means Nevada for so many reasons. My name is Scott Dunseith, and I'm the owner of the Home Means Nevada company, which was formerly Reno Envy. I grew up in the Bay Area, and I went to school at UNR, and my thought was that I would spend 2 years in Reno, and then I would go back home. But after the 2 years, I just fell in love with the place. I love the people, the community. It's just been awesome. I was talking to a friend. I was giving him my address, and so I told him Scott Dunseith, Reno Envy, 89523. And he's like, Reno Envy? I'm like, Reno Envy? So it was kind of at that moment, that was our aha moment, where I realized that the state abbreviation for Nevada, NV, sounded like the word envy. So that's where it all started from. What's great about the downtown Reno community is that, people believe in Reno. We have something here. People really love this community as much as I do, and people really resonated with the idea of having like a local brand. Downtown Reno honestly has been a challenge, but we're a small business and we've been down here since 2008. And honestly, if we can do it, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and we kind of wanted to prove to people that retail works. In 2012, rebranded ourselves, and we went from Reno Envy and renamed our brand the Home Means Nevada company, kind of try to support the local artists in the community by bringing their products in and selling them on their behalf. We have all sorts of great stuff. We have coffee from Glory Cloud. We have local honey. It's important for us to collaborate too with local celebrities. Krista Palmer is an Olympic athlete, and we had the opportunity to partner with her and create her own authentic Krista Palmer Battleborn t-shirt.
My name is Krista Palmer, Nevada's Olympic diver. This is a really special company to me because my roots are in Nevada. I grew up down in Carson City. I truly feel this connection between Home Means Nevada and my story. This has been a really cool partnership that I've been able to develop over the years with Scott. Projection of Reno downtown, I really see it opening up more doors for people to continue to get outside, continue to take their dogs for a walk and enjoy the Reno River Walk, to be able to have space to enjoy those lovely afternoons. I think that's where I kind of see the progression of Reno going, and for more people to enjoy what Reno is. It's truly a treasure here.
People believe in Reno, and we believe in Reno. There's so much opportunity and so many different types of people in downtown Reno. And the city of Reno has been great with this partnership with the Visitor Center. The RSCVA has been great. The collaborations that we do with the community, with the university, with Krista Palmer, Olympic athlete, it really is about a community that kind of binds us together. If we didn't have that support, we wouldn't be able to survive in downtown Reno. I've always felt like Reno's been kind of our little secret, and we love to share that secret. We love to see Reno grow and prosper. Great for shopping for friends, great for gift giving. Just come on down, visit us, check it out. It's been a while.
Come visit downtown Reno and see what you're missing.
Do you want to make a difference in your neighborhood? The City of Reno's 6 neighborhood advisory boards are your chance to shape the future of your community. From parks and public safety to development projects, your voice matters. Joining a NAB is easy, and it's a great way to connect with neighbors and city leaders while making Reno an even better place to live. Applications are open now. Visit reno.gov/NAB to learn more and apply. Get involved and help make Reno not just livable, but lovable.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. It's an honor to connect with you as we look back on 2024, a year of innovation, strong work, and unwavering dedication to protecting our community. The Reno Fire Department reached incredible milestones, overcame challenges, and made a real impact on the biggest little city. Let's look back at 2024 and the achievements and highlights of the Reno Fire Department.
2024's wildland season tested our region with incidents like the Gold Ranch, Davis, and Callahan fires, straining resources from across the West. Although these fires happened just outside Reno city limits, our firefighters stepped up to assist while ensuring our Reno community remained well protected. In 2024, RFD deployed 264 resources to more than 100 wildland fires, contributing over 65,000 hours of work. These efforts brought nearly $2 million in reimbursements back to the department. Right here at home, we responded to 51,737 calls for service, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous year. Our commitment to service continues to grow along with our community.
The Safety and Training Division saw impressive growth in 2024, paving the way for a stronger, more skilled team. We proudly promoted 11 captains and 8 operators, hired 25 new firefighters, and welcomed 5 single-role EMS personnel. This year, we ran 2 3-week fire equipment operator engine academies, 1 2-week fire equipment operator truck academy, and a 2-week acting captain's academy. These intensive programs help sharpen our skills and prepare our teams for any situation. We also expanded our monthly company-level training sessions, introducing specialized active shooter training and wide area search exercises. And through partnerships with surrounding fire departments, we enhanced our response capabilities for wildland fires and hazmat operations. Additionally, we upgraded the training facilities at Station 11 with new technology to improve the delivery of our programs, ensuring our team is always ready to meet the demands of our city.
The Reno Fire Prevention Bureau experienced significant strides this year in 2024, starting with the appointment of a new fire marshal, 3 fire captains, and 3 new fire inspectors. Our team saw great success in our arson investigations, achieving an impressive 80% conviction rate, and completed over 6,000 building inspections to help keep Reno safe. For the 4th consecutive year, we hosted our dumpster program thanks to a grant from State Farm. This program helps neighborhoods in the wildland-urban interface clear dry vegetation and debris, creating defensible space. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped reduce wildfire risk in our community. In 2024, we were also thrilled to receive nearly $245,000 from FEMA's Fire Prevention and Safety Grant to develop a community wildfire protection plan. This comprehensive framework will prioritize wildfire mitigation efforts, improve emergency preparedness, and ensure long-term safety for Reno's residents and infrastructure. Keep an eye out in the coming months for ways to get involved. We're excited to collaborate with you.
In 2024, we worked closely with our community partners to update the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The plan assesses the potential impact of all prioritized hazards to the region and provides mitigation strategies and actions to reduce such risks. The update ensures the plan remains effective in addressing the evolving needs of our communities. We also prioritized firefighter health with initiatives like our 4th annual cancer screenings and the introduction of the coronary calcium scan. These proactive prevention programs are vital in detecting early markers of heart disease and cancer, critical steps for firefighters facing heightened risks associated with their profession. Additionally, we launched a groundbreaking pilot program with the Epic Brain Center, exploring enhanced mind-body performance treatments. This innovative approach supports firefighters dealing with PTSD and other mental health challenges, while empowering them with improved executive function to perform at their best.
2024 was a landmark year for the Reno Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division with 30,649 calls for service. Collaboration played a key role in 2024 as we joined forces with regional partners to strengthen our unified response to medical emergencies.
We were excited to welcome our new EMS management assistant and expand our specialized training for our single role program. Ensuring our EMS team is always prepared to meet our community's high demand for advanced emergency medical services. We conducted division-level training on new medical equipment, including cutting-edge video laryngoscope blades that are vital in life-saving situations and new medications that can be used to treat various patient presentations by our mid and advanced level providers. We also implemented a new medical charting platform, further enhancing patient care.
Reno Fire Department's Support Services Division achieved significant milestones in 2024. Enhanced vehicle maintenance and repair, increased apparatus safety, and equipment modernization. Through our apparatus replacement program, we added 2 new brush trucks designed for firefighting in rugged terrain and a state-of-the-art ambulance, ensuring our fleet meets the diverse needs of our community. We also enhanced operations by refining the use of fleet cameras throughout our vehicles, These systems capture critical moments during incidents, training, and daily operations, providing insights that improve safety and support crew education. Our logistics team continues to push innovation forward, adopting advanced battery-powered tools on our fire engines and ladder trucks, and improved personal protective equipment. These enhancements extend equipment lifespan, improve functionality, and prioritize firefighter safety. Looking ahead, we're excited to introduce a new heavy rescue apparatus in 2025, the first of its kind for our department since 1986. As an all-risk fire department supporting many different types of incidents, this edition ensures our crews are ready to respond to any emergency, no matter the challenge.
As we reflect on 2024, the Reno Fire Department has much to celebrate. From our interlocal agreement with the Reno-Tahoe Airport Authority, enabling us to assume firefighting services across all airport properties, and our partnership with Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, which now provides automatic aid to ensure the closest resource responds to emergencies, no matter the jurisdiction. We're building the foundation for continued growth and excellence. I'm pleased to share that we also received the keys to 455 East 2nd Street, our future central fire station. We're excited to begin serving you from this state-of-the-art facility in 2027. At RFD, we believe that being part of the community is just as important as responding to emergencies. Whether it's hosting fire safety programs, participating in local events, or building relationships with residents, we strive to be more than the first responders. We're your neighbors, partners, and advocates for a safer region. None of our work would be possible without the dedication of our team and the unwavering support of our Reno City Council, state and federal representatives. Their commitment ensures RFD is always ready to serve and protect our community. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, thank you for your trust and support. Together we accomplished so much in 2024, and we look forward to an even brighter and safer year ahead. Thank you for standing with us.
Grab a slice, hitch a ride, get a rush, and roll the dice. Step into a world where Nevada's northern lights shine bright, and last calls are rare in a city that never sleeps, where the spirit of the Wild West lives on through daring rapids, and rocking out goes beyond the crowds. Founded on the rebels of resilience, we aren't what you expected, we're what's coming. We don't just embrace downtown, we infuse it with life. We are a convergence of adventure, art, and taste. It's not just our city, it's our identity. The mighty Truckee our lifeline, and the Nevada sky as our backdrop, downtown Reno is a tribute to our roots and a leap into the future. Discover 110 blocks of stories of residents, entrepreneurs, creators, and masters of their craft coming together in the spirit of discovery and progress. In a city that never ceases to reinvent itself, we are the unexpected. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your story?
Grab a slice, hitch a ride, get a rush, and roll the dice. Step into a world where Nevada's northern lights shine bright and last calls are rare in the city that never sleeps, where the spirit of the Wild West lives on through daring rapids and rocking out goes beyond the crowds. We're the unexpected in a city that never ceases to reinvent itself. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your...
You know how speeders got categories? Categories? Different types, different cars. Wannabe race car drivers with zero talent and all the insurance claims. Go on. Yeah, so you got the I didn't realize I was going 95 type. Like the car magically went 45 over just on its own.
Ah, officer, I thought I was going 45. Nobody. You thought about going 45.
Well, then you got the I'm late for work guys. Like going 25 over is gonna make up for the 30 minutes they spent laying in bed watching TikToks.
Ain't nothing like risking a reckless driving charge to get to a job that you already hate.
We can't forget the I was just keeping up with traffic folks.
Oh, the if everybody jumped off the bridge defense.
Just because everybody else is breaking the law doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Nah, but it does mean we all get to sit on the side of the road together while we trade live stories and I write this ticket at lightning speed. There's one.
Yeah, we got a black Volkswagen headed your way, guys.
Got him.
In all seriousness, Reno, we need to slow down when driving on our roads.
Speed and impairment are the two biggest factors in fatality crashes.
That is why the Reno Police Department will be conducting proactive speeding enforcement on McCarran and around the city.
Slow down, Reno.
Nevada?
I'm not from Nevada, and pretty sure the speed limit signs all look the same everywhere.
We're the unexpected in a city that never ceases to reinvent itself. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your story?
I'm Corey. I'm a housing manager with the City of Reno, and we are here at our second Love Your Block project, pop-up nursery for Yory Avenue residents. We had residents of this neighborhood apply, and we've got about 75 plants and trees here to give out to the neighbors to beautify the neighborhood, get a little more green here. One day of planting and a lifetime of shade and beautiful greenery in the neighborhood.
The Yory Pop-Up Nursery is a project that my neighbor and I kind of came up with. People get to beautify their yards. Sometimes landscaping is intimidating due to the cost. This initiative, this project helps kind of eliminate that obstacle for a lot of people. And so it'll be nice to see more plants in more people's yards and just make more of a beautiful neighborhood. Secondarily, I'm a huge fan of pollinators and native plants. And so getting more of those in the ground is just going to help the environment overall.
It's super exciting. I love this project. I started the Be Friendly campaign, which was created to help people talk to their neighbors. So a lot of times when you start a pollinator garden in your front yard, it doesn't look like a traditional yard. So I created these signs to kind of help with communication. It's a great neighborhood gathering, and I'm super proud to be a part of it.
We're just so excited to be here in partnership with Reno Food Systems, Be Friendly Nevada, and the Nevada Division of Forestry, alongside all these neighbors to get in the neighborhood and get planting.
The Pioneer Center is a nonprofit performing arts center located in the heart of downtown Reno. We are in an absolutely gorgeous, one-of-a-kind historic building right on the banks of the Truckee River. Our building was constructed in the 1960s, so we have been open and operating as a nonprofit performing arts center for over 56 years now. I'm Denise Sewell. I'm the CEO of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. One of the amazing things about being a community performing arts center is our historic stage is the very first performance opportunity for so many young children in the area. Aspiring young musicians and dancers will perform their first recitals here on our stage. There is an incredible magic when all of those children come into this professional theater for the first time. The feedback we get from those children and from their parents is that it's literally life-changing for them to have those first experiences on our stage. And we know that many of those people choose to stay in this community and build their lives here in Reno as they grow, and they remember those first experiences and what it meant to them. We are quite literally in the bedrock of downtown Reno, and we're not going anywhere. And we really have seen and felt a tremendous improvement since the business district has created the Downtown Reno Partnership. The work of the ambassadors to provide casual folks on the street with directions, with assistance. They are the friendliest, most helpful people out in the community. The name is well earned, Downtown Reno Partnership. We really do feel that they are partners in helping to make downtown the place that we all see in our hearts, that we really know it is. They've just been an incredible asset to downtown, and we've been really grateful to work with them.
My name is Adam Cates, and I am the Director of Community Engagement for the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. The Pioneer Center is the hub of the performing arts in our region right here in downtown Reno. We are the home to some incredible organizations, from the world-class Reno Philharmonic Orchestra to Art Town, who brings in incredible performances from across the world, and AVA Ballet Theater, who present the annual Nutcracker, a tradition for so many families in northern Nevada. The Pioneer Center is the place to come for the best of world-class performances. One thing that I love is the way that the bar and restaurant scene has just exploded over the past decade or so. And many of those incredible restaurants and bars and establishments are right here in downtown Reno. They're right across the street. They're right down the block from us. And it's been really wonderful to have a central gathering place like the Pioneer Center that is also able to engage with many of the restaurants and bars in our region.
As the footprint of the city continues to push outward and more incredible folks learn about and want to be part of and want to live here, the heart of Reno remains right here along the river in the core of downtown. This is that unique identity of the city, and arts and culture have that unbelievable ability to weave into the fabric of the identity of a city. It's through bringing so many different folks together for so many different kinds of experiences, all authentic, all genuine, all designed to bring you together and uplift each other and to explore what it means to be human together through the arts. There is no limit to what that can do to change people's lives and to enrich a city well into the future. So whatever the future has in store for Reno, arts and culture are a critical part of our identity. They always have been and they always will be. We at the Pioneer Center, together with all of our friends throughout the arts and culture community here, we will continue to evolve and adapt and explore new ways of making connections. And all of that will continue to happen right here in the heart of downtown, along with the other amazing organizations that make up this area with us.
Downtown Reno is where the best of the performing arts live.
Downtown Reno is alive with arts, culture, and entertainment.
My name is Par Tolles, and I am the CEO and founder of Tolles Development. I grew up in the Bay Area, in Menlo Park, and I moved to Reno in 1994. Met a pretty girl and chased her down and got married and decided to put down roots here, and ended up being a really vibrant place for us to not only do business but grow a family, and it's been a wonderful decision. I always had the desire to start my own business, and in 2016 started Tolles Development Company with the goal to focus on all product types of real estate, but with extra effort downtown. We bought a portfolio of office buildings with the goal to redevelop those buildings and really try to push downtown Reno into its next level. We also did that with Midtown. We bought a portfolio of retail buildings, turned that into what is now a very vibrant area. People always ask me if Reno the next Portland, is it the next Austin? My response has always been, we're Reno. We have this really interesting quilt. I love the fact we're not trying to turn it into somewhere else, but that we're allowing it to evolve in its own really unique way. Private investment in downtowns, it's hard, but it's also incredibly important. Downtown Reno's really got a nice platform for additional mixed-use development. We have a good foundation of retail, good foundation of office, good residential, arts and culture. We have a river that runs through it. It's important for us to move where the market is telling us to go, but also to be more than just financially oriented. I think it's important to take a longer-term view when you're redeveloping and trying to obviously not only making returns for your investors, but also making more social returns for the community itself. I think we have a collaborative culture here. We're part of the fabric of this community. These businesses are our friends. You know? We don't have big commutes. People want to be together. We'll never leave Reno. This office portfolio and the Midtown portfolio right before COVID. I've seen the vibrancy of downtown. It hasn't been hot as bad as it could, and now we're prepared to continue to move it forward with good development. It's easy to stay in suburbia, but it's certainly not as fun. And you haven't come to downtown Reno yet, please come visit us. I promise you, you will make it your Friday night date night. It is one of the most vibrant, special cities on the West. I can't wait for you to experience it if you haven't done it yet.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of RHA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
The program is new and we just started housing people within about the last month. We have several folks now staying at the Village on Sage, working with a service coordinator.
Partnerships like this give RHA the opportunity to assist more families outside of our traditional programs. And it's these innovative partnerships that create a stepping stone from temporary housing into long-term permanent housing.
So specifically, this program works with individuals who are on a fixed or low income who can't afford conventional rents. And they're eligible for a housing voucher, but they still have to take the time to wait for that voucher. So it allows us to support them in that intermediary time frame so they can stay housed and have access to services. I know specifically with this program, a lot of our folks are coming directly from the street and haven't had a rental in a very long time. Specifically, Mikey hadn't paid rent in over a decade. And so it was really exciting for him to come to the office with his money and just celebrate that new experience that he got to have.
Hi, I'm Mike, and welcome to Village on Sage. We're, come on, let's go look around. There's this, yeah, oh. Here, welcome. And this is what we get. I got a brand new television. It's an Element. This is one of the finer televisions. You're welcome to bring your transportation inside with you. Nobody cares as long as you keep it neat and tidy. What can I tell you? The door's open, the train's right there, you know. So if you like trains, excellent. And this is where all the magic happens. This is where the happiness, you know, where we come to ground out. And this is just where, you know, we can be ourselves. I know it's cold out there. It's cold, and you don't want to be homeless in the high desert. Guys, if you don't have a room, you want to get a room, think about Village on Sage. I know it doesn't look like all that from the entranceway, but you never judge a book by its cover, right?
The Village on Sage Street is ideal for the Rapid Rehousing Program because we're in a transitional setting by means that they're month-to-month units, so they have their own space where they can find and build their comfort and also build community while having access to a multitude of supportive services.
The program service coordinator ensures that clients receive the assistance they need as they transition out of homelessness and into Village on Sage, and then ultimately will help them navigate through RHA's admissions process. The program also helps clients prepare for permanent housing and the adjustments that they're experiencing as they move out of homelessness and eventually into permanent housing.
My hope for the future of this program is that we get folks housed and off of the street and they're into safe permanent housing that they can afford in the long run.
RHA hopes that clients assisted through the program can find respite from living on the streets and ultimately find long-term, safe, permanent, affordable housing.
On top of just having a unit here at the Village on Sage Street of their own, they also have access to community resources. Those resources include a community fitness room, a conference room, community lounge, a mail room, computer room, on-site laundry, and on-site vending.
Unit here at the Village, they're $555. So in this instance that somebody can afford $300, the program would fill in the $255 monthly, and then that would keep them housed until their permanent unit came open. That would be subsidized to the amount of money that they make.
RHA is always looking for opportunities to fill gaps in the affordable housing landscape, and it's a partnership like this where 3 community agencies came together to do just that.
Volunteers America is grateful to have the opportunity to partner with the City of Reno and Reno Housing Authority to run this pilot program and provide additional housing for folks who are on a fixed income and otherwise waiting for their permanent housing.
Community can support this program through donating to Volunteers of America or making donations to the City of Reno. We have had a donation from some of our local housing champions of $20,000 that is going to help extend it a little bit also. So those are the two ways that folks can get involved and make donations to keep this program going.
One of the reasons why I joined RCI was just out of curiosity to know more about what the City of Reno does for everyone who lives here. It was a very genuine interaction with all of the people that we were able to meet throughout this process. That experience was incredible.
I'm a small business owner, and so I definitely felt disconnected. Not in a bad way, but in the way where I'm like, oh, if I have an issue, who do I call? And this seemed like a great opportunity to get a lot of information in a relatively short period.
You might touch the street department, or you might touch the police department, the fire department, for whatever reason, just being a regular citizen. But you wouldn't learn about almost all aspects of city government and how it operates.
I have never seen a city that has been so people-oriented. I mean, it really seems like they care, and I love that about Reno. I love it.
This is definitely eye-opening, informative. It's a way to just learn how the city runs and to meet incredible people.
Street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, getting people connected, and running them through some kind of education and connection, I think is incredibly valuable.
You'll have an incredible time. You won't regret it.
It's a benefit all the way around, I think.
Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with Reno Public Safety Dispatch to discuss calling 911. Erin, what tips do you have for the community?
Well, definitely it's a life-saving, life-threatening emergency. You need to call 911. Things for immediate police, fire, medical response. Make sure you know your location to give the call taker, and only use text to 911 if you can't make a voice call.
Well, this is good information to know. And what should the residents also know about dispatch?
We do have a non-emergency number for all the rest of the calls that aren't emergencies, 334 COPS. Those are things for like parking problems or graffiti. It's also important to know that our call takers take over 500,000 calls a year. So we get pretty busy, but we're always looking for more dispatchers. If you're interested, go to reno.gov/dispatch for a job description.
Outstanding information. Thank you, Erin. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here today to discuss Community Court. Judge Hazlett Stevens, what exactly can you tell us about Community Court?
Thanks, Chris. We hold Community Court each Wednesday here at the downtown Reno Library. It is an innovative approach to the justice system that offers services rather than jail time for our participants, many of whom are homeless. Services needed include those for substance use disorders, mental illness, chronic homelessness, and chronic unemployment.
This is all good to know, but how does this differ from traditional incarceration?
Community courts reduce crime, increase services to victims, reduce unnecessary use of jail, and save money by collaborating with service providers using a problem-solving approach instead of jail. We also recently implemented a treatment readiness program on site.
This is all great to know. Thank you so much, Judge. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with the Reno Police Department to discuss the dangers of distracted driving. Officer Reza, what advice do you have on this topic?
Thanks, Chris. Distracted driving claimed over 3,000 lives in 2020. Here locally at the Reno Police Department, we would like to remind everybody that it is illegal to use any electronic handheld device while driving. Texting has become increasingly dangerous.
Outstanding. And what other tips do you have for the community?
If you do need to make a text or make a phone call, simply pull over on the side of the road where it's safe to do so. Once you've pulled over, it is now safe to make that text message or make that phone call. You can even put your cell phone in the back seat, in the trunk, or even in the glove box until you reach your final destination.
Thank you, Officer Reza. And dig this. For more information, go to renopd.com. Also, don't forget to follow the City of Reno and RPD on your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're going to discuss making a fire escape plan. Joining us is Chief Mandel from Reno Fire Department.
Thanks, Chris. A fire escape plan is essential because it lets everyone in your household know exactly what to do in case of a fire. Seconds matter in the event of a fire, and an escape plan can make a world of difference. Start by drawing a floor plan of your home and marking all possible exits from each room. Then designate a meeting point outside, a safe distance from the home. Practice your escape plan regularly with everyone in your household, especially children. It's important to make sure that everybody knows how to operate windows and doors. It's also important to teach household members to stay low to the ground and smoke and to feel doors for heat before opening them.
Thank you, Chief Mandel. To create your own fire escape plan, scan the QR code on the screen or visit reno.gov/fire. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. From lap swimming and drop-in sports to fitness equipment, the City of Reno offers many opportunities to get active and have fun. You may even be able to access these offerings at no cost. Kayla, what should residents know about insurance reimbursement?
Thanks, Chris. Our Parks and Recreation Department recently expanded their offerings with insurance companies, offering memberships to them at no cost.
Well, this is exciting. How does it work and who qualifies?
Yeah, the program offers memberships through their individual insurance company. The insurance company then reimburses the City of Reno for each visit that they come and use our facilities. The expansion of this program is especially beneficial to our seniors. However, it qualifies anyone 18 or older. You just need to contact your insurance company.
Thank you, Kayla. And don't forget to contact your insurance company to learn more. Visit reno.gov/parksandrec for more information. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with maintenance and operations to discuss leaves. Tim, with fall being here, what advice do you have about leaf removal?
Thanks, Chris. This is typically the time of year we start to see the leaves drop, and it's pretty simple. Property owners are responsible for the removal of leaves on their property, and we ask them to do this in a timely manner to help from flooding or clogging drains during a rainstorm.
This is good to know. What other advice do you have for the viewers?
So it is unlawful for homeowners or property owners to rake or blow leaves out into the street. So we ask them to please place them in their garbage cans or in a bag with the excess waste sticker for garbage pickup on their days. And if they could help out our street sweepers by trimming their trees and removing parked cars and garbage cans, would be very helpful.
Outstanding information. Thank you, Tim. And don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're excited to spotlight the city's new Rolling Recreation Center, a mobile recreation center designed to bring fun and activities to communities across the city. Here's Kayla Snow to tell us more.
Thanks, Chris. Our Rolling Recreation Center is all about making accessible recreation for everyone in our community. Our mobile recreation center travels to various parks following the schedule of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada Kids Cafe Summer Meals Program. This means that not only do kids get free recreational activities, but also a free meal. Our program offers a wide range of activities for people of all ages, including sports, games, arts and crafts, and so much more. The Rolling Recreation Center is free and open to the public. We welcome everyone of all ages to come out, have fun, and enjoy our city parks.
Thank you, Kayla. Visit reno.gov/parks and rec to find out when the Rolling Recreation trailer rolls through a park near you. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with the Reno Police Department to discuss the SAVE volunteer program. Evan, what is SAVE?
Thanks, Chris. SAVE is an acronym that stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. It's a wonderful organization that comprises of seniors, and they help the police department with additional resources, and through their patrols they help with crime prevention and observations.
Outstanding. Also, if someone wants to volunteer, how do they get involved?
Basically, anyone in SAVE is 50 years of age or older. We ask that they volunteer 16 hours a month, and they can, if you're interested, either call, email, or visit the website for Reno PD.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Evan. And don't forget to follow RPD and the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. Hello, and welcome to the Reno Minute. I'm Chris Payne. We're here this week with Public Works to discuss street rehabilitation and maintenance. Jonathan, what can you tell us about this program?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Our Public Works departments were working really hard to improve our neighborhood streets in our community. For instance, we're just finishing up a rehab project in Midtown where we included the replacement of our roadways, streets, sewer, and even had alleyway improvements.
Well, this is good to know, but how are these neighborhoods chosen?
Sure, Chris, good question. The city inspects all our local roadways and calculates a pavement condition index, or a PCI score. The streets with the lowest PCI scores are grouped and ranked based on factors such as utility placement or proximity to essential services. If you'd like more information, please visit our website at reno.gov/capital projects.
Thanks so much, Jonathan, and don't forget to follow the City of Reno on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute.
Do you know how to survive a fire in your home? I'm John. This is Katie with the Reno Fire Department. And today we want to share some important information with you.
To survive, you need to know the basics of fire behavior. A fire needs 3 things to exist: fuel, heat, and oxygen.
The best way to do this is to keep the fuel side of the triangle away from the heat side. The easiest way to survive a fire is to prevent it from happening in the first place.
Today we'll show you some ways to prevent fires from happening, and if they do start, how to evacuate safely.
Cooking is the main cause of home fires and fire injuries, and you can prevent them. Here's how. First, stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn the burner off. Then, watch what you're cooking. Fires start when the heat is too high. If you see any smoke or the grease start to boil, turn the burner off. Another thing to keep in mind is to turn pot handles toward the back of the stove. Then no one can bump them or pull them. Finally, keep combustibles away from the burners. Believe it or not, dogs have turned on burners accidentally while trying to get food stored on top of ranges.
In our modern world, lithium-ion batteries are everywhere. These types of batteries can be dangerous. So here's some things to keep in mind. Stop using them if you notice an odor, a change in color, too much heat, change in shape, leaking, or odd noises. Charge and store spare lithium-ion batteries away from anything that can burn. Don't put lithium-ion batteries in direct sunlight or keep them in hot cars. This is a fire risk.
Here are some other things around the house to remember. Keep anything that can burn at least 3 feet from the furnace, oil burner, wood stoves, water heaters, and other heat-generating equipment. When it comes to cooking appliances, space heaters, washers and dryers, they should be plugged directly into wall outlets. Clean lint filters every time you use the dryer, and never leave a burning candle alone.
Looking at the triangle again, the third component is oxygen. Fire needs oxygen to survive. Progression of fire can be slowed by compartmentalizing your home. The easiest way to do this is to keep room doors and windows closed. The garage typically houses many potential ignition sources and heavy fuel loads. So make sure the man door between the garage and living space is a solid core door with a fire rating of no less than 20 minutes. Any alterations to this door, including pet door installs, will allow a fire that starts in the garage to quickly progress into the living space. Many home fires can start outside and spread into your home, so don't store garbage or combustibles under windows or next to doors. Remove vegetation that is against your exterior walls, especially if it is dead and dying. Juniper brush may look green on the outside, but under the green hides dead needles that can easily ignite.
Even with our best intentions, accidents can occur. Always be prepared to escape. On average, you only have about 2 minutes to escape a fire once a smoke alarm sounds. Working smoke alarms are critical. Install and maintain them in every sleeping room and every floor. Test the battery monthly and replace it if over 10 years old. Know 2 ways out of every room and make a meeting space. If you have children in the house, take time to draw a plan and explain it to them in a way that makes sense to them. The biggest takeaway is to make a plan and practice it.
One common mistake we see after fires is that residents will open doors and windows, thinking this will let the heat and smoke out of the house. Remember, fire seeks oxygen. Adding air to fire only makes it bigger and spread to those openings. When exiting, close the doors and windows behind you.
For more information on fire survival, please visit our website at reno.gov/fire. Thank you. Be safe. Hi boys and girls, my name is John, Fire Marshal for the City of Reno. Did you know a fire occurs in a house every 65 seconds in our country? That's like every minute. Sadly, this also means many people get hurt. Your ability to get out of your home during the fire depends on early warning from fire and knowing how to escape if a fire happens. Fires can happen anywhere. The question is, are you prepared? Our Extreme team is going to help you make a home escape plan. When you are done with that home escape plan, teach it to your family and other members in your household so they can escape fire as well. If you do that, you can be part of the Reno Fire Department Extreme Team. This is Boston, our fire dog. He's going to introduce you to our Fire Extreme team.
Thanks, John. Meet the Extreme Team. Together, we're making a fire escape plan. This is Sean. He takes care of me every day, and he'll talk about fire alarms. Shelly's here too. Shelly will teach us how to get out and stay out. This is Katie, and she'll talk about finding a safe meeting place. And finally, Talina is really excited to talk about why we need to practice our plan.
The first part of a home escape plan is a working smoke alarm. Fire produces smoke. Smoke and hot gases move upward towards the ceiling. As a fire gets bigger, the smoke and hot gases move downward towards the floor and superheat the room until everything in the room catches fire. That's why smoke alarms are so important. They detect fire and warn you before the fire gets too big and you can't escape. Because smoke goes up, smoke alarms should be installed on the ceiling or high point of the wall. They should be in every sleeping room, hallway outside the sleeping room, and every floor. Smoke alarms should be tested every month to make sure they work. Have your parents or older brother and sister help you with this, as you may need a ladder. To test the smoke alarm, push and hold the test button for 3 seconds. It should make a loud beeping noise. If it does not make a loud beeping noise, then have your mom or dad replace the battery or install a new alarm.
Thanks, Sean. Smoke alarms can be loud and scary, especially if it goes off when you're sleeping and dreaming of chasing rabbits. If I hear an alarm, I will wake up immediately and run outside. But I have 4 legs and am low to the ground. You're human, so you need to be more careful when getting outside. Right, Shelly?
That's right, Boston. Remember, fire produces heat and smoke that travels up. Have you ever tried to breathe in smoke? Smoke can hurt your lungs, especially if it's superheated. If you smell or see smoke, you want to stay under the smoke. If you are in bed, when the smoke alarm activates, don't stand up. Roll out of bed onto your hands and knees. Stay low and go. Always know 2 ways out of any room. For most people, the first way out is the door they came into the room. That should be your first way out. Remember to stay low. Crawl to the door and feel the door for heat before opening it. The best way to do this is to feel the doorknob and face of the door with the back side of your hand. If it is cool, then open the door slightly and look for smoke. If you do not see smoke, go outside to your safe meeting place. If you do see smoke, close the door and go to your second way out. Usually, the second way out is the window. Don't break the window. Broken glass can cut you. Practice opening the window in your room when you get home. If you have a screen, practice popping out the screen with your parents. It's usually pretty easy. If you live on an upper floor, talk to your mom or dad about getting a fire escape ladder and learn how to use it.
Thanks, Shelly. So if you hear an alarm, don't hide, get outside. If there is smoke, stay low and go. But once you're outside, where do you go?
That is a great question, Boston. Everyone in your household needs to know where to go, so when firefighters arrive, they know who is safe and who needs to be rescued. A meeting place should be a safe distance from the building. A tree, mailbox, or even a neighbor's house is a good, safe meeting place because they don't move. A car, garbage can, or traffic cone is not, because they may not be there when the fire actually happens. Once you're out, call 911 if you have a phone. Now let's go back inside and answer some questions.
Thanks, Katie. My first question is, should a person go back inside a burning house to rescue somebody else?
Once you are out, stay out. Never go back in for anyone or anything. Once firefighters arrive, they are trained and have the tools to rescue anyone still in the building.
What if I live on the 3rd floor and I cannot get out?
That is a great question. If you're stuck in your room and cannot get out, make sure your room door is closed. Hang a towel or sheet outside your window. This acts as a signal to the firefighters outside that someone is still in the building. We will come get you. When firefighters enter the home, they will be dressed in turnouts and be wearing a mask, helmet, and a tank. This can make them look very scary. The mask they will wear will make a noise like Darth Vader. Remember, they are here to rescue you. Fire can make a lot of noise, so you need to say loud words over the noise to help firefighters find you. Help is always a good choice.
Now that's a lot of good information. But now what?
Well, Boston, now we draw and practice our plan. Pretend you are a superhero flying over your house. From this view, draw a map of your home. Include the rooms and all windows and doors. Now identify which rooms are used for sleeping and draw a green arrow showing your first way out and a red arrow showing your second way out. Draw your safe meeting place and circle it with both colors. Now the important part, practice. Sit down with all the family in your household. Identify where all the smoke alarms are and test them. Practice rolling out of bed and crawling to the door and then the window. Practice escaping from your door and out your window and meeting at your safe meeting place.
That's great. So to make a great escape plan, start with a working smoke alarm, have at least 2 ways out of every room, and meet at your safe meeting place.
That's right, Boston. Now you have the knowledge to join our team. Let's get to work.
Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. It's back to school time, and we're here with Officer Johnson from the Reno Police Department to discuss some great reminders on how to keep our students safe.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Here at the Reno Police Department, we want to ensure a safe school year for every child in our community, and so we have some important tips and reminders for drivers. Slow down in school zones. Always adhere to posted speed limits. Stop for school buses. It's illegal to pass a school bus that is stopped to unload or load children. Yield to pedestrians, especially in school zones and residential areas. Avoid distractions, such as using your phone while driving. The Reno Police Department will be increasing enforcement in and around schools this summer and fall to help keep all of our students and pedestrians safe.
Thank you, Officer Johnson, and don't forget to follow City of Reno and RPD on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we're excited to spotlight the city's new Rolling Recreation Center, a mobile recreation center designed to bring fun and activities to communities across the city. Here's Kayla Snow to tell us more.
Thanks, Chris. Our Rolling Recreation Center is all about making accessible recreation for everyone in our community. Our mobile recreation center travels to various parks following the schedule of the Food Bank of Northern Nevada Kids Cafe Summer Meals Program. This means that not only do kids get free recreational activities, but also a free meal. Our program offers a wide range of activities for people of all ages, including sports, games, arts and crafts, and so much more. The Rolling Recreation Center is free and open to the public. We welcome everyone of all ages to come out, have fun, and enjoy our city parks.
Thank you, Kayla. Visit reno.gov/parks and rec to find out when the Rolling Recreation trailer rolls through a park near you. So now you know with Reno. Thank you for watching the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. If you're looking for a career in a fast-paced environment, perhaps becoming a Reno police officer could be for you. Let's go inside and speak with Officer Hunter Mercurio and find out more.
Thanks, Chris. The Reno Police Department is on a continuous hiring basis. If you're interested in finding a career in law enforcement and finding a job with purpose, come join us today. Also, being a Reno police officer in Reno makes my city not just livable, but lovable. Every day looks completely different, and you're normally going to somebody's worst day, but you get to be that opportunity to make a change in their life and hopefully better their day. If you're interested in becoming a police officer, go to the City of Reno jobs page and apply for the police officer recruit position. If you have any questions about becoming a police officer or want to come do a ride-along with us, you can reach me at recruiter@reno.gov, or you can reach me at my phone number 775-437-0043. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. Today we turn our attention to motorcycle safety, a crucial topic for our roads. Joining us is Officer Chris Johnson from the Reno Police Department.
Thanks, Chris. One concerning trend that we're observing is an increase in speed-related incidents involving motorcycles. Another issue we're facing is lane splitting, which is illegal in Nevada, but unfortunately still occurs frequently. Speeding reduces the rider's ability to react to unexpected situations, increasing the likelihood of accidents and the severity of injuries. Lane splitting, besides being against the law here, is dangerous because it puts motorcyclists in a close proximity to other vehicles, increasing the risk of a collision. We also urge vehicle drivers to be aware of their surroundings, including motorcycles. Check your mirrors and blind spots often, especially before changing lanes or making turns. And remember, always give motorcyclists plenty of space on the road.
Thank you, Officer Johnson, for sharing these important insights. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute. Hello, I'm Chris Payne, and it's time for the Reno Minute. We're here today with Reno Fire Inspector Talina Sky to discuss Wildland-Urban Interface, or WUI, and how you can protect your home from wildfires.
Thanks, Chris. The Wildland-Urban Interface, or WUI, is the area where urban development meets wildland. These areas are at increased risk of wildfires. The City of Reno has implemented several initiatives to help residents mitigate wildfire risks, such as creating a community wildfire protection plan, which outlines strategies for reducing wildfire hazards, fuel mitigation projects, such as Goats in Rosewood Canyon, and residents can also participate in our dumpster program, where they can dispose of green waste to enhance their defensible space. Residents should keep their home in the first 5 feet, non-combustible, and ember resistant.
Thank you, Talina. For more information from the Reno Fire Department, visit reno.gov/fire and follow RFD on all of your favorite social media platforms. So now you know with Reno. I'm Chris Payne for the Reno Minute.
I'm Jamie Peak with the City of Reno. I'm a housing and neighborhood development, and I'm a housing coordinator. And I met Michael with the Clean and Safe team. They were really instrumental in getting Michael into kind of like in contact with us, but we've helped him with some rental and deposit assistance and some private funding for a motel stay while we're trying to figure out his next moves.
My name is Michael Jean St. Clair. I'm a Reno resident here in Reno, Nevada. I'm sharing my story about how outreach helped me and my family out over the last year. My wife passed away about a month ago, so it's hard. This is my wife and my 3 kids, Michael, Tish, and Reba. My kids, they're my life. And I guess it was then that kind of made me realize that I needed to get out of this one situation about living in the RV and getting a place of our own. Well, we're staying with some friends, and then this landlord found out they were staying there, so I got my RV out of storage, and me and my family, we stayed in it for about 3 years, I believe, 3, maybe 4. And living in the RV, it was rough. 5 people in a small area. And then my RV broke down. They put a sticker on it for it to be towed, and one morning I woke up and the tow truck was there and said that they're gonna tow my vehicle. They wouldn't even give me a chance to move it. And they notified these people from the state, and they helped me get into put me and my family in a motel until they found this apartment. It's good to have family and friends and people like outreach to help out. I'm glad there's people like them out there to help. Just don't give up. There's people out there that can help, and if they offer to help, take the help.
RISE, well, especially the outreach, is mostly compiled of lived experience outreach specialists like myself. I was in a tent 3 years ago, so we understand what it's like to have that desperation, and we just try to meet people where they're at.
Just got tired of living the way we were living. I mean, we only had my wife's check and my daughter's check, and we were trying to find a place, but it's hard trying to find a place when everybody kind of looks down on you, I appreciate outreaches, and my goal is just stay here, provide for I made a promise to my wife that I'll make sure the kids always had a roof over their heads, so that's my goal.
Well, outreach, we'd like to do anything we could to assist you in doing so.
Yes, and like I said, I appreciate all your guys' help, and
It's all good, brother.
Yeah.
I'm glad we could help.
And I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
I used to come for the staycation. I used to come here and enjoy the hotels and go down to the river. And I was familiar with the Automobile Museum, but I never in a million years thought I'd be working here. My name is Philip McDougall. I'm the president of the National Automobile Museum. The history of the National Automobile Museum goes way, way back. So most people know the name Hara from the casinos, but they don't know the story behind it. Mr. Hara, he had a collection of 1,400 of the most unbelievable cars. And when he passed, he didn't have a will. The community got together and they said, you can't sell all these things. This is part of our community, it's part of our identity. We need to keep them here. They raised money to build the museum. The city said, we're gonna contribute the land if you get the money to build it. And then the Holiday Inn, who purchased all the assets of Mr. Harris' collection, said, if you do all that, then we're gonna throw in 175 cars of the total collection of 1,400. So all those things came together because the community thought it was important. And in 1989, the museum was opened up. We want to be a community partner, and we are great. We have events, we have older cars, newer cars, Elvis's car, Jurassic Park, Back to the Future. We have a brand new children's educational activity center, 3,000 square feet of technology for those kids and adults to get hands-on experience on how cars work, how next generation of technology was created. We wanted to be different. We wanted to embrace the community, be a community partner. We did a complete renovation, and then we went out with an active campaign, not in that car mode, not museum mode, but outdoor concerts, speakers series, parties, birthdays, and a whole new selection of cars. I think the biggest change is that we have a new exhibit every 60 days. It really is fun to watch how a family can come in and they'll just go in 5 different directions because we have something for every generation. It's not just a building, it's not just the cars that are in here, it's the people, it's the livelihoods of everybody that's around this town that keeps us going. The Downtown Partnership has been a lifesaver for us, just helping us overall in the day-to-day challenges we have, like any business downtown. We can't make it without the security issues addressed, without the communication addressed, and it's all one big team down here. So the restaurants help us, the businesses help us, everyone here, we all kind of depend on each other. And that's what we're trying to bring to the equation, is another partner who can help us all be a little bit stronger and a bigger community partner. I see a greater emphasis from the Downtown Partnership, from the elected officials, to the community leaders to get together and say, if we really want to succeed, we have to succeed as a group. No silos. The restaurants, the businesses, the gas stations, everybody that's here has to get a common bond. Otherwise, we're not going to succeed. It's the storytelling, it's the camaraderie, and we had that not only with us in the museum, but all the local businesses downtown here. We have the same common bond and passion. Downtown Reno is the place to be. It's a family place. It has something for everybody. Come to the museum, go to a local restaurant. You're gonna feel safe, you're gonna have fun, and you're gonna be 15 minutes away from wherever you live.
My name is Robert Downs. I'm a field specialist with RISE, and this experience with Bonnie Pace and the Pathway Pilot has been awesome and tremendous, and I'll never forget it.
What home means Nevada to me is just that. It's always a place that I find comfort and solace. We travel a lot, we camp a lot, and I just love coming home. Home means Nevada for so many reasons. My name is Scott Dunseith, and I'm the owner of the Home Means Nevada company, which was formerly Reno Envy. I grew up in the Bay Area, and I went to school at UNR, and my thought was that I would spend 2 years in Reno, and then I would go back home. But after the 2 years, I just fell in love with the place. I love the people, the community. It's just been awesome. I was talking to a friend. I was giving him my address, and so I told him Scott Dunseith, Reno Envy, 89523. And he's like, Reno Envy? I'm like, Reno Envy? So it was kind of at that moment, that was our aha moment, where I realized that the state abbreviation for Nevada, Envy, sounded like the word envy. So that's where it all started from. What's great about the downtown Reno community is that, people believe in Reno. We have something here. People really love this community as much as I do, and people really resonated with the idea of having like a local brand. Downtown Reno honestly has been a challenge, but we're a small business and we've been down here since 2008. And honestly, if we can do it, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and we kind of wanted to prove to people that retail works. In 2012, rebranded ourselves, and we went from Reno Envy and renamed our brand the Home Means Nevada company, kind of try to support the local artists in the community by bringing their products in and selling them on their behalf. We have all sorts of great stuff. We have coffee from Glory Cloud. We have local honey. It's important for us to collaborate too with local celebrities. Krista Palmer is an Olympic athlete, and we had the opportunity to partner with her and create her own authentic Krista Palmer Battleborn t-shirt.
My name is Krista Palmer, Nevada's Olympic diver. This is a really special company to me because my roots are in Nevada. I grew up down in Carson City. I truly feel this connection between Home Means Nevada and my story. This has been a really cool partnership that I've been able to develop over the years with Scott. Projection of Reno downtown, I really see it opening up more doors for people to continue to get outside, continue to take their dogs for a walk and enjoy the Reno River walk, to be able to have space to enjoy those lovely afternoons. I think that's where I kind of see the progression of Reno going, and for more people to enjoy what Reno is. It's truly a treasure here.
People believe in Reno, and we believe in Reno. There's so much opportunity and so many different types of people in downtown Reno. And the city of Reno has been great with this partnership with the Visitor Center. The RSCVA has been great. The collaborations that we do with the community, with the university, with Krista Palmer, Olympic athlete, it really is about a community that kind of binds us together. If we didn't have that support, we wouldn't be able to survive in downtown Reno. I've always felt like Reno's been kind of our little secret, and we love to share that secret. We love to see Reno grow and prosper. Great for shopping for friends, great for gift giving. Just come on down, visit us, check it out. It's been a while.
Come visit downtown Reno and see what you're missing.
Do you want to make a difference in your neighborhood? The City of Reno's 6 neighborhood advisory boards are your chance to shape the future of your community. From parks and public safety to development projects, your voice matters. Joining a NAB is easy, and it's a great way to connect with neighbors and city leaders while making Reno an even better place to live. Applications are open now. Visit reno.gov/NAB to learn more and apply. Get involved and help make Reno not just livable, but lovable.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. It's an honor to connect with you as we look back on 2024, a year of innovation, strong work, and unwavering dedication to protecting our community. The Reno Fire Department reached incredible milestones, overcame challenges, and made a real impact on the biggest little city. Let's look back at 2024 and the achievements and highlights of the Reno Fire Department.
2024's wildland season tested our region with incidents like the Gold Ranch, Davis, and Callahan fires, straining resources from across the West. Although these fires happened just outside Reno city limits, our firefighters stepped up to assist while ensuring our Reno community remained well protected. In 2024, RFD deployed 264 resources to more than 100 wildland fires, contributing over 65,000 hours of work. These efforts brought nearly $2 million in reimbursements back to the department. Right here at home, we responded to 51,737 calls for service, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous year. Our commitment to service continues to grow along with our community.
The Safety and Training Division saw impressive growth in 2024, paving the way for a stronger, more skilled team. We proudly promoted 11 captains and 8 operators, hired 25 new firefighters, and welcomed 5 single-role EMS personnel. This year, we ran 2 3-week fire equipment operator engine academies, 1 2-week fire equipment operator truck academy, and a 2-week acting captains academy. These intensive programs help sharpen our skills and prepare our teams for any situation. We also expanded our monthly company-level training sessions, introducing specialized active shooter training and wide area search exercises. And through partnerships with surrounding fire departments, we enhanced our response capabilities for wildland fires and hazmat operations. Additionally, we upgraded the training facilities at Station 11 with new technology to improve the delivery of our programs, ensuring our team is always ready to meet the demands of our city.
The Reno Fire Prevention Bureau experienced significant strides this year in 2024, starting with the appointment of a new fire marshal, 3 fire captains, and 3 new fire inspectors. Our team saw great success in our arson investigations, achieving an impressive 80% conviction rate, and completed over 6,000 building inspections to help keep Reno safe. For the 4th consecutive year, we hosted our dumpster program thanks to a grant from State Farm. This program helps neighborhoods in the wildland-urban interface clear dry vegetation and debris, creating defensible space. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped reduce wildfire risk in our community. In 2024, we were also thrilled to receive nearly $245,000 from FEMA's Fire Prevention and Safety Grant to develop a community wildfire protection plan. This comprehensive framework will prioritize wildfire mitigation efforts, improve emergency preparedness, and ensure long-term safety for Reno's residents and infrastructure. Keep an eye out in the coming months for ways to get involved. We're excited to collaborate with you.
In 2024, we worked closely with our community partners to update the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The plan assesses the potential impact of all prioritized hazards to the region and provides mitigation strategies and actions to reduce such risks. The update ensures the plan remains effective in addressing the evolving needs of our communities. We also prioritized firefighter health with initiatives like our 4th annual cancer screenings and the introduction of the coronary calcium scan. These proactive prevention programs are vital in detecting early markers of heart disease and cancer, critical steps for firefighters facing heightened risks associated with their profession. Additionally, we launched a groundbreaking pilot program with the Epic Brain Center, exploring enhanced mind-body performance treatments. This innovative approach supports firefighters dealing with PTSD and other mental health challenges, while empowering them with improved executive function to perform at their best.
2024 was a landmark year for the Reno Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division with 30,649 calls for service. Collaboration played a key role in 2024 as we joined forces with regional partners to strengthen our unified response to medical emergencies.
We were excited to welcome our new EMS management assistant and expand our specialized training for our single role program. Ensuring our EMS team is always prepared to meet our community's high demand for advanced emergency medical services. We conducted division-level training on new medical equipment, including cutting-edge video laryngoscope blades that are vital in life-saving situations and new medications that can be used to treat various patient presentations by our mid and advanced level providers. We also implemented a new medical charting platform, further enhancing patient care.
Reno Fire Department's Support Services Division achieved significant milestones in 2024. Enhanced vehicle maintenance and repair, increased apparatus safety, and equipment modernization. Through our apparatus replacement program, we added 2 new brush trucks designed for firefighting in rugged terrain and a state-of-the-art ambulance, ensuring our fleet meets the diverse needs of our community. We also enhanced operations by refining the use of fleet cameras throughout our vehicles. These systems capture critical moments during incidents, training, and daily operations, providing insights that improve safety and support crew education. Our logistics team continues to push innovation forward, adopting advanced battery-powered tools on our fire engines and ladder trucks, and improved personal protective equipment. These enhancements extend equipment lifespan, improve functionality, and prioritize firefighter safety. Looking ahead, we're excited to introduce a new heavy rescue apparatus in 2025. The first of its kind for our department since 1986. As an all-risk fire department supporting many different types of incidents, this edition ensures our crews are ready to respond to any emergency, no matter the challenge.
As we reflect on 2024, the Reno Fire Department has much to celebrate. From our interlocal agreement with the Reno-Tahoe Airport Authority, enabling us to assume firefighting services across all airport properties, and our partnership with Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, which now provides automatic aid to ensure the closest resource responds to emergencies, no matter the jurisdiction. We're building the foundation for continued growth and excellence. I'm pleased to share that we also received the keys to 455 East 2nd Street, our future central fire station. We're excited to begin serving you from this state-of-the-art facility in 2027. At RFD, we believe that being part of the community is just as important as responding to emergencies. Whether it's hosting fire safety programs, participating in local events, or building relationships with residents, we strive to be more than the first responders. We're your neighbors, partners, and advocates for a safer region. None of our work would be possible without the dedication of our team and the unwavering support of our Reno City Council, state and federal representatives. Their commitment ensures RFD is always ready to serve and protect our community. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, thank you for your trust and support. Together we accomplished so much in 2024, and we look forward to an even brighter and safer year ahead. Thank you for standing with us.
Hello and welcome to On the Agenda, a semi-monthly.
Grab a slice, hitch a ride, get a rush, and roll the dice. Step into a world where Nevada's northern lights shine bright, and last calls are rare in a city that never sleeps, where the spirit of the Wild West lives on through daring rapids, and rocking out goes beyond the crowds. Founded on the rebels of resilience, we aren't what you expected, we're what's coming. We don't just embrace downtown, we infuse it with life. We are a convergence of adventure, art, and taste. It's not just our city, it's our identity. The mighty Truckee our lifeline, and the Nevada sky as our backdrop, downtown Reno is a tribute to our roots and a leap into the future. Discover 110 blocks of stories of residents, entrepreneurs, creators, and masters of their craft coming together in the spirit of discovery and progress. In a city that never ceases to reinvent itself, we are the unexpected. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your story?
Grab a slice, hitch a ride, get a rush, and roll the dice. Step into a world where Nevada's northern lights shine bright and last calls are rare in the city that never sleeps, where the spirit of the Wild West lives on through daring rapids and rocking out goes beyond the crowds. We're the unexpected in a city that never ceases to reinvent itself. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your...
You know how speeders got categories? Categories? Different types, different cars. Wannabe race car drivers with zero talent and all the insurance claims. Go on. Yeah, so you got the I didn't realize I was going 95 type. Like the car magically went 45 over just on its own.
Ah, officer, I thought I was going 45. No, buddy, you thought about going 45.
Well, then you got the I'm late for work guys. Like going 25 over is gonna make up for the 30 minutes they spent laying in bed watching TikToks.
Ain't nothing like risking a reckless driving charge to get to a job that you already hate.
We can't forget the I was just keeping up with traffic folks.
Oh, the if everybody jumped off the bridge defense.
Just because everybody else is breaking the law doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Nah, but it does mean we all get to sit on the side of the road together while we trade life stories and I write this ticket at lightning speed. There's one.
Yeah, we got a black Volkswagen headed your way, guys.
Got him.
In all seriousness, Reno, we need to slow down when driving on our roads.
Speed and impairment are the two biggest factors in fatality crashes.
That is why the Reno Police Department will be conducting proactive speeding enforcement on McCarran and around the city.
Slow down, Reno.
You got it?
I'm not from Nevada, and pretty sure the speed limit signs all look the same everywhere.
We're the unexpected in a city that never ceases to reinvent itself. Been a while? Downtown Reno invites you to rise with us again. What's your story?
I'm Corey. I'm a housing manager with the City of Reno, and we are here at our second Love Your Block project, pop-up nursery for Yory Avenue residents. We had residents of this neighborhood apply, and we've got about 75 plants and trees here to give out to the neighbors to beautify the neighborhood, get a little more green here. It's one day of planting and a lifetime of shade and beautiful greenery in the neighborhood.
The Yory Pop-Up Nursery is a project that my neighbor and I kind of came up with. People get to beautify their yards. Sometimes landscaping is intimidating due to the cost. This initiative, this project helps kind of eliminate that obstacle for a lot of people. And so it'll be nice to see more plants in more people's yards and just make more of a beautiful neighborhood. Secondarily, I'm a huge fan of pollinators and native plants, and so getting more of those in the ground is just going to help the environment overall.
It's super exciting. I love this project. I started the Be Friendly campaign, which was created to help people talk to their neighbors. So a lot of times when you start a pollinator garden in your front yard, it doesn't look like a traditional yard. So I created these signs to kind of help with communication. It's a great neighborhood gathering, and I'm super proud to be a part of it.
We're just so excited to be here in partnership with Reno Food Systems, Be Friendly Nevada, and the Nevada Division of Forestry, alongside all these neighbors to get in the neighborhood and get planting.
The Pioneer Center is a nonprofit performing arts center located in the heart of downtown Reno. We are in an absolutely gorgeous, one-of-a-kind historic building right on the banks of the Truckee River. Our building was constructed in the 1960s, so we have been open and operating as a nonprofit performing arts center for over 56 years now. I'm Denise Sewell. I'm the CEO of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. One of the amazing things about being a community performing arts center is our historic stage is the very first performance opportunity for so many young children in the area. Aspiring young musicians and dancers will perform their first recitals here on our stage. There is an incredible magic when all of those children come into this professional theater for the first time. The feedback we get from those children and from their parents is that it's literally life-changing for them to have those first experiences on our stage. And we know that many of those people choose to stay in this community and build their lives here in Reno as they grow, and they remember those first experiences and what it meant to them. We are quite literally in the bedrock of downtown Reno, and we're not going anywhere. And we really have seen and felt a tremendous improvement since the business district has created the Downtown Reno Partnership. The work of the ambassadors to provide casual folks on the street with directions, with assistance. They are the friendliest, most helpful people out in the community. The name is well earned, Downtown Reno Partnership. We really do feel that they are partners in helping to make downtown the place that we all see in our hearts, that we really know it is. They've just been an incredible asset to downtown, and we've been really grateful to work with them.
My name is Adam Cates, and I am the Director of Community Engagement for the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. The Pioneer Center is the hub of the performing arts in our region right here in downtown Reno. We are the home to some incredible organizations, from the world-class Reno Philharmonic Orchestra to Art Town, who brings in incredible performances from across the world, and AVA Ballet Theater, who present the annual Nutcracker, a tradition for so many families in Northern Nevada. The Pioneer Center is the place to come for the best of world-class performances. One thing that I love is the way that the bar and restaurant scene has just exploded over the past decade or so. And many of those incredible restaurants and bars and establishments are right here in downtown Reno. They're right across the street. They're right down the block from us. And it's been really wonderful to have a central gathering place like the Pioneer Center that is also able to engage with many of the restaurants and bars in our region.
As the footprint of the city continues to push outward and more incredible folks learn about and want to be part of and want to live here, the heart of Reno remains right here along the river in the core of downtown. This is that unique identity of the city, and arts and culture have that unbelievable ability to weave into the fabric of the identity of a city. It's through bringing so many different folks together for so many different kinds of experiences, all authentic, all genuine, all designed to bring you together and uplift each other and to explore what it means to be human together through the arts. There is no limit to what that can do to change people's lives and to enrich a city well into the future. So whatever the future has in store for Reno, arts and culture are a critical part of our identity. They always have been, and they always will be. We at the Pioneer Center, together with all of our friends throughout the arts and culture community here, we will continue to evolve and adapt and explore new ways of making connections. And all of that will continue to happen right here in the heart of downtown, along with the other amazing organizations that make up this area with us.
Downtown Reno is where the best of the performing arts live.
Downtown Reno is alive with arts, culture, and entertainment.
My name is Par Tolles, and I am the CEO and founder of Tolles Development. I grew up in the Bay Area, in Menlo Park, and I moved to Reno in 1994. Met a pretty girl and chased her down, and got married and decided to put down roots here, and ended up being a really vibrant place for us to not only do business but grow a family, and it's been a wonderful decision. I always had the desire to start my own business, and in 2016 started Tolles Development Company with the goal to focus on all product types of real estate, but with extra effort downtown. We bought a portfolio of office buildings with the goal to redevelop those buildings and really try to push downtown Reno into its next level. We also did that with Midtown. We bought a portfolio of retail buildings, turned that into what is now a very vibrant area. People always ask me if Reno the next Portland, is the next Austin. My response has always been, we're Reno. We have this really interesting quilt. I love the fact we're not trying to turn it into somewhere else, but that we're allowing it to evolve in its own really unique way. Private investment in downtowns, it's hard, but it's also incredibly important. Downtown Reno's really got a nice platform for additional mixed-use development. We have a good foundation of retail, good foundation of office, good residential, arts and culture. We have a river that runs through it. It's important for us to move where the market is telling us to go, but also to be more than just financially oriented. I think it's important to take a longer term view when you're redeveloping and trying to obviously not only making returns for your investors, but also making more social returns for the community itself. I think we have a collaborative culture here. We're part of the fabric of this community. These businesses are our friends. You know? We don't have big commutes. People want to be together. We'll never leave Reno. This office portfolio and the Midtown portfolio right before COVID. I've seen the vibrancy of downtown. It hasn't been hot as bad as it could, and now we're prepared to continue to move it forward with good development. It's easy to stay in suburbia, but it's certainly not as fun. And you haven't come to downtown Reno yet, please come visit us. I promise you, you will make it your Friday night date night. It is one of the most vibrant, special cities on the West. And I can't wait for you to experience it if you haven't done it yet.
Okay, perfect. Oh, they were both open earlier. Yes. Good job. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to head back to our agenda. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with us. We are going to head into item C1. Madam Clerk, do I need to take any public comment on this item? And we have the one and only, the greatest director in the world, Taylor Adams, with us from, it's no longer called EDON. It is called
Northern NV Now.
Okay, Northern NV Now. Northern NV Now. So you're going to have to just keep correcting many of us for a little while, and then we'll get used to it. So the floor is yours. We're glad to see you and really appreciate all the work that you do because you keep our economy strong. So, Mr. Taylor Adams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, I'm Taylor Adams. I'm the Chief Executive of the organization formerly known as the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, also EDON, now Northern NV Now. We did, as many of you know, we rebranded our organization last week. It's important to know, as we are very proud of the work that we've done in this community over the last 45 years. Our corporate name is still EDON. We recognize that we're still going to be known as EDON here locally, which we're proud of, but this gets us into what is a little more current imaging out of market, but also Mayor, Vice Mayor, Madam Clerk, members of the council, and Madam Manager, thank you for having me today. Before we go any further, I want to thank you all for taking a recess because it gave me an opportunity to go over to discology. So if I look a little clunky carrying records up here with me, it was a great opportunity to spend a little money downtown with a small business.
And we love that.
Yeah, which I would encourage any member of our community to do. Just to, before I dive in, if you haven't been downtown or to Midtown, I tell you, I get the pleasure of either eating out. I generally have lunch somewhere in Midtown every day or downtown. Just depending on what's going on that day. And I get to shop in Midtown and downtown, as at least once or twice a week. And I tell you, if you've not been down into either Midtown or to our urban corridor or central business district, and recently, I would encourage any member of the community to come have a look at the vibrancy that we have right now. The district is doing well, and I tell you, it's hard to come down here and interact on a day in and day out basis with the merchants there and not be inspired by what's going on in our community. So thanks for giving me a minute to go buy some records.
Yeah,
I don't know that
I love that.
Yeah,
and we can tell you have a Nevada accent too.
That's right. It's
right?
it's every day. I suppose
like it.
I would say it's a little less Mississippi and a little more Nevada every day. But the truth is, this is fairly well baked in. I'll do my best though to get there. Just to quickly remind the public who we are. Like I say, formerly EDON, we're a public-private partnership. Essentially a private not-for-profit. About 30% of our funding, or a maximum of 30% of our funding in any year, comes from our governor and the public agencies we serve, like the city of Reno. The other 70 we raise in the private sector every year. This year, that ratio is about 25%. I think 26 is the exact number. 26% will come from public agencies. The other 84% will come from private investment in our region. And we are committed to sustainably growing and maintaining the vibrancy in our local economy. We do that through three primary functions. Business attraction is what we're most often known for. That's where we've got a team that is traveling the world and the country every day, looking for businesses that fit our economy and trying to bring them back here and locate them here. We have a team that's doing business retention and expansion, which means we're focused on ensuring that the businesses that are here are growing and expanding and hopefully staying here as they mature. And what I like to say in this space is for really in business retention, expansion, and for entrepreneurial development, if the promises that we make to companies that we're bringing here aren't also true for the companies that are here, then everything we're doing is broken. I mean, we've got to serve our community first. So in business retention expansion, we work to make sure that we're integrated with the local business community. And then in entrepreneurial development, this is generally the most aspirational thing that we do. This is where we get to work with great founders every day and help them hopefully launch and scale and achieve success within our community. A quick look at what happened last year. As you all know, one of the things, when I come here each year, I like to show you what happened in this community in Reno. And so where we serve, I like to say that we serve all of Northern Nevada, specifically, though, the municipalities here in Washoe County and Reno and Sparks, unincorporated Washoe, and then Story County, and then Fernley. Think of it as the I-80 corridor. This is a sense of what happened in Reno last year. This is what we announced here. This is page, I think we have 2 pages of this. Oh, yes, we do. And so I'll give you a minute to look at that. I won't read through those for you. But as you can see, in a year where our economy continued to face some real instability and some real uncertainty, Reno once again proved that it is a community that's going to consistently punch above its weight class. By the way, I want to congratulate you all on the great news that dropped last week. I don't mind telling you, when our home receives national attention for vibrancy and basically in this case a city on the rise, it makes my job much easier. So thank you for all the work that you did in that space. And I don't mind telling you, people are noticing that and we're already hearing about it. So congratulations to you and to every resident of our community. And then here's some of the companies that we assisted that were already here and scaling. What's that look like as if we dive in a little deeper? Well, people often ask me, okay, what are you bringing here? I had a conversation with a young reporter at the Nevada Indy last week, and she was like, well, clearly all you're doing is data centers. Well, no, that's about 10% of my work. What we're really seeing is we're seeing the trend in advanced manufacturing, and then in logistics and distribution that in many ways feed our manufacturing environment, continuing to lead the economy, or continuing to lead our attraction with 19 of the deals. Tech and information technology, those are two things. One of those is a data center. One of those is a company that's in the data space, but that really does, call it the infrastructure and backbone, the connectivity that data clients really in the more rural parts of our region are going to need to be connected to the grid. And then you can see e-commerce fulfillment, and then it's professional office. Really happy about seeing professional office returning to our market. That's a big trend. Obviously, I talk every day with somebody about the health and strength of our downtown. Obviously, for our downtown to be what we all want it to be and to continue to grow and mature as we're seeing it, professional office has got to be a critical part of that strategy. This is a new sector for us that we're working, and so to have some traction in that space was really exciting for us. Again, you can look here and see, and I think I misspoke earlier. I did. This is all that we helped. These are the Reno announcements. I apologize for getting that wrong. But these are the Reno specific announcements that we saw over the last 12 months. And again, you'll see a similar breakdown across that line. And I apologize for misspeaking there. I got ahead of myself. But one of the things that we've seen, and quickly before I go any further, when we look at the Reno specific announcements, so because it takes us a minute to build these. So I'm going to give you a 3-year look, just some context of what this means. Because this is the third time that I've done this with you, and this is the third time I've shown you similar data. But this is the first time, as we're continuing to refine our work, that I've been able to give you sort of a deep dive of what's it mean. And so going back to the beginning of my tenure in July of 2023 to present, we've made 56 announcements. And so 56 companies that have either that have chosen to be here. And so 26 of those were locations, 22 of those were expansions. And of that 56, 26 of those wins were specific to Reno. So just call it half of what we're locating is in Reno. And so what's interesting is I wanted to run some analysis now that we've got AI tools on what did that mean from a pure real estate tax standpoint. Now in my business, we track and do spending. What do these jobs mean? What can people live in our community? All things, but as it relates to the public agencies that we serve, I don't think it's a secret. Real estate tax matters a lot. And so I want to say, all right, what does it look like? So what I can tell you is over those 3 years, and recognizing over half of those are still under construction or will come online in the coming years, there was a $21.6 million increase in assessed value. So just on that alone, a 22 million, call it just less than 22 million in increased assessment from these businesses that either expanded or located here. And remember, over half of those are still in construction, so you're going to see that number continue to go. What does that mean? I ran it all the way down to the tax base, and so cutting the county out, cutting schools out. What I can tell you is in 3 years, that has resulted in just over $600,000 in net positive surplus, or net positive revenues for the city of Reno. So pretty good. Now, what's good to know is right now we're chucking along at just less than $230,000 a year. But as these projects continue to build, you're going to see that number continue to increase. More importantly, what you're going to see is we're going to continue making announcements. My team's going to get mad at me for doing this. I just decided to do it on the fly. Just be aware on August 13th. So August 13th is going to be a very good day for Northern Nevada. It's going to be a very good day for Reno, and really it's going to be a great day for the state of Nevada. So just know, come August 13, there's going to be wonderful news that I can't wait to put some detail on for everyone in our community. But all that to say, as these projects that are in pipeline continue to get built, you're going to see that $200,000 number increase, and then more. And more importantly, what we're going to do is we're going to start giving you we're going to work to a 5-year rolling average and give that to you every year when we come forward. So that so that you all, and so that your constituents that are watching this know, okay, because we hear it all the time. You did this, but what does it mean? Well, here's what it means in real estate tax. And that real estate tax is revenue that your city manager can put in her budget and bring to you all for approval that can advance quality of life and quality of service in the community. So we're excited about being able to bring this to you, and so you'll see more of this as we go forward. Over the last, starting in 2024, we started looking at the rest of the country, and you can see what's great is where I often face the question, is everybody that's coming here coming from California? There's no doubt California continues to be good to us. It's a considerable portion of our pipeline. But I just want you to know over the last, as you can see here, every, the darker sort of teal color represents states that we were able to locate projects from in the first year that we looked to other jurisdictions. The hatched line looks at what we've added since then. If it's hatched, it means we continued to work that market, and then we continued to work the market and added more deals. And so what's great, 10 different states are now looking at us as a great place to do business. And more importantly, we have deals that are now working in 4 different countries across 3 continents. So it's a really exciting thing for our community to sort of be gaining national and international recognition as a great place to do business. I know that you all have a lot to do today, so I'll quickly go through just what happened team by team. We saw 17 closed projects this last year in business attraction with just over 1,800 jobs and another $1.5 billion in capital investment in our region. And of course, that's spread across the entirety of the region. Business retention, this is the big thing I want to call out here. When I arrived 3 years ago, we were meeting with about 125 businesses a year. We met with 385, or excuse me, we met with over 400 last year, and we were able to help 385 of those. And those are local businesses to whom we provided some service, which is really exciting to us. This year, our goal is to meet with 500. We will meet with 500 primary Northern Nevada companies, and we will do. And our hope is that where we were able to help 385 this last year, I'd love to see us be able to provide some form of assistance to 425 local businesses in the commercial and industrial economy. But that's what I'm, please feel free to hold me accountable for that when I'm standing up here next time and say, did you do it? Because I'm confident that we will. In entrepreneurial development, the best year we've ever had. We saw over $950 million worth of venture funding come into our startups. That's a big deal. So 2023 and 2024 were the 2 hardest years for venture funding in the history of us tracking it in this country. 25, we saw the market start to return. 26 has been great. So in our last fiscal year, to have just less than $1 billion worth of venture capital flow into our market speaks to the strength of what our startups and what our founders can do. I mean, I'll tell you, I say it all the time. I will put our young people, from a workforce development standpoint, I will put our young people up against any in the country. They are trainable, they are hardworking, they are dedicated. I see that my colleague that representing some of our labor groups is in the room today, and I can tell you, I am in every day awed by the work. That's right. I am awed by the work of the labor force that this region can basically put to any task on a daily basis. The same is true of our founders. You won't find a group of more motivated and resilient founders than we have in the startup space and entrepreneurial development here in Northern Nevada. And so what's next for us? We're going to continue to look at advanced manufacturing. Energy generation is a big deal for us, and not for the reason that many of you may think. The truth is we have a great partner in NV Energy, but the truth is, looking forward, the communities that get energy strategy right are the communities that will win. And this is not about commercial and industrial expansion. This is about protection of the existing ratepayers to ensure that we're not adversely affecting those that are already here. We are so fortunate to have a great partner in NV Energy. We want to be working hand in glove with them to ensure that our work is connected to their work. Secondarily, we see as we forecast the next 2 years where so much of the conversation in energy generation over the last 2 years is focused on sort of reigniting what is fossil fuel generation and things of that nature, which is good base load and it's needed. For us, that's challenging because because we are one of the great places in America to do renewable energy, like solar, like geothermal, like new technologies that are emerging on a daily basis. So we believe that as we look forward into 2027 and beyond, that opportunities to be in renewable energy are going to reemerge, and we want to make sure that we get our piece of that, because we think that's an important part of the economy as we look forward. And then you're going to see us continue to lean into tech. We've become one of the great places in the country where tech comes to scale. If you're in Silicon Valley and you've got an idea and you want to scale there, that's wonderful. But the cost of scaling there is very different than the cost of scaling here. And our geographic proximity to those markets make us a very attractive place to come and locate and scale, particularly tech-focused manufacturing. It's a big part of our pipeline right now. And what's great is those are jobs that pay very well. These are startups that can grow. These are companies that we're catching on day one that can become for us, by us, and can scale here and stay here and build the future for our economy. So we're heavily focused on that part of our pipeline to ensure that we continue bringing that win home. With that, I thank you for the time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Outstanding job. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this broad representation of the things that you are working on and the different businesses that are interested in coming to Northern Nevada or expanding here. So one of my favorite Northern Nevada stories was up on one of your slides, Send, Cut, Send.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's interesting that more people in Northern Nevada should know about Send, Cut, Send, and also what advanced manufacturing means. Because when I look up here on these slides, I know what advanced manufacturing means. I know what logistics means. I know what e-commerce fulfillment means. But I don't know if the people that we serve really know what that looks like in a business. So can you tell us a little bit about Send, Cut, Send and what makes them so unique, not only from their Nevada story, but let's talk about it from a real estate tax story and a sales tax story because of the unique way that he does business.
Sure. So first, maybe the best thing I can say about Send, Cut, Send is in the history of startup here, we had what's called unicorn, one company with $1 billion valuation locate within our community. That was Tesla initially. I mean, it happened to, by the way, $1 billion used to be a lot of money. It's still a lot of money, just for the record. But it was, in 2017, in my industry, $1 billion was an incredible amount of money. All that to say, though, we had one. In the past 12 months, we've had two companies that were born here achieve $1 billion valuation. One of those was Positron, an AI manufacturing company. The other was Send, Cut, Send. And so that is an incredible step forward for this economy, that our companies are achieving that kind of valuation here. Now, I'm going to get, if I were to opine on what's on sort of the taxes that Send, Cut, Send generates on an individual basis, I will make a mess of that. But what I can tell you is they are scaling quickly. They are adding employees quickly. And what advanced manufacturing generally means for us, we are talking about manufacturing that's happening in a highly automated environment. This is not like, this is manufacturing of the past. So I grew up in Northeast Mississippi where textile manufacturing was a big part of the economy until those uses went to other countries. And so there was not an abundance of skill that was required in that space. Now, if somebody that worked in that industry was here, they would tell you that's not true, and I would agree with them. But the truth is that large workforces making relatively low sums of money. The great thing about the automated environment that we have is the robots are in many cases manufacturing, doing the bulk of the manufacturing. And what you have is you have employees that have to be trained on running those robots and running that automated environment, which requires much higher skill, much higher pay. These companies need much more robust subcontracts with electrical security, you name it, across the board contractors. And so what we find is advanced manufacturing is is sort of like, it's the gold star in my industry, because it is the purest form of capital import. Because one, not only are we hiring people at a rate that they can live in the economy. To your point about sales tax, the equipment that are in these facilities is incredibly expensive. The security in the buildings, the electrical loads in the building, the insulation of everything, everything is built to a higher standard, which drives revenue for the jurisdiction.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Taylor, for the presentation. And just a brief question. I see that we have, 16 new companies in Reno. I'm particularly concerned about downtown, and I know you moved your offices down there. And then also the professional office. That's one thing I was talking with Nevada Independent, and we are in desperate need of professional office. So can you tell me what efforts you see in the next 365 days of Northern NV now and working with professional office to get more occupancy downtown, and how can we help?
Sure. So first, and something important to note is actually our professional office downtown is performing quite well. Yeah. If you look at the buildings that we have that are classified as Class A, we are doing fine. What we really need, though, is we need more space. We need more professional office space downtown. I mean, anything we can do to improve basically to increase the number of business people that are coming downtown every day to transact business, I think is critical to the success of the region. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that there are two towers sitting right across the street that we are motivated to see be relit and come back into focus. I do think it's critical that deal gets done to create to demonstrate that. I'll just tell you, as long as those towers are sitting there dark, it's going to be hard for another real estate developer to take a risk on a tower downtown. So we're following that deal very closely. We're doing everything we can to assist to ensure that gets going. That said, I've talked to three real estate developers that are that basically build office towers in just the last 4 weeks, talking about some of the vacant parcels that we have downtown and the importance of looking at that at our district and knowing what tools we have here. And so it is as I mentioned earlier, this is a new area of focus for our organization. It's one that I kind of brought with me, but this has been something that I've worked, I guess, deeply in for the last 10 years. And so I'm excited to see us continue to focus on that and grow. And I don't mind telling you, my organization is going to stay committed to downtown. It's not only, in addition to moving our offices down here, as I mentioned, in addition to my personal shopping, we're running a number of our major events downtown now, and we'll continue to do that, do anything we can to get people down here.
Another quick question. So if you had a company that wanted to relocate here with young tech and they needed office space, where would you bring them?
So, I mean, we would show them downtown first. I mean, we would. Depending on the type of tech so if it's a general office use, we would show them downtown first. Quite a bit of the tech that we're dealing with right now, though, needs what would be a multifunction space. They would need some professional office, but then they also need a floor on which they could produce things, and they might have some, I'll just say, some specific technology uses that wouldn't be appropriate with adjoining users. So I'll give you an example. I'm looking at one right now that needs to have an oven that can run at 2,000 degrees centigrade. We're not going to put them in the metro. We'll put them touching the metro, but we're going to put them on the periphery where we can deliver that use safely. But if it's a pure office use, we would show them downtown first.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adams, for the presentation. I have the privilege of being a trustee on the board, so I don't have a lot of questions about the presentation because I kind of get updates as we go along. But one of the things I wanted to say, and for the public who's listening, is, it's really been a privilege to work with you at EDON. Mike Kazmierski was a great director before your time. You came in a new face to Reno, had a depth of experience that I think all of us thought, we're excited about the opportunity, but you've really delivered, right? And I don't mean delivered in the number sense because those speak for themselves. But what I will say is it's just a privilege to be with you when we are together. You are engaged with the community, and people look at you as the leader of this organization because you connect so many different parts of the community more broadly with one another. It's like you're the, maybe if it was a wheel and a spoke hub analogy, you're the hub there in the middle. And so I'm just very grateful for that. I also have, I'll give another small example, but, Mayor Sheevy was looking to bring a very large, very famous influencer to Reno to work in a charitable event. And we were able to have, a meeting with some of the people involved in that. And to see your command and love for an area which has not been your home but is now your home was really very cool to me. And so my comments are just about you and what a tremendous leader you have been. You seem to navigate a lot of different spaces and challenging spaces when we're not even asked. I'll give you some examples. There are things happening at the school district that you've been able to work on, right, to address about long-term workforce development. This debate we've been having in this community about data centers, you've been a very reasonable voice and someone who I have trusted to give me some direction, because I think where you came from back east had gone through a lot of the data center issues. And admittedly, people might not understand it, but your approach was very reasonable, right? They might imagine that you're, just one side of the coin and you only are thinking about industry because we're like trying to consume all the world. I don't think that's true. You helped me to navigate a very difficult issue by your grace. And again, I gave just the two examples, but there are other ones. You've been interested in water. You've been knowledgeable about different economic development things, obviously, but maybe in a way that I hadn't anticipated. So just thank you so much for that. And again, because I know a lot of the stuff in the presentation, I won't address that, but just to say, I'm also a big fan of phoenixes. So, and your kids, all tremendous humans, and the apples don't fall far from the tree. So they're always a good barometer for me as a parent, because I can look at your kids and know that they've been raised well and right, and just very grateful to have you as part of the community. So thank you so much.
Councilmember, thank you so much. That was incredibly generous, and you were right to identify my wife as the better of us by a long shot, and the children are what they are because of her. So thank you so much.
Okay, well, I can second that. Yeah. I absolutely adore your wife. She is fantastic.
Yeah, I kind of like her too.
She's the real talent, the real deal there. She's the talent. Anyway, okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Great to see you, Taylor. I'm no longer on now, Northern NV now, but I appreciated the time I served, and I have two questions for you since you're here in front of us. One is about data centers, and one is about the point you brought up about solar. So. I'll try to get them all in one question or one round. So on data centers, here we at the city have adopted a year-long moratorium to come up with better regulations that will get at what the real issues are. And some of those are things we don't really regulate today, such as water and energy. Here at the council, we regulate land planning. And we have other agencies, PUC and TUMWA that deal with those things. But have you guys taken a position on data centers? Like, are you still trying to recruit them here? Are you actually working more closely with Story County? And then related to that, have you guys taken a position on the tax abatements? I mean, the legislature's getting ready to opine. The governor seems to think everything's just fine, that data centers are good and tax abatements are good. And so we're having a little bit of a regional disconnect. And I did have a chance to talk to Heather Wessling Gross, who's your senior VP.
She is.
And she seems to be the expert on data centers. But I wanted to hear it from you, sort of what EDON's position on that is.
So it'd be dishonest for me to say that we weren't for them. I mean, we think that correctly placed and with the appropriate regulatory set, this is great tax base for any community that can that is fortunate enough to have one. But we recognize that that these need to be appropriately placed, and this gets into, I believe, to the conversations that Councilmember Reese and I had extensively in the not too distant past. We do think that that at minimum that you talk about water use. We think that closed loop chilling should be a regional requirement, with one exception, in the event that a data center is using treated effluent that we can't do anything else with, that we need to place. We think there's the The one example that we have today is where evaporative cooling would be permissible, perhaps, but we think beyond that, and it's important to know that we've located within this community are both using closed loop cooling to ensure that we are being good stewards of the water. We think that in the event that there are adjoining residential uses, there should be I don't want to get ahead of this body, but we think that there should be considerable setbacks from residential uses. We think that acoustical paneling should be used to ensure that there's not intrusive sound emitting from these facilities, and we believe that generators should be acoustically managed as well. I can keep going. We think that for larger format data centers, we think that it's appropriate that they show their willingness to help us protect our residential ratepayers by bringing some generation with them.
Yeah.
And
So it sounds
I can
like
give
you're
you a
for
broad set, but that's a
rational
start.
regulation.
That's right.
And so are we. It's just that we're not there yet. Like, we don't have answers to these questions yet in Reno. And so we're not willing to, at least the body generally is not willing to move forward until we have our regulatory schema in place. And so
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think anybody here wants to be viewed as against data centers, but we are against unmitigated impacts, right? And the second part of that is just about the employment base. You know, these things allegedly have something like 8 to 15 employees. And, you know, there's something called is it called the floor area ratio, which is how much space you have compared to how many employees. And these have a huge space and very few employees. And so how does that fit in?
So I think it's important, in this case, it's important that we look at the totality of the workforce impact. You are right. It is true that on a dedicated FTE, or full-time employee count, very low employment within these centers. Granted, it's employment that pays at a pretty high rate, but it's very little. However, I think where the real value of this is, and this is specific to looking forward to the future of our economy, and it gets into the ongoing contract relationships that these data centers must have with what our subcontract pool, specifically our electrical, mechanical, and then subcontractors that would provide security. I don't have to tell all of you, the history of our region is such that our subcontract and labor force boomed and busted based on how home building was doing. This use gives us the ability to meaningfully retain our labor force for the first time in a long time. And so for me, where yes, it's true that there is very low full-time employment there. We are already seeing a stabilizing in our subcontract workforce, basically our tradesmen and women. And I can tell you, the International Brotherhood of Electricians and Welders could speak to this with far greater detail than I can. They're a great partner, and we work with them on this topic. But for us, we see the real employment benefit is helping us hold on to the labor that we're training that for some generations has been going other places.
So do you mean, I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but do you mean to sequentially keep building data centers and then we'll keep them all employed for a long time?
No, I mean that every one of these, because they have service level agreements with their clients where they have to operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, they have, whether they're up and running or not, they have very expensive service contract with firms in the region that ensure that they've got on-call staff.
So to come in for repairs and stuff?
To come in repairs, keep them running, things of that nature. And so, because they can't be offline. And so, and that doesn't get into the cost of construction. Now, I think it's important to note, and you rightly identified, these things have to be placed in the appropriate location. And so I don't want you to hear me say that I think we're going to start building hyperscalers all over Reno. No. That's not the case. I mean, there's a reason that the fleet deal, the fleet track deal that we announced a few weeks ago was done in Story County. It's the perfect place for it. The Tri-Center is a great location for this. What Mark IV Capital is doing at the Victory Logistics sort of center is a great place for this use. The Northern Nevada Industrial Center in Lyon County is a great place for this use. But what's good is the contractors that are going to keep that environment running in many cases are right here in Reno and in Sparks and in the metro. And so I do think that there's some benefit to the region for us maintaining that force.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah.
So I have kind of a lot of questions. I'll try and be quick. You had mentioned that there's a large tax benefit when data centers come into a community, and it's my understanding that these businesses can qualify for very large tax abatements, that they could pay as low as 2% sales tax, that they don't have to buy their materials or anything within the state of Nevada, that they could have a 75% reduction in property taxes. It lasts 25 years. So I'm just curious, like, how do we receive the benefit? And is that 25% of their sales tax so incredible that we're, still benefiting?
So Councilmember, thank you for the question. And this is where it's important for me to know, when you're talking about abatements in the state of Nevada, those are statutory and really within the jurisdiction of the General Assembly. And I do anticipate in January that there will be a robust dialogue on this topic.
Yeah, and I'm not no fault of yours, but I'm just curious, like, what is the benefit to our region if there's a data center? So
perhaps the easiest one for me to talk to is I'll back up and speak to the record that already exists with this body through your planning commission and subsequently the appeal that this body heard, and subsequently I think I forget if it's an over appeal. You overturned the appeal because they're able to build, and it's the Colabor, it's the Colabor facility that's being built in your ward in short order. That if you'll remember, that company went on the record, net of abatements, that's proposed to generate just over $5 million in net positive revenue for the city of Reno in year one, and then it will grow from there. A healthy portion of that is the franchise fee that you all receive. Now, going beyond that, on the topic of abatements for these, so this is an interesting thing. If you look at, this is where I will, going back to the conversation that Councilmember Reese and I had, I will talk out of both sides of my mouth for a minute, and I'll make the case for why I think that some measured response here is needed.
Yeah.
I've not lost a deal, a data client or a compute deal yet because I couldn't provide an abatement.
Mm-hmm.
Really, energy seems to be the qualifier in this space. Now, make no mistake, every data center, as long as it's a statutory provision, if a business can get it, it will seek it.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not debating the.
Oh, no, but I
Yeah.
just say that just to sort of say, if the question that's floating beneath the surface is, are you asking me that if we didn't have abatements for data centers, would they stop coming? No, I mean, I think this really is.
Well, I'm just asking for like an honest or your best estimate of like what is the financial gain for us?
So on that one, I mean, they said it on the record in front of you, and I think we should hold them to it, that it would be $5 million a year starting in year one, and it would grow from there.
And you mentioned that the abatement is statutory, so are they saying, no, thank you, Governor, we're going to pay all the taxes?
So my understanding is that even if they sought an abatement, if I'm remembering that hearing correctly, what they stated on the record was that even if they sought an abatement, that the city of Reno would still benefit to the tune of $5 million per year, largely attributable to the franchise fee. But I do think it's important that the public hear, because I think there's going to be a robust conversation on this, that I don't know that these are the reasons that these deals are getting done. I think you will likely see some change around the abatement structure for this use as we go forward. Now, I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah.
But I think that whatever change you see will benefit the localities, be they counties or cities.
Yeah.
To a greater extent than we have in the present.
Okay. And like I said, this was not like a debate about the ethics of abatements. I just wanted to know estimates on dollar amounts. Okay, and then I know that Story County last legislative session tried to get something through that kind of clawed back some of the abatements. Do you have any thoughts on that or any opinion or just neutral?
So that bill was SB 69. where certainly it was a vigorously debated bill. There were, I think, there were some great compromises that were made, and on the way to adopting that bill that created greater notice requirements, particularly for rural communities that were, and not just in the data space, but across the entire economic development spectrum, around making sure that our local partners were at the table to fully understand the cost of service associated with large projects. SB 69 dealt specifically with deals that were affected by what are commonly known as SB 1, SB 2, which means one is over $1 billion, one is over $3 billion in net new investment. And I think that the compromises that came out of that were well thought out and really protected the regions that I serve. And so I don't know that anybody, and I think it was a true compromise, I don't know that either side got as much as they wanted in that deal. I imagine some of that conversation will come back in the next session as bill draft requests are formed. But generally, we were pleased with where that landed.
Okay, so considering that, Story County only has 4,000 plus residents, and they were having trouble supplying the services needed because of tax abatements. I would imagine that they have to provide way less services than we do. Do you think that has implications for communities with larger populations that are giving these tax abatements, that they'll struggle to provide services?
So yes, but if I can provide a little context.
Yeah.
So the challenge Story County was had, I think there's a difference. When you're talking about SB 1 and SB 2, those are the only two provisions in Nevada where a company can receive a total tax abatement. Everything else is a partial abatement. So it's important to know what Story County was taking on in that space was the reality that that because it was a total abatement, there was zero revenue for the locality. Also, if you look at the specificity of the use, specifically, we've seen quite a bit of lithium recycling and manufacturing use come into that region. Fire service is very expensive when it comes to when it comes to the type of some of the industry that we have cited in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. And so SB 69 primarily dealt with that. It dealt with the cost of public safety, and where that was primarily fire. Also, it's important to know, where you're right there, 4,000 permanent residents.
Yeah.
We send about 20,000 people out there to work every day.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
So if I were to look at the chief over there, he would tell me that's a real thing. If you've got 20,000 people, if you've got 5 times your community population coming into work every day, but you don't get the benefit of that tax base, providing police and fire can become a real thing in a hurry.
Yeah.
And so in the face of a total abatement, Story County had some real concerns, and that's what SB 69 was meant to address. And everything that was negotiated in that brings the locality to the table earlier, so that those costs can be known, so that basically they can be protected.
Okay.
While we're negotiating the deal.
Okay, I will have more. Sorry, thanks for letting me
No
know.
worries. Yeah, let me just go check with everyone else just to see if anyone else has any question. Yeah, just before we hop to a second round, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, for giving us such a wealth of information. And I think, as you said, these last 3 years, you've been coming and giving us the data set. So it's nice to be able to measure year by year to see where things are coming from. Like you said, next year, I think you said 500
Yes, sir.
business contacts, right?
That's right.
That's what we're going to hold you accountable to.
Please do.
Awesome. Great. I was interested in your slide that talks about what's next in terms of business attraction in your pipeline. And number 2, the energy generation. Obviously, data centers are a big part of that conversation, but in particular, I wanted to focus on more of the demand on our grid and what sort of companies you are looking at, where you're targeting in that space, and in particular in terms of solar and any other renewables that you're looking at.
Thank you, Councilman. First, I have to tell you, I really like that coat. I noticed it as soon as you came in. You look great today,
Thank
man.
you. Appreciate it.
So yeah.
Me and Director of Parks and Rec are matching today. I don't think he's in the room anymore, but.
So it's funny, by the way, I had my hand on a maroon sport coat this morning as well. It was a game time decision. I clearly picked the wrong one, but anyway. But to answer your question about energy generation, for me, this is sort of call this a personal passion. A healthy portion of my portfolio before coming here was renewable energy. In fact, I was honored to be part of the team that helped deliver the 2 largest renewable energy investments in the history of our country, shortly before leaving the Commonwealth of Virginia. Given some of the challenges that we faced over the last 2 years in that space, one of those has been mothballed. The other has faced some real public scrutiny at the federal level, but it's still going to get done. That said, for us, this is critical to the future of our region. And I'm not talking as an economic developer here. I'm talking as a parent. I just believe we have an obligation to leave our children a better world than we found. And so for me, and I think that conservation is still the purest form. I mean, this is an old farmer talking. I mean, I grew up on a farm in Northeast Mississippi. Waste not, want not was what we lived by. And so I think conservation is still the purest form of ensuring that we leave our children a better world than we found. And so if we can do things that accomplish that for them, I think we have an obligation to do it. And again, that is, I'm not speaking on behalf of my organization in that moment. I'm just speaking as a citizen that lives here and is part of this community. Now, what are we working on? We were this close. We were one of 2 with a manufacturer of solar cells last year. I lost that one. I would have loved to have had that business. When I look across, we're so fortunate that Ormat North Americas is based right here in Northern Nevada. It's a Sparks company, but I mean their North American headquarters is here, and they're exploiting geothermal resources across our state. New technologies are emerging on a daily basis, and I think that we are a great place for those to locate. Now, one of the things that you'll hear us talking about in the General Assembly, this is now I'm putting my Northern NV Now hat back on, and I'm no longer speaking as a citizen, getting back into my work. We have a challenge with our code. So in Nevada, mining and refining are treated as the same thing. They are not. Mining is mining. Refining is an industrial process. Right now, we are challenged by the fact that we lost. 3 years ago, there was no domestic refining of lithium happening here. We lost the first deal. It's going to be built in Texas now because of this code provision. Refining is not something that is subject to abatements in our state that we can work with. We asked in the last General Assembly session to separate the 2. We were unsuccessful. We will ask again because I think it's critical, because for us, the lithium that we have in the ground is a powerful resource. But for us to exploit it, we have to be able to refine it here so that we can put it into process here, so that we can produce products that can accelerate that portion of our economy here. And so we've got some work to do, but you'll hear us talking about that considerably after the first of the year.
Thank you so much. And Madam Mayor, we've already gone through a full round, just to give you an update. Yeah, I don't know if you had any comments or if you want me to pass it over to Councilmember Dewar.
No, other than so impressive on the entrepreneurial level of all your startups. Incredible, just incredible. And maybe just for, 10 seconds, give us like a couple of them and what they're doing.
So the easiest thing I can say about entrepreneurial development here is Doug Irwin is awesome.
Yeah,
and the team that he has built with Candy and Daniel they're just doing an incredible job. Startup Week is at the end of September.
Yeah.
We're running it right up to Offbeat Music Festival again. I hope everyone in the community will come and participate in both. But I'll mention. So I mentioned SendCutSend a moment ago. I'll mention Positron AI.
Positron, yeah.
To have a company that's a direct competitor to NVIDIA be born and scale and now achieve a $4 billion valuation in our community is one of the coolest things that our team will ever have a chance to be part of. And the fact that it's happening right here is incredible. The next one to watch is Ampersand. I say it wrong. They say like ampersand, but with this accent, I always get it wrong. But look out for Ampersand, an incredible local company that is scaling here right now and is going to do incredible things.
Mm-hmm. What do they do?
So talking about energy, historically, to get from the generation of power to connection to a business, there are 6 pieces of equipment that are needed. They have found a way to take those 6 pieces and put them in a single box.
Nice.
and it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Oh,
I mean,
great.
it's being made right here, and they are an incredible company. And I'm sure if they're watching this, I got that wrong, and I'll apologize to them.
they're calling
But-
you up.
But at the end of the day, I'm
Taylor.
still just a dumb old farmer. I do the
Right.
best I can. That's
Right.
right.
No, fantastic. Thank you so much. Any other questions from, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We've had 2 rounds, right?
No, one round.
Round? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Go right
And
ahead.
I sort of daylighted this, but I just wanted to finish on the data center. So one of your, I think, roles can be to encourage the right industries to co-locate or locate near each other. And I think with data centers and their excess heat, that there's a concept called cogeneration where another facility such as your advanced manufacturing can co-locate near one that's producing excess heat and not have to generate as much with electricity, reuse that heat just like we reuse water. And I didn't know if you're getting involved in that, and I'm not looking for a long answer, but I would love to sit with you on this. Just didn't know if it ever came up in your world. And the second thing was I was so pleased that Vice Mayor asked about the energy, because that was my other question going to be.
Yeah, thank you. So
Yeah.
we like the technology a lot.
Yeah.
We've not seen an opportunity to deploy it yet in the metro.
Okay.
But don't be surprised if you see this happening at the Tri-Center. And
That's where I would think.
And at Mark IV in short order. We like the use a lot.
Yeah, because, with our fastest warming status, everything we can do to keep the ambient heat, I
Sure.
keep seeing numbers that are incredible about how much external heat generation to the air.
Right.
And therefore to our residents from data centers. And we need to do everything we can to minimize that, I would think. The other question, though, was spinning off what our Vice Mayor said is, I was really curious, like, I'm just going to hone right in on solar. We have a setup, so I have solar, 36 panels, put them in 15 years ago. And there was a huge debate in Nevada at that time that went to the legislature, but it was that MV Energy did not want distributed solar on people's house rooftops. And also they claim that we're users of the grid and that we don't pay for. So we're like free riders. And I question that very heavily. But also they grandfathered in a certain schema that would last 20 years. And we're like, now it's 5 years away. Like we've used up 15 of the years. And bottom line, where I can sell excess energy, however much I have, to my neighbors, people that come in today cannot. They can only sell 75%, think of what they produce, and they can't sell more than what they, in other words, what they use. Like they have to stay under a cap, which seems very artificial. And I didn't know if you're tackling that at all.
So to be honest, Councilmember, that is not an issue we have, as we work not almost,
Yeah.
as we work exclusively in the commercial and industrial economy.
Yeah.
That is not an issue that we have taken on.
But it does affect us too. Like the city of
does.
Reno has 14 solar, and we're affected by it too, even though we're not industrial, commercial, we're not a resident.
Sure, and so where this is not something on the metering side, that's not something that we have taken on as yet. We are aware of the sunset that's coming, and it's important to know a number of our industrial providers do have rooftop solar, and so I imagine as that window closes, we'll be brought into that conversation in a more robust way.
I think so too. Okay, well, I'm glad, in other words, it's solar policy.
Sure.
And it's how to, if you're going to really do this, and the last piece is, you didn't mention nuclear, but people keep saying, oh, the nuclear package plants are the answer. But the thing is, they still generate waste, even more waste per size. And Nevada's taken a strong position about not storing waste in Nevada.
For that reason, you didn't hear me mention them. And
Okay.
I have given a number of our statewide elected officials that particularly during this season, that we would not speak on that topic at all.
Really? You've
Yeah.
told them we're going to not?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I don't think it's, again, I don't think it's appropriate for us to take positions on an issue that the people haven't spoken on.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, I didn't mean to put you on the spot before. You guys always provide so much information and stats and things like that. So I was just, fishing to see if you had anything like that for, data centers and stuff too. But moving on from that, I did want to ask if you try to work on any agreements for businesses that are coming that get a large tax abatement it's through the state. It's none of our business if they do it or not. But do you try to work with any of them to get like an agreement where they would help offset the cost of services with Reno?
Sure. And so Councilmember First, thank you for that comment. That was very generous. But just know, I will always welcome whatever question you ask me, and it is my default position to take them as friendly. And
Okay,
so
okay,
thank you.
good.
But saying that, yes, we do. Often, and
Okay, good.
particularly, I'll tell you the best example of this is if ever a nuance in Nevada. So in the community that I last served, if federal real estate is put to a private purpose, it's immediately taxed at the local level to ensure that the community is protected. That is not a provision that exists within Nevada. And so what that means is if a business locates on federal real estate, they are not obligated to pay real estate tax. We think we have an obligation in those moments to ensure that service provision is paid for both at minimum from a public safety standpoint, but also where our schools are concerned if we're going to be bringing in a large employment base that are going to generate pressure for the schools. So yes, we do that every day.
Great, that's wonderful to hear. I'll try to get through this quick. The Stead Airport is in my ward, and I know that there's been some building out there, and now they're doing kind of like a master plan redesign in that area. I know that I'm very interested in doing some type of large business park in there and bringing tech companies there. I think it's a really unique space where if it was a drone company or somebody that needs to test things in the air, you're at the airport. I know they have a tremendous amount of space there. And really, we're really lacking in infrastructure in and out of the valley. So my dream is to have really high-paying jobs, maybe in the Stead Airport, so people don't need to be on the freeway, right? Like, I feel like that's a more feasible option than getting the amount of roads that we need or lanes. So is there any movement towards that, or is there any way I could help motivate that, or how do we get to that place?
So your vision for the surplus real estate at Stead aligns on and overlays almost perfectly with our own.
Great.
I will tell you what you'll likely see there. So both our Air National Guard and our sheriff maintain a presence there, which we think is really important because there are a number of providers in the tech space for whom that basically we call it fence adjacent, but still outside the fence. And so when you look at any installation, be it for public safety or military, what happens inside the fence is generally protected. But there are a lot of companies that we deal with that need proximity to that use and could use that fence as a rear buffer and a rear protected zone for what they do. Particularly those that do work for our federal government and I'll just say in a very specific part of what it takes to protect the warfighters that keep us safe and free. And so we think that there's a robust possibility to put that use at Stead.
Yeah. So I'm just going to call you Triple N because I'm not going to remember.
Okay.
Are you actively trying to attract people to that location, or how does that work?
Well, yes. And so, and it's also important to know we are blessed to represent almost the entirety of the real estate development community. The developer that is contracted to build those buildings is one of our longest tenured and most vocal investors. So I'll just tell you, we want to be there, but I'll be working there whether I want to be or not if I'm going to be in this job. And so the truth of it is, yes, we're motivated to fill that space with great careers and high-paying jobs.
Yeah, and I always feel like, there's no property tax on that land because it's FAA property. I know there's some extra hoops to go through to purchase it, but I feel like it's a extra benefit, no property tax, no income tax, like it should be an ideal location for tech businesses and downtown. I'm not trying to steal from downtown, but okay, I think that was all. Oh no, just one last thing. Wages. you know, everything is costing way more every minute, it feels like. Are you guys doing anything to try and bring jobs that pay more money here? Like, I'm concerned about people being able to keep up with the cost of living here.
So the average value of a job that we created in the last 12 months was just under $80,000.
Okay.
That's down $400 from the year before, which is generally attributable. So last year we were like 80,456, I think,
Okay.
which is generally attributable to some of the headwinds that the market faced. But yes, I won't dive into our strategies in the interest of time, but we've actually completely rewritten our measures around recognizing that the future will hold fewer jobs, but we want those fewer jobs to be higher paying. So we're actively focused on ensuring the jobs that we recruit and the companies that we bring here allow people to fully embrace the quality of life here in our region.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the extra time as well.
All right. Any other further questions? No? Okay. Well, guess what? Now you get a free pass to get on out of here. I think you did a fantastic job. We don't have to take any action, but it's always really helpful whenever you come and tell us what you're doing, how you're doing. It's just, you know, we are partners with EDON and Envy Now.
That's right.
Envy Now, okay.
We'll answer to both.
Okay. But I think, you know, what you guys are doing is super important, and also welcoming all of our entrepreneurs, our businesses, manufacturing companies. But what I like about what you do the most, Taylor, is you're such a champion for downtown.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Really, really appreciate that. And all businesses, and you're very present in the community. I don't know how you do all the events that you do. I think my job has a lot of them. I think you have twice as many too. So,
thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry, you reminded me of something. You know, we have the redevelopment now area that's generating revenue. Is there any special kind of recruitment that's happening for those areas?
Yeah. Yes, actually, and so I am honored and grateful to be one of the members of the RAB of your and to be able to participate in the dialogues with your staff, which I think do a fantastic job of getting deals in front of us to consider. One of the things I would like to mention on this point, though, and I think it's really important. And it's a place where I believe that we're going to show leadership as we go forward. And a quick public service announcement. So I hope everyone in the community travels across the new Arlington Street Bridge. It is beautiful. I mean, it is what a showpiece. But it's important to note the Sierra Street Bridge is 75 years old, and we're about to take it on. And so you're going to see us. And I'll tell you, I love the block of on the north side of the river. That First Street block that's anchored on one end by Toro Bravo and Carajillo on the other side. If you've not had coffee at Carajillo, you are missing an experience. That to say, we're going to see a destabilizing effect in that corridor. So I'm going to be running events down there on a bi-monthly basis. Some of it'll be as simple as a community, happy hour to make sure that businesses like the Eddy, like Toro Bravo, like all the investment that we're seeing in that, so that hopefully we can preserve all of the investment that's happening in that corridor. And I would like to invite anyone in the community to come and join us in that. I mean, I think it's critical that we come together and support our businesses and our business owners that are going to basically have a destabilizing sort of event happen around them, which must happen. I want to say on behalf of the RTC, the bridge is 75 years old. It must be replaced. But I think we as a community can come together and support those businesses and ensure they make it through. And so my organization is going to try to be a leader in that space, and I hope that many of our community partners will join me.
Yeah, I know that this council really strongly supports local businesses, so thank you for that.
Okay.
great. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Adams. Great job. Appreciate you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
let us, I also know, we had a council member that asked, let us know what we can help you with. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
yeah, thank you so much. Okay, tell Doug and friends hello from us. Okay, we are going to be moving right along, and we are going to head into, I wanted to go into the RDA. We don't have all staff here for that item. So if you don't mind, Ms. Bryant, will you just make sure that they know we're going to call it soon? Perfect. Okay, and then we are going to head into, I'm sure, is it Charlie 3?
Yes.
Where? Oh, here we go. Yeah. There we go. We're going to go into I'm sure you're very happy and excited about this, right? The city manager annual review is something that is, it's under our governing policies, and we have to do it in a time frame, and this is just part of the process. It's a little bit different because we do it in public. Hi, Cody. I'm going to send over to the interim clerk. Do you have any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, Cody, the floor is yours.
Okay. Mayor, Council, City Manager Bryant, my name is Cody Freeman, HR Business Partner for the city's HR department. I'm here to present the item in front of you today, a summary of the city manager's performance evaluation. First and foremost, I wanted to highlight the alignment with our strategic priorities. As you can see, this item touches every priority we have at the City of Reno with an emphasis on government effectiveness. As always, let's talk about the process. Consistent with prior years, the process was facilitated by Human Resources. But what makes this year unique is that City Manager Bryant invited all full-time staff at the City of Reno to participate in the evaluation. That resulted in 219 responses across all 4 groups. One group being all city full-time, another group department heads and leadership, the next group council, and the final group external stakeholders. The survey included 31 rated questions and 4 open-ended questions. Lastly, HR used a confidential and anonymous online platform to collect those responses. Now let's talk about the rating scale and areas of focus. The ratings ranged from 1 does not meet expectations to 5 outstanding. There was also an option for people to rate NA for no basis to evaluate, which I'll discuss in the next slide what that means. On the right side of the screen, some of the 10 areas evaluated included leadership style, policy implementation, communication and transparency, and strategic priorities. Before we jump into the results, I want to share that different groups see different things. And what I mean is about 85% of the responses came from the all-city full-time employee group, simply because that is the largest group from the survey. You'll also note in that between 36 and 41% of respondents selected no basis to evaluate on some of the questions. That's because many of the employees don't work directly with the city manager as part of their day-to-day work. But that being said, the response was very valuable. Again, the city manager intentionally chose to make this a full 360 review by inviting every full-time employee to participate. That decision reflects her commitment to transparency and her belief that meaningful feedback should come from the entire organization, not just the people she works closely with. Now let's look at the overall performance ratings using a quantitative lens. Before we do, it's helpful to explain the 2 groups in front of you on this screen. The first bullet point, direct observers, are the people who worked closely with City Manager Bryant, including department heads, City Council, and external partners. The direct observers rated her performance slightly above 4.5, which leans towards outstanding. The all respondents group included everyone who completed the survey, and that's the second bullet point. This included the all city full-time staff. 88% of the respondents rated meets expectation or above, and within that, 63% at exceeds or outstanding. The reason why we break down the results like this is because it gives us a good picture of how she's viewed by those who interact with her every day, as well as by the entire organization. Now, I know this slide looks like a lot, so I'm going to break it down a bit and explain how to read the table. Important note here, this is the quantitative data for the rated questions 1 through 31. If you look at, say, example number 8, strategic priorities, it breaks down the results by group and then also provides an all respondents percentage. So for example, number 8, strategic priorities, you have external, 93%, directors, 99%, council, 100%, so on and so forth. Overall, 86% of respondents and 97% of direct observers rated the city manager's performance as meets expectations or above. Next, with a survey of this size, it helps to focus both on the highest and lowest rated categories. One thing I do want to point out is even in the 5 lowest rated areas, they still are still above the meets average expectation level. So these aren't necessarily concerns. These are simply areas of opportunity for continued growth and development. Again, how to read the table. Let's go ahead and use from the top 5 on the left, question 19. The competency being communicates clearly and professionally, written and verbal. That rated at 3.92. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see the scale there. 3 equals meets expectations, 4 equals exceeds. So the 3.92 is right under that exceeds expectations level. And then if we go to the bottom 5, let's take a look at, say, question 13. Oversees departments with appropriate oversight and delegation. That's the competency, and the rating was 3.60. So right there, above the middle of the meets and right under exceeds. The next slide is going to jump into qualitative data, and we gathered this from 4 open-ended questions. And why is qualitative data important? Well, it gives everyone a chance to share their comments in their own words. As we look at this slide, it covers positive themes. Those themes include budget transparency, decisiveness, and accessibility in person. And so if we were to just dig a little deeper on budget transparency per se, it says budget shortfall delivered early in plain language, praised in 53 comments with City Connect cited repeatedly, and then also accessibility in person, always willing to meet with staff, provides follow-up and direct outreach. And then I think one of the areas here, decisiveness, valued across all groups, and seen as rare in the public sector. I'll just give a moment for y'all on that slide. Along with the positive themes, people also shared areas for continued growth. These themes appeared consistently throughout those 4 open-ended questions. These include empowering the leadership team, a shared conviction for urgency, and a desire to strengthen the accountability model, to just name a few. If we were to look a little deeper into this one, I think we've heard a lot moving at the speed of Jackie. And so under a shared conviction for urgency, her speed is widely praised, but a signal to separate an emergency from a routine request would be something that would be helpful for staff with some feedback. As we wrap up the survey results, a few themes really stood out, delivering where it matters most with a clear path forward. First, City Manager Bryant received very strong ratings from people who work with her closely. And as a reminder, that group, department heads, City Council, and external partners. Second, by inviting every full-time employee to participate, she demonstrated her commitment to transparent leadership and making sure everyone had an opportunity to share their perspective. Overall, the feedback paints a clear picture of her strengths while also identifying opportunities to continue growing and building an even stronger, more structured path forward. Again, what goes hand in hand with a review is typically a discussion around salary and benefits. This may look familiar from last time around. I pulled this exact slide over into this presentation just as a reminder of what did we do last year. But what's important on this slide is that City Manager Bryant is not requesting a salary increase for the 2nd year in a row. And with that said, here's the recommended motion, and I'll turn it back over to council for any discussion or questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Cody. Great job.
Thank you.
I I don't know, anyone that gets to work with Cody, you can clearly tell he likes his job and he's super positive, and I just always love interacting with you, and I think you are just exactly the right person in HR to do what you do. So, great job. Okay, I'm going to start with council members. This is always kind of uncomfortable because typically we do this very different than the private sector, but we have to do it in public. I mean, it's great for transparency purposes, but I also think that it can be somewhat uncomfortable. I just like to always call it the elephant in the room, because every city manager I've ever worked with was like, oh, it's so weird when we do it in public. And so I said, Jackie, how are you doing? And she said, oh, she's very, very, very strong. I want to start out with, that I have to say that you have really shown in some of the toughest times since I've been here. You've had some very, very difficult decisions to make and tough times. So I've been there with you. A lot of people don't get to see what happens behind the scenes. It's incredibly stressful. It's, you're just concerned because you care so much. And so I always think that it's kind of like what I get to see when no one else does. And because I will see your best moments and your worst. And so I have to just say that your commitment has truly demonstrated, I think, your strength, and it's been complex issues. They've been controversial issues, and so it really measures someone's leadership when that's happening. And so I just say, Jackie, I think you should be very proud how you've handled that, because they have not been easy. We've both lost sleep at night. I'll call her and I'll say, did you lose sleep? Of course, I didn't sleep all night. So I know how that feels. And I also want to commend you for the job that you do. It's a very, very tough. The public does not see how difficult the city manager's job is. And so most of the time people think I'm doing your job. They don't know the difference of what we do. And I have to say, oh, no, you need to praise the city manager. You got to email her, call her. So you need to know that. And then I would say that it's a very, very stressful job. And so there is one thing you said, so I want you to know I appreciate what you do. I appreciate the biggest thing for me, Jackie, and you do have this, and I love this about you, is you're very, very compassionate for people, and you have tremendous empathy. And I think that is one of the most critical components of being a good leader, because it will humanize you. And that is one thing that Jackie really, really brings to the table. And so, and she loves animals, and she loves children, and she's just very kind. I just think that we get judged so differently up here, and people forget that you're human. And the best parts of you are typically not seen in public. They're seen in a headline. And so I just want you to know that you should be very, very proud, because I'm very proud how empathetic and compassionate you are in our community. If I ask you to jump on something, you do it. Someone did mention that is one thing about you. You do move fast. My only criticism would be that you probably should slow down a little bit, so that, and listen, everyone's like, government moves slow, so here we are, slow down, move up, slow down, move up. I don't know which one, what are we doing, right? And maybe we've just gotten to a place where we get a little bit more, I don't know, just knowing timing, but Jackie moves super, super fast, and I just want to say, just watch that a little bit. It's a blessing and a curse. Isn't it? She knows. Jackie and I have been there. Jackie, what do you mean? What'd you go do? She's just out there, which I love, because when you want urgency, this is what you want. But when you're like, hold on a second, let me breathe for a minute, then you can sometimes get out in front of it and not realize that we're already halfway down the road. And I'm like, hold on, Jackie, I'm coming, hold on. Anyway, so that would be one of my biggest criticisms, and maybe just a little bit more like, it's hard when you have an organization, this big, and it helps if it's not, a need-to-know basis, right? And there's so many things that are going on. So that would be my only criticism. But I hope that everyone knows that you have handled some very complex issues with grace and with kindness, and they weren't easy. So you should be very proud. All right, I'm going to hand it over to anyone else that would like to chime in. Councilwoman Anderson.
Sure. Hi.
Hi.
Jackie, it's been an honor to work with you. I'm going to be your biggest cheerleader here today because as people have given you the feedback, you move quickly and you're decisive, and it's very rare to see in public service and the public sector. It's where I come from, and so I think that you've given me a bridge to be able to accept that bridge of being able to be high-performing, quick, and effective, and slow it down with the thoughtfulness and methodicalness and really legal nature of what we do here, making sure that we're making good decisions on behalf of our community. So your way has helped me kind of settle into this position very seamlessly, and so thank you for that. Some things that I'm very grateful for. You are unafraid to tackle very complex issues. You don't ignore them, overlook them, sweep them under the rug. The highest performing organizations that I've ever been a part of are the organizations that do that. They burn through the BS so that we can keep moving and trusting each other, and I just love that about you. Leadership is in what you do and not in what you say. And I didn't know that you invited everyone in the city to evaluate you. And I want you to know that you are the first leader I have ever heard request that. So that's incredible. So thank you for that. When difficult and tragic events happen that aren't necessarily your job, you mobilize your team to the next level in a way that you're thinking through solving problems, anticipating problems, and nurturing these teams through this really high impact life or death tragic work that you do. And it's 24/7. And you are an incredible communicator. You keep us all in the loop. I've never been surprised by anything that has happened in the community. We get surprised by what happens sometimes with people and all the free will that's in our life. But the way that you communicate the news and hard things is just, I've never worked with somebody in this capacity in the way that you do. And I'm very grateful for that. One thing that I think is a big misconception, and I think the mayor kind of gave a nod to this, is how strategically complicated your job is. And most people don't have to be subject matter experts enough to be respected and be able to lead teams in 13 different departments, and all of them have a life or death element to them. That is incredible. And you just stepped right into this role in an emergent time and just started to thrive. So thank you for that. And thank you for your ability to, if you don't know, finding the leader that can help you understand. I have more to say, but I will let my colleagues say theirs first.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the overview. Cody, I appreciate that. And Manager Bryant, thank you for not requesting an increase in your salary. I personally really appreciate that, and your recognition of our financial situation that shows a lot of your character and your leadership. I think reading through the comments that I've noticed, it seems like both from external or internal staff and maybe at the director level, people really appreciate it. Your transparency and your desire to keep people informed on the decisions that are being made and why they're being made. It seems like a lot of comments included City Connect, that program that started maybe about a year ago, and what you all have done to make sure that staff is aware of where we're at and where we're headed and how we're going to head there. There was some also a lot of appreciation from staff in your efforts to ensure that we as a body understand where we have policy decisions to be made and where it's staff responsibility to take on those decisions. And so I'm also appreciative of you sort of drawing the line and holding firm, but also being empathetic and understanding in your delivery of that. I know sometimes we can be a handful, I'll just say that, and I appreciate the way that you're able to navigate our desires, our needs, what we hear out in the community, and voicing those concerns over to you and ensuring that our staff still has the right tools to make sure that we're providing a great level of service. And I am almost done, but I think I'll just quote your colleague in this region who said, "This is what a strong partnership looks like: open communication, accessibility, a willingness to work through difficult issues, and a shared focus on achieving better outcomes for our communities." So I appreciate Manager Luthen for having submitted that letter in support of everything that you do. And I just wanted to end my time with that quote because I think it emphasizes a lot of what I want to say to you and the appreciation that I have for working with you in this capacity. Thank you.
I don't think you can see the lights green over here. It looks weird.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Jackie, I'll make this very quick because I know this is very uncomfortable for you. The City of Reno is a high-performing government agency. I would say it's the best in the region because of you. You've strengthened our regional partnerships, and that wasn't easy, and you stepped into the role. I think you can really judge an organization by the times in crisis, and we've had some of those. And what you have done is, in those times of crisis, it is a machine that is effective and moves, and it's flawless. And that's because of you and your leadership. And there's been many times like that. I would say that Reno is a better place because of you, and we are better for having you. I hope that you stay. I wish we could give you a raise. My biggest comment or criticism is please don't burn out. You have a whole team of people supporting you. Make sure that you use them. And, I love that I can hear what people want in the community. I can bring it to you, and then you execute it. And that's the way it's supposed to work. So thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much. I think the one area where I may diverge with some of my colleagues' comments is about whether or not I think this is an uncomfortable process. I actually think that people like you, Jackie, or Ms. Bryant, really do shine under the pressure of a public process. I've never seen you shrink from it. I don't believe that you react poorly to criticism when it's levied. I think you take it all in the attention that it's met with. And so I don't know that I find this to be uncomfortable. Yes, doing anyone's performance evaluation in public is unusual, but I don't think for you it's an uncomfortable place. A couple of things I want to mention, and I did mention in my absolutely fabulous review of you because I have a really very high regard. First is I think you have led us in a different way in the area of public transparency around our finances, right? I think some folks would play sort of hide the ball, but you said, nope, we're going to be right out front with it. It's going to happen in every meeting. We're going to talk about it, but we're going to pair that with some explanation about how the system is kind of rigged against us. And I'm going to go out and try to educate people about it, right? So I think that that's a tremendous accomplishment in this last year. The second thing, and it's been mentioned, is about crisis comms and crisis moments. I have been reading this book called The Devil Never Sleeps, and so I'm going to send it along to you when I'm finished with it. But one of the things it said there is two things that stuck out and really speak to your work in this area, because we've had a few crises that have developed over the year. Certainly, a lot of transition has happened in the Reno Police Department. Things are going very well there, but it's an area where I think a lesser person would have stumbled or stubbed their toe along the way. But essentially there are 4 points in the book that I'm talking about that I think you exhibit. One is that you exhibit exceptional consequence management. So you are trying to minimize the impact of unavoidable disruptions. And I think that that's something you're excellent at. Second is that you are fostering institutional resiliency because you are designing the systems that are designed to absorb sudden shocks from them, right? It's not about you. I think you've already met and accomplished a lot in your professional life and career. There's I think there's pretty much nothing you haven't done. And so what I think you have learned from that probably and what carries over is how to build the systems to avoid those inevitable things that happen and make our systems more resilient. Third is I think that you have ensured the city does deliver robust redundancies, and you have allowed us to transition through some crises in a way that you kind of just get through them quickly and you move on to what we have to do. And I think that's great. And then the last thing I'll say is that you have really focused in educating us, and if I may, Madam Mayor, I'll be quick because I don't have a second round, with sort of a forward-looking adaptation about a thing. So you're focused on the recovery, you're focused on the institutional structures that allow us to move forward. In the next year, what I would say is we have some big changes to happen, and they're primarily because we're going to have two very long-serving members, Ms. Dewar and Madam Mayor, who will step off the dais. And in a weaker city, I think that would be a real crisis point because you're losing so much institutional knowledge. And so in your own self-evaluation, I read that you really thought thoughtfully about that there will be a transition. You've got to have, the team in place to be able to allow the next mayor to be successful. And when you lose that kind of institutional knowledge, it's always a challenging point. I think that you'll take these other things that I've said and really be able to focus on them. So thank you for that sort of reflective self-evaluation, because I don't think a lot of people are able to step outside of it and look at themselves. And I think you did that well. So, I may not agree with one thing, which is this question about whether a raise is merited. And this is just something that I worry about because cost of living increases are, I think, appropriate. I'll certainly defer to my colleagues, and I know that you have personally said that is not your interest, but I do think that only lasts for so long because what's happening is you're working the same amount or more for less. So that's just my thoughts.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. If I could repeat what's been said, I would if we had time for that, because I concur with so many of my colleagues' comments in terms of, I'll just start with my high regard for you and your intelligence, which hasn't actually been called out, but I think your intelligence helps you do that evaluation process and think through problems. And that is probably what helps you be so fast. And, I'm a pretty fast gal too. So when I see it in others, I really appreciate it. The downside of being fast, and Mayor kind of called it out, is that not everyone can end up feeling heard, right? And I think it's really, really important that you bring everyone along with you. And that is hard when you're making quick, fast, and good decisions. And no matter how good sometimes, people can question it because they weren't part of it, right? And I think this goes for all of us on council in terms of being judgmental. And you and I have had some really good conversations about this. So I echo that it's been a year of crisis, really, that we're not of your making, that you were responding. And I do think one of your greatest strengths is your ability to anticipate and communicate and understand, especially internally, perhaps less externally, but especially internally, how people might react. I wanted to ask about the self-evaluation, and I tried to read this entire package and every single comment that someone made, and I think I got 95% through. And I heard over and over about the Community Connect, or I probably used the wrong word, but the City Connect. And I read about the handling of our PD and the handling of the budget. I mean, these were themes that were repeated and repeated. In your self-evaluation, and I just wondered what you thought the purpose of a self-evaluation might be, like in this context. Do you have a thought?
Just in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me in general, it's an opportunity to stop and be very reflective about what's working. What do I want to do next?
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
Yeah.
So yes, in general, that's what I think it is. That we don't get a lot of time to just pause and spend some time deep thinking.
Yeah.
And so those are good
I think
moments for me.
you're absolutely right. And I did note that you ranked yourself number 5 on every single characteristic. I think there were 31. And that could very well be merited. I think many of us feel like we are flawed human beings and that we're maybe not perfect in everything. And if you look at your self-evaluation and also the things that Cody just said you were highest ranked in was 3.9, almost 4, and the things that you were lower ranked was around 3.5, something in there. So I think it raises a question for further self-reflection. Why would they not also give you a 5? What do they not understand about what you understand about your own self? And you can respond in a minute, but what I wanted to recommend is there's a section of the self-evaluation which says, this was kind of interesting, what is one area where you would like to see growth or a different approach? And all of your answers were about the organization, right? Where we could improve here or where we could improve there. And I think that's very important to identify, but I also think somewhere in these papers, it's good to identify what you think you would like to work on. And I think, Councilmember Taylor already identified one that I was going to too in terms of self-care, right? Like these are very, very tough jobs that, this is why the tenure's sometimes shorter than other jobs, right? Because the stress is so high. And people do not want to see you burn out, and it doesn't help you, but it doesn't help them either. So it's just an example of something in a personal development plan that I think it's good to actually write down, think about, and work on so that you can have longevity, so that you aren't a flash in the pan, so you don't burn out. So I just think that, and the only other thing I would recommend and this is not for me to talk about your personal plan, this is for you to think about and you to identify and you to wonder about how does the organization see you differently than you see yourself? That's a good question to ask yourself. And then finally, you and I have also already talked about this, which I firmly believe, having been in a leadership position in government with many, many employees, that I have found one of my greatest or anyone's greatest Achilles heel is getting information in one direction, right? And I'm really glad, and some of the comments were about getting out in the workplace. You already do, but you can never do it enough really to both make the people feel valued, but also to gather information, right? So let's say folks in your office, immediate office, might feel one way about an issue. Maybe the people out in the department feel a different way. And so that's the only two things I would suggest is that you take another look at your self-evaluation. And number two, that you continue to work on this, getting information from multiple sources, even people that you don't know as well, that will help better inform the decisions, especially if you want departments or divisions or anyone to adopt your decision and run with it. You want their buy-in. So thank you for a great year.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Nieper.
Yeah, so much of what I wanted to say has basically been said, but I'll just do a high-level recap that Jackie took the helm when there was some tension and just rose to the occasion. And I know you didn't want the job at first. We had to trick you into it, but I appreciate it. And we've had a lot of bumps in the road since you became the city manager, and through it all that you've been able to just maintain, our direction that we're going as a city, take care of staff, take care of our budget, in the face of these really uncomfortable, difficult times where you weren't always given the respect that you deserve, and other staff members as well, that it was just not fun times. And I appreciate you being willing to stick it out with us. And I know that you've helped me personally with some projects in my ward that weren't anything crazy, like building a park, but had high visibility, towing all those abandoned trucks around the Stead Airport. I got so many calls and texts and emails about the trucks being gone because it was such a visual thing in everybody's face. It just made that area feel like a dump. And I appreciate your help just doing things for my community like that. And your work with the new chief to get us more patrol out there. So I'm just always you're impressed with your ability to just take on more things and just keep moving ahead in the face of these other really ugly things going on, and you must be a master delegator because you couldn't do it all on your own. So I appreciate that as well, that you really know how to prioritize and get things done. And I also appreciate just being able to go to you for advice on how to handle some things. You always have great insight on who to contact and how to handle things, and I really appreciate being able to talk with you about issues and struggles that I'm having and try and figure out solutions. So on a personal level, I just really thank you for your support as the city manager.
Thank you.
The last thing I wanted to say was how much I appreciate the level of engagement that you have put forth in your communications, a variety of different ways that you've communicated, from being the star of a podcast weekly to, or every other week, I don't know, going out into the community, visiting the NABs, and educating us and educating the community, helping us help ourselves to tell the story about what we can do, what limited resources we have, and what help we need, and what the vision of the city is. And so those communication styles have just been so helpful because it really breaks down barriers for how people like to learn. We have a way for everyone to figure out what's going on at the City of Reno, and that podcast alone has really expanded the access, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to move on. We have a big agenda still. So I'm going to ask you, Councilwoman Anderson.
I move to approve the annual performance evaluation for City Manager Jackie Bryant for the past year of employment and provide direction for implementation of the performance goals discussed today for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, congratulations. Thank you. Okay, moving along. We're going to go with E1 and E2. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
I don't believe so. No, there's no public comment, and we have not received any correspondence.
Okay, thank you so much.
You know what, Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
That is amazing, given how much discussion preceded this moment with the public. That no one is here to object or speak to this is remarkable. I mean, our public works staff and even myself, we did a great job answering the questions out there. You know?
right.
And so today, we get to calmly take on these items.
Okay. All right, you ready? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Dewar, do you need a presentation?
I do not.
Oh,
No.
okay, good.
Up on the board.
We do need to have the bill title read into the
Exactly.
record.
Yes, so I'm going to hand it over to the one and only Carl Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7339. An ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Article 2, Section 12.16.290, Title Sewer Connection Fee, Dwelling Unit or Residential Unit, to add an area-specific connection fee rate for River Mount, together with other matters properly relating thereto, Sewer Fund, Ward 2.
Madam Mayor, on item E1, in compliance with NRS 354.613, I move that the Reno City Council finds that the fee increase is not prohibited by law. The fee increase is necessary for the continuation or expansion of the purpose for which the enterprise fund was created, and that the fees are deposited in the sewer enterprise fund to be used solely for the purpose for which those fees are collected.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Back
And I'll
at
take
you.
on E2. And E2 is the specific ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 12. Do you need to read the bill number?
7339.
Okay, so we have 733-9. And so the bottom line here is that there would be a new sewer connection fee, dwelling unit or residential unit, and to add the area-specific connection fee for River Mount, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
And you're moving to
All
refer.
right.
I was moving to approve this
Okay,
ordinance
I
introduction.
got a motion.
She's moved to refer, is my understanding,
yes.
for a second
Sorry,
reading and adoption.
refer.
Yeah, refer.
And
have
I
a
will
motion
second that
And a
motion.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good job. Congratulations. Okay, we are moving along to actually,
G1?
City Manager, do you?
Can we take a quick break?
Yeah, no.
We're quite close.
Yeah, we're going to get pretty close.
Okay.
And we have people waiting here, and so I want to make sure that we get them in and out. Okay, we're
Madam
gonna-
Mayor, on item G1, which are the boards and commission appointments, I will move to appoint Vice Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Kathleen Taylor to the newly named
Okay.
Truckee Meadows Housing Authority, TMHA Board of Commissioners.
Perfect.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for leading me into that. I wasn't sure who was the appointer. Okay.
We are the appointer this time now.
Okay.
It's a strange thing these days.
Okay. Now we are going to, well, we already opened the RDA. Great. We're going to just go right in. Do you have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment on the consent.
Okay. All right. Any
Madam Clerk,
consent
are we
items?
in the redevelopment agency? Have we approved the redevelopment agency board agenda?
Yes, you did that earlier.
Okay. So,
Items from
any
consent.
consent items that any of you would like to pull?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item B4, please.
Okay. Item B4. Councilman Anderson?
No, I'm sorry.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
Nothing? Nothing? All right, Councilman Ebert, you, everyone's got their green lights on over here.
Oh.
That's why I asked, but.
I also had a comment on B4, but it's probably different from Councilmember Taylor, but.
Okay. All right, so can I get a motion for all those items?
I'll
For
move
B4?
to approve the rest of the items, so B1 through 5, except B4.
Okay, great.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into item B4.
I
Take it.
have a note really quick,
Oh.
sorry, on G1 on the council agenda that you did need to choose the length of terms for them.
Oh,
Staggered.
I think Councilman Martinez will do the 3-year, and I'll do the 2-year. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my
Thank you.
motion.
please include that in the motion. Okay, thank you. All right, no public comment on this item, correct? Okay,
Sorry, I'm still
I'm going
on
to hand it to you. Go ahead,
consent.
take it away, Ms. Turney.
Madam Mayor, I don't need a presentation. I just wanted to, I needed to pull this item. I don't think I'm going to be in the majority, but I wanted to explain the RAB did not want to move this item forward. I can't support giving redevelopment agency set funds to a special event. I think it opens up lots of other special events. I know we did it for Western Lights. Western Lights was part of our activation plan, and I think another downtown plan. That's my reasoning. I absolutely support the event. I think it should be getting money from our special event fund and maybe discretionary funds. So I would open it up for somebody that wants to make the motion to approve it, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I had a comment.
Go right ahead.
Okay, during the agenda review, I discussed this with Ms. Turney, and I thought this was very weird that we are saying that Dancing in the Streets is a program. The same way that Small Walls is a program, Restore is a program, Resecure. Within all of those other programs, there are special projects. This is a project, like this is an event. And what I had recommended in my review was that we have a program called events, or that we discuss the appropriateness of funding events out of this, which, by the way, I'm fine with. And I support this one. But I just thought it was weird to have it called a program when it's just a special event. And, maybe that's just terminology, but I mean, I think it applies something. Like if you have a program for events, that means that there could be other events. But if you only have a program on one event, it's only about that. And I do have a second comment, and that comment is that I don't understand, we approved this already when the redevelopment board went over all these projects and all these funds. We approved this already. I don't understand why it would go back to the redevelopment advisory board. I'm confused by this process. I would you could answer that question first. That would be great.
I'll answer them in the
Reverse
reverse
order?
order then.
Yeah, thank you.
So the direction from this body at the December 3rd, 2025 meeting was a very clear, overwhelming support that you wanted your advisory board to review everything before it came to the RDA. So this ties back to that, which you did. And so
Yeah.
that's been our practice. We actually changed when the RAB meets in order to meet a more stringent cadence. So the RAB meets the first Monday of each month, and then we typically bring all of your business items to you at your second council meeting of the month. So that way we're on the same month, trying to reduce that time.
But here's, I get the process issue, but at our last meeting of the redevelopment board, we talked about the fact that maybe the mayor's comment must have been mistaken, because what I don't get, it's not a very efficient government process to bring something here, have us approve it, and then go back to the RAB again. Like, and I think the mayor tried to make clear that was not her intent. So and I understand this probably happened before we had that conversation last week. So
No,
I'm not challenging that.
Excuse me, I think
Yeah.
we're talking two different things, Ms. Turney. What Councilmember Dewar is asking you is, why do you need approval on a program? And that was a legal determination that you were told.
No, I am actually asking why you need a approval of an event that isn't styled as a program. I get why you need a program.
Same answer.
It's the same
Yeah.
answer. So the other component is that this one particular event does not meet any of the other programs. So we created a
You
marketing
mean it's not within
program.
there?
It doesn't fit within the
Yeah.
parameter guidelines. So
Okay.
we've created a marketing program based off of your approval of your budget in which to give this particular event money. So this is
But
our
we
legal
did give them
framework.
money.
Yes, you said you wanted to give them money, and so we needed to find the legal way to get there.
So you
And
need to
that's what's
adopt
in
a
front of you.
program. I get that.
We need to adopt the resolution that has this program, yes.
Right, but why just a single, you don't have, for example, a specific small wall. You have all of the small walls.
Correct.
You don't have a specific restore facade. You have all of them
Correct.
within a program, and so on. So why would you have a specific event? Why wouldn't you be coming to us, asking us to approve a program that might include events? This might be the only one to date. There might be 6 months from now. Western Lights might come back for money in this fiscal year. I mean, that's what I don't get.
So I'm happy to take that direction. The direction is based off of your budget adoption with a very specific language that was given in your adoption. If you would like to change that and us take it back and create a new program, we're happy to do that.
Let me ask you a quick question, follow-up. Let's say Western Lights does come back and ask for funds. Do you have to bring that back to the RAB for special approval of that event?
Western Lights would likely fit within our activation program. So a different program because it's multi-day, it's based off of other plans.
And
so-
isn't this multi-day?
No, it's one day.
Okay,
It's a
I thought
single
it was.
episodic.
Okay,
I'm gonna
thank you.
move on. Councilwoman?
Okay.
Ebert? No? Okay, since I don't see
I'm
any other
Madam
green
Mayor.
lights on, oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Reese, and then I'll go back to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I want to start by saying that I certainly take the RAB's recommendation seriously. I think they did the work. And this question about the multi-day event is a fair one to ask, right? I don't think it's unreasonable. But I think the record in front of us is more complete than what they were evaluating. And so on the fuller record, I believe that the sponsorship meets the NRS 279 and our own redevelopment plan guidelines. And so I wanted to lay that out. First of all, I think that it is not accurate to say that the event happens on a single night. The production requires multiple days of setting up. It requires logistics across more than a mile of street closures. And leading up to that, there's like this full season of programming where they have like a benefit concert to fund the event. There's spin-off maker and creative markets that have grown around it. When you look at the whole cycle, I don't think it's just one night. It's exactly the kind of recurring multi-event programming that the activation pilot program was designed to support. So in my mind, I understand the legal requirements of and the limitations of our power. I'm trying to explain how I found that it meets those already. NRS 279 does not limit us to bricks and facades. It authorizes the spending on a general welfare of the district and gives broad authority to fund activity in furtherance of the redevelopment's planned purposes. Economic activation, getting people into a district, supporting the business there and building the district identity is squarely within that. I understand that there's a challenge about one-night events and what's the deeper investment, but I push back on the premise. Not only is it more than a one-night event, but it becomes a fixture. It's a mechanism for placemaking. It is able to be described in the literature. Even some of the things which the RAB board cited as some evidence for this. I think one of them cited as Strong Towns, points to recurring anchor events that generate smaller ones that happen otherwise, and independent activity around that builds the district over time, which the Midtown District happens. And certainly I understand and acknowledge that there is some room tax funding that goes into that event already, much like it does with something like Hot August Nights. I don't see that as a reason to say no, though. I see it as a second public body already recognizing the value of the public benefit bar and showing that it's been cleared. So sponsorships don't become duplicative in my mind, then it's really supporting a different piece of it. Here it's about district identity and commercial activation. And so I think the room fund doesn't require any of that. So I guess I would ask, that we just see it as further into the redevelopment plan and that it is consistent with NRS 279. I had the privilege of attending this year, of course, as I think maybe others did as well, and it's spectacular. Now, certainly I don't think that anyone disputes that. I'm hopeful that Western Lights becomes quite as large. I mean, it's harder because it's in a time when it's cold to be outside, but I saw all ages of people. It was fantastic, incredibly well run, and I am excited about its future.
Yeah. Just talking about this particular subject, first of all, it's really hard to fund events because there are so many and they're all amazing and incredible. It's very, very just difficult to decipher who gets money and who doesn't. I am curious, though, on Dancing in the Streets, because it's just growing and growing and growing. I think it is remarkable. People absolutely love it. I think now more than ever, there is a big, big shift, particularly we're seeing this in the data with Gen Z, that they want to be together and experiential experiences, and they want to be in person. They're showing that. I think this is sort of the after effect to COVID, where people are really clamoring to come out, and they're even doing like these walking clubs that Gen Z is like put together. It's really kind of fascinating. I'm glad to see this because we actually have been in an epidemic of loneliness. We know that the last Surgeon General wrote an entire book on this, and so I think it's really important. I think it's important for the city to support these events that bring people together, if anything, for their mental health. I think listen, I'm going to be gone, but I just think that this would be incredibly valuable if you want a happy and healthy community, get them together more. Why I'm going down this road is I would love to see a sit down. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if Dancing in the Streets, how much they work with you. I did notice some things where I think they need to have someone strategically look at the entire footprint, because I think they could do some things that would make their lives easier and probably a little more affordable. But I do believe that the city, and maybe you do, Ashley, and I don't know, but like literally sitting down and strategically looking at that event to help them grow it, but help them really look and see some of the challenges that I know that they end up having. And I want to commend all those businesses that just put their heart and soul into it, did a phenomenal job. And every year, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And, the RCBA sponsored it. And here's the thing, the hard part is if the city doesn't sponsor it, then it really has a bad look to it, because some of our biggest, where you're taking the small business that, for a small business, it's hard to sponsor events. It's really hard. You just don't have a lot of money to do it. And so those sponsorships matter when they jump in and they do more and more and more. But I just, I hate to hear that, I just want to make sure that we do whatever we can to support them, because remember, there's a business behind them, because that's how they pay to do it. But if there's some way, and I don't know, it's very hard to do because you're picking and choosing. You never want to do that. They're all worthy, but some have a harder time getting going. I mean, obviously, they're getting momentum, those things. But I just think that there's some way to help them get to where they want to be.
We're always happy to meet with any event promoter that would like to come in and sit down with staff in order to try to help them. We have a lot of expertise in-house from previous lives before they came into the city. But we're happy to take a look and help them realize that if their footprint could be shifted a block here, it could maximize. And
it can
have
change.
they contacted all of their vendors? Are they using all licensed vendors? They're things that we're happy to be a helpful partner there. So they're welcome to reach out to us.
Yeah, that's great. You might want to put on the record how much you have supported that organization, because I think that is really critical, because I want people to know that we are investing in our community. So
on the City of Reno side, from a room tax standpoint, this year Dancing in the Streets received $25,000 from the room tax. That was actually the largest award that this body gave. That covered 100% of their city bill. Additionally, in previous years, they applied for arts and culture event grants that they were also awarded. They did not apply for those this year, but we believe that their entire city bill should have been covered.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the year before?
The year before, I think, was some amount that I'm not going to quote on the record, between $10,000 and $15,000, I believe. It was a large portion. We covered more than half of their city bill.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're participating and helping
Correct,
everyone
yeah.
do what they can do.
It's absolutely, we have more events than ever. We still have the same amount, $200,000 is the same amount of money that we've been sponsoring all the events in our community since 2012 when that program was launched. We have more events in more communities, which is wonderful. We've just done I think, a really spectacular job at the staff level of stretching that money to as many events as we can.
Yeah. The one thing I would say, and we've talked about it in the past, not just at this body, but other bodies, just so everyone knows, there was some benefit about going to like one regional events committee, right? And meaning by that, I know that the RCVA will give money, the city of Reno, Washoe County, like everyone will give like money. And so there was some talk about maybe being one regional partnership and events money and pulling it all together so that there was sort of an independence of all of that, but also because oftentimes you don't know if someone's already given, right?
Correct. Yes, they are not required, it's not a preclusion for people from applying or receiving funds from us if they've received it from other areas. That is certainly something that if this body would like us to investigate that more and see if a regional board is something we can put together for that, there's certainly could be some benefits there.
The RCVA talked about it at one time. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I do know everyone was like, they want to do it together and maybe they can make it work much better. All right. Anything over here? Did they maybe used to do? Really? Yeah, well, maybe that's the reason they don't do it anymore. Maybe it wasn't successful. Okay, over here.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Reese for sort of laying out the criteria. So we have a decision, it either meets or does not meet a certain criteria, and we believed it did. I thought you laid out the case really well for multiple related events that culminate in one night, a bigger event. In some ways, that's how Art Town started, right? They started with smaller events, and then it grew and grew, and until it became a whole month. So I just want to put in a pitch again. I think, given what the mayor said too about the dearth of funding for events, I don't think we should immediately say, well, if you're an event, you can't happen unless you're 2 nights or 3 nights per event. I think a better way to go would be to set up a program for events with some criteria that could be applied fairly. Because what strikes me right now is I'm not understanding the criteria as you laid it out, like 2 nights, 3 nights, they got money from someone else, they didn't. Like, I think it is a benefit to get money from multiple, and I do believe your application could be modified to say, have you received or are applying for other funding to show that there's a broad base of support? I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. So anyway, I support this because I think it grows the economy of the redevelopment district. And more people will locate there if a special event is centered there. They're more likely to participate in it. So I really don't see any conflict legally or from an economic or a criteria basis. And I just like to treat people the same. And that's why I think there should be a more general program on events. And you could set whatever criteria, have the board approve it, and we're golden, So thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions. Did you say that Dancing in the Streets already got $25,000 this year?
From the City of Reno Room Tax Fund, yes.
Okay.
That covered their city fund, so their balance due for staffing, street closures. This money from the redevelopment agency would be specifically used for marketing
Okay.
of their event and could be only used for marketing
Is
expenses.
that like changing the banners or something, or like what?
It could be banners,
ads?
it's if they're advertising, sponsorship, paying for ads. This was actually modeled after a program that they do out of the city of Las Vegas. So we pulled a lot of their similar programming requirements, so that way we could bring that forward to you to meet the requirements of 279.
Okay. And I know it was mentioned that we should have like kind of standards for what we can use this money for. Doesn't the RDA already have those kind of standards in place?
There are a few findings that you need to make under the law in order to justify the funding, and so that's part of what's before you in the resolution in order for you to meet those fundings. As it relates to the events, we do have another program that is called the Activation Program, which was designed to start new activations in areas. So not necessarily just special events, but areas that could be focused on marketing of a district to give an area consistent programming. And so that's currently being reviewed by the RAB. We brought forward that program to them in the spring. That resolution, they wanted some more time to look at that.
Okay, so that would be a constant event, not one night?
Correct.
Okay. And the RAB supported this or no?
The RAB did not support this particular resolution.
Did they have another one that they recommended, or they just said no to this, or?
They did not recommend this one. They supported the other programs that are before you today. The activation program, as I mentioned, they said they wanted to take another look at it and confirm that they felt it met the findings. But that was their recommendation on this
It
one.
was no, but maybe later? Is that
This one
kinda-
was a particular no. The activation was a maybe later. So they're reviewing that one at a future board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Before we bring that to you.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else? Councilman, 1 second. I do want to ask, because we had the Lear on here, correct?
That's a separate item, Madam Mayor. You'll get to that. I believe that's
Oh,
item
next, sorry.
C.
I thought it was under.
Nope, these are
Okay,
just
perfect.
your.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Move to approve the
I have
resolution.
a motion. Oh, second. Sorry. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries. Okay,
Can I do a roll call vote? I'm just not sure who all said no.
yes,
Okay, thank you.
go ahead.
Councilmember Taylor? No. Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebert?
No.
Councilmember Reese?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Sheeby?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It does pass.
Okay. Moving along. Charlie 2, right? Let's see. I cannot see today.
I think
have
we're on
the
C2.
worst vision, it's like crazy. All right, Madam Clerk.
C2, correct?
Yes. Okay. Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Okay, all you, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record. This item before you has been placed on this agenda based on board comments made at the July 22nd, 2026 RDA board meeting, where concerns were raised that certain contracts and agreements related to the Lear may be unnecessarily going back through the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board after the RDA, the Redevelopment Agency Board, has already taken action. So there are 2 points in the proposed Lear feasibility study and exterior site improvements process, where currently RAAB review occurs in the proposed process. That's the exterior site improvements, construction contract award, and the feasibility study consultant agreement. And so we are looking for direction on whether you all want those to go back to the RAAB before they come before the RDA.
Okay.
Or not, and I can go
Okay.
into those decision
Thank you.
points.
Megan, I sent you an email. Did you get it? Oh, you didn't? It was on America's 250 celebration poster, the national poster. I am so sorry. I need to go back through my email. I just wanted to make sure, because usually you're so good at your emails and you didn't respond, so I thought I should just double check. So I bet you didn't get it. because I put an attachment with it. But anyway, I just wanted to follow up with you because I knew this would be a project you were like, yes. So it's very cool. But I thought of you immediately, so I sent it to you, and I will follow back up. But my fault. Sometimes I literally go through emails, and I have so many I forget sometimes to hit send, and they can get really lost. Anyway, okay. Here's what I'd say. We get a lot of things really, really right. I did, it's just so hard to look at the Lear and look at that in street. It's so beautiful, and if you have not walked it, go and walk it. You are going to love it. It's the best thing you could do for your mental health. Do it about 7:30 at night, and it's just stunning. The one thing is that I have a really hard time walking past the Lear, knowing we've owned it for this long, and I shouldn't even be looking at you. Megan, so because it's not you at all, but we've owned it for so long, and it still looks like that. It is the most blighted property on the street. I know we are moving forward, but we have got to promise that will get done before November. The residents that live on that street asked me about it. I had stopped for coffee. They said that they've been patient. I agree with them. So I don't want to take any unnecessary time to drag our feet even more. What's going to happen, and I would hate to ever see this, but if we're going to continue to drag our feet, eventually people are going to say, oh, it's a tear down and we couldn't save it. We saw that with the Mapes. And that's what happens. And sometimes at our own detriment, we actually hurt the projects that we could actually really save and preserve. I think this is one of the biggest pieces of history that we have in our city. And so I just have to say that whatever it takes, I know Alicia Barber has stepped in because I read one of her emails. So we are moving, but I just would say and I'm talking about the outside, making the outside a place that people, when they walk past, they're not seeing a chain link fence. And that was another thing, is looking at chain link fencing ordinances. I've asked for that for a very, very long time. Jackie, it still hasn't come to fruition. So I think there's a way to do facades that are inviting even though they're in transition. But the Lear, it's just, I think, hurting a lot of my heart and everyone else's.
Yeah, I have a motion here for
Okay.
this on the overhead.
We don't see the overhead.
Yeah. And so really, I have both of them. So there are 2 points here that we're looking for. One is with that exterior site improvement construction contract award.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. It's amazing. But it also, we make motions all the time, and sometimes they happen and sometimes they don't. So I want to just be really clear that I think we should do everything we possibly can to show that we are getting this done.
Madam Mayor, if I could chime in.
This is one that I feel strongly about, and I want to make sure.
Yeah.
We say that, and then I see things where we step back. And so this is just one that I cannot let go, because when I walk past it, I just think to myself, maybe it's, and now we're on the right track. But I know there's a lot of feelings in the Lear, and half and half may like it, may not like it. I don't know. I just wanted to express that I'm super grateful we're moving forward, and I really appreciate you, because I know that you've worked hard. I appreciate Alicia Barber, who's, worked hard. I appreciate the RDA, who's worked hard. So I'm glad we're moving forward, but just know I'm going to keep checking. So,
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, if I may opine, so I really appreciated the memo that came out about the Lear and explained the process and all of that. I agree with it 100%, with one exception. And that is that the proposed schedule, the way it's set up, by going back to the RAP, we add an extra month once we get a bid. And in this city, whenever Khalil, his department, goes out for bid, they review it, it comes back, it's either responsive to the bid criteria, it's not. It's a mechanical, I guess, analysis. It's not, do I like it or don't I like it? Does it meet the terms of the bid? And then that typically goes on the consent agenda. So even we don't discuss it further unless we pull it off and say there's something wrong with the bid or, whatever. And since we've already voted, and this is really a larger issue than just the Lear, what I would recommend is that something that's gone out for bid, where the RAB cannot opine whether they like the bid, don't like the bid is the bid. If the council doesn't accept it, they have to either rebid or drop the bid or something, but we can't change the bid. And so my recommendation is, at a minimum, for things that go out for RFB, a bid, that we follow our traditional standard process. Once the RAB has reviewed it before we've reviewed it, even if they might have said no and we said yes, they still gave their opinion. Once we approve something, it's going out for bid. I think in the interest of government efficiency, it should just follow its normal course, get the approval or disapproval from Public Works. If they approve it, put it on an agenda right away so we can go out to construction. That is the process I recommend here. We'll cut off a month. And why is that important? In addition to the points the mayor made, we are entering the fall. And in the fall, there's really only 2 months remaining for construction. That's September and October. People generally aren't pouring concrete in November, which is included here. People generally aren't planting grass or trees in the middle of November. So in this particular case, a month can make a very big difference. And so my recommendation, especially on this item 1, motion 1, would be that they've gone out for exterior, they've already sent it out. It's due back in a couple weeks. If Public Works gives it their blessing, it should come to council. We should A or nay it and move forward or not move forward. That's my recommendation. That is my motion. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just
Of
have a
course.
clarification. This isn't about the project, it's about whether the bid goes back to
Correct.
the RAB and.
Correct.
I'm talking to Megan,
Oh,
if that's
I'm
okay
sorry.
with you. Thank
I
you.
thought you were asking me, yes.
No, I just want to make sure we're not voting on a project, we're not voting on a feasibility study. We're just saying, do you want the Lear to go back to the RAB, or do you want it to just move forward through the normal process?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm recommending it move forward through the normal process, especially because the contracting in this instance is being handled by the city staff, not the RDA staff. That's another difference. But I don't know that that's that important. I think whether the RDA staff got a bid and we're happy with it, same thing.
All right. Okay, I think I have a motion and a
I did.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Okay. Now, there is a second motion.
Oh, yeah,
And
sorry.
The second motion is about directing on the feasibility study. And I think in this instance, we want to get this feasibility study done so that the RFI and RFP process can move forward. And so I think in this case, too, it makes a lot of sense it already went to the RAB, come here, go out for RFP in this case. And I would recommend that it shall not, again, be reviewed by RAB, trying to get to a government efficiency process.
That's your motion.
That is.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those
Can
in
I ask
favor
one
say aye.
clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The $250,000-ish that the feasibility study is going to cost, is that included in the 2 million?
Yes.
So that's all part of it? Okay,
It is.
thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk.
And then, Madam Manager, as a general process improvement, I think things that are destined to go on the consent agenda, this is a mechanistic process that Public Works does. There's not a lot of, I love it, I don't love it. It's just, did the bid meet the bid qualifications? I think those things generally, my understanding from what the mayor said at the last meeting and just the desire for efficiency, those things should generally not go back to the RAB. That's not a motion. We're not scheduled to discuss it, but I don't know that we need to motion on it. This is a change of process, but I think we should change the process going forward. I do.
Okay, I'm going to send it back
I
to you.
actually wrote you a whole memo on this morning, but I also did not press send before council meeting.
Okay.
We
All
can
right.
take that direction during the item C4, if you would like to give that as formal direction, Councilmember Dewar.
Sure.
Staff will be happy to take that at that time.
Okay.
All right. Item C3, and take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you like to take public comment before my presentation?
We
Do
do
you
have
have-
one registered to speak,
Perfect.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wendy Colburn?
Finally, Wendy.
It's always a joy to spend time with all of you.
First, I did not recognize you fully. My eyes
Oh.
were getting so bad, and then I was like, "Oh my gosh, that woman is so beautiful over there." But I was like, "I know you. I've known you for years, but
You're too sweet. I just cut all my hair
I'm so
off, so it's
sorry.
not you.
But anyway, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy, honorable council members, and City Manager Brian. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Wendy Colborn, and I'm the Chief of Staff for the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. We represent over 7,000 skilled workers in the construction trades, the workers who build the amazing projects that Taylor spoke about earlier. I'm here to speak to you regarding the potential RDA TIF extension. While we believe that TIF can be a useful tool in revitalizing our community, it should be used carefully to make sure that big companies aren't walking away with our tax money, refusing to pay their fair share while the city sits on a fiscal cliff. We have seen that the GSR Stadium project is actively refusing to pay prevailing wages, despite promising at this very dais that they would in order to receive the TIF that allowed them to secure their financing. That refusal makes the city look like either an easy mark or a bad actor. We strongly believe that if you're going to pass a TIF extension, you need to have stronger teeth in the language to ensure that companies asking for public money are paying prevailing wage. Those living wages paid to local workers get reinvested into our community. They get spent at small businesses, paid as sales tax and property tax, invested into tradespeople's own small businesses. It isn't just about compliance with NRS 338. It's also about making sure that people who take public funds be good partners in our community. TIF should also be exclusively reserved for projects that otherwise couldn't be built without it, and certainly shouldn't be given to projects that are already complete. You have the power to put some teeth in here. Take that opportunity while you have it. We love building our community hand in hand with the city. It's what we do best. But absent language preventing issues like these, we oppose any TIF extension for the sake of the city and its working tax-paying people. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today.
Great
I really
comment.
appreciate it.
Great
Madam
comments.
Mayor, could I just ask a quick question? Did you say that you oppose the TIF extension unless, is that what you said?
Yes.
Unless, could you say it again?
Unless there are teeth in it, ensuring that any project receiving public funds is paying prevailing wage for the duration of that project.
But
And
let
it
me
isn't-
ask,
Oh, I'm sorry.
isn't paying prevailing wage for a public project? But they're saying this is on private property? Is that the difference?
Well, if they're
But
receiving.
it's with public funds?
Yes, if they're receiving over $100,000 in public funds, they should be paying prevailing wage. And the argument is that they're going to receive those funds in the future and have not received them yet, and therefore they don't have to. I think that's a bogus argument if they intend to receive that funding in the future. And given that they came up here and said that they would pay prevailing wage on
Yeah,
that project
I
in order
remember.
to receive the TIF, I believe that the city should ensure that any future projects at the bare minimum, and we would also like to see the GSR pay prevailing wage if they're going to receive a TIF.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
No additional public comment.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Wendy. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Madam Mayor, actually, I should say, I apologize. RDA Chair and board members, Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Today, we're going to be discussing a potential conversation around legislative extension of RDA 2. A few things to note just at a high level. The redevelopment agency does not approve nor extend the redevelopment area. The city council approves the first one, and then the legislature is who has the authority to extend it. So this is going to be an information-only item and will be brought before you in another format as your city council had during a BDR conversation on August 12th. So this is for discussion only. The main thing that we're going to be discussing today is in regards to why should you look into an extension. In 2005, RDA 2 was created as it was identified for a need for blight. 2006, it was amended to add additional parcels. Near immediately after we created this area, the Great Recession came in and caused massive drops in property tax. Nevada actually found near 43% drop in property tax nearly overnight. RDA 2 was hit particularly strong in the space as well. 2035 is the state in which we are set to expire in this area. So the conversation today is, should we extend this time based off of the lost time to the recession in order to help fully develop the area? As a reminder, where is RDA 2? It is included in a larger swath of land, including Cabela's and Verdi. Up north off Keystone, encompassing parts of the university through the 4th Street corridor, the GSR is included, as well as Midtown through the convention area and the Gentry Grove Yorrie area. What have we spent past increment on? A few large projects, but not many beyond that. Cabela's was also put into effect with Star Bonds. One thing I should note, this council, as you did just approve it in your resolution, congratulations, you just took the first step into paying off your debt in RDA 2. So great job for you from the discipline that you've shown in order to be able to pay that debt off early.
Okay, would you like to say that again?
I would like to say that, Madam Mayor. Congratulations to this board. You just adopted the resolution for us to take the first steps in order to pay off the debt in the redevelopment area 2. So that will be coming forward for final adoption in the future months. We had to notify bondholders, but again, congratulations and thank you for your discipline. That's allowing us to pay that off early. We have not been out of debt in RDA 2 for 20 years. So this is a significant step forward.
Can you say that again?
We've not been out of debt for 20 years in redevelopment area 2. So this is a significant step forward for this body, so thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The other project that gets noticed in RDA 2 is the baseball area. This was actually a joint partnership between RDA 1 and RDA 2, but we can't talk about RDA 2 without talking about RDA 1. When the economic impacts were so strong, we actually have had to pay the baseball obligation from RDA 2. And in fact, we had to make loans from RDA 2 to pay for the RDA 1 debt at some points. So what are we spending the money on now? These are our current programs and current projects that we have in play. We do know the arena project, but additionally the 200 townhomes that will be going down by the river, the Restore project, some of our other programs, and then the capital improvement projects you just approved, including $6 million in improvements along the riverfront, which are scheduled to come. So let's talk about why do you need an extension? Oh no, my slide doesn't show up the right way. Are we on the online version or are we in the desktop version of PowerPoint? It's desktop. All right, well, we'll just talk through it and then you and the public can also access the online version that has better graphics to show you here, but you can get a general feel based off of what you're looking at. As I mentioned, the area was launched in 2005. And so each of these bars in front of you are a one-year increment. You will notice a large drop and gap in between. Essentially what happened is it took us 12 years to get back to the increment levels of the pre-recession numbers. So we've really only been making money in RDA 2 for the last 4 years or so now. And even that was used to pay debt, bonds, and the other obligations that we had. What we know is the findings that were required in 2005 to create the area still exist today. We had to identify were buildings dilapidated, did we have incongruent adjacent uses, did we have vacant underutilized lots? We did in 2005, and what we found, largely, we still have those present today. Mostly, as I mentioned, because we lost nearly half, more than half, excuse me, of the time that we've actually spent in the area of losing increment. The same projects are needed. We have small businesses that are desperately in need of our help. We talk about some areas that have been left behind. Again, the commitment from this body, you committed $2 million to the Linden Grove Yorrie area, which is a substantial need in our community. Also, the 4th Street corridor is something that we have seen there's incredible potential, but is not realized its full options yet. And we need some incredible amounts of infrastructure. The $6 million going along the river, that's only phase 1. There are 3 phases to get us to the Sparks line. We have additional need for lighting, streetscape changes, and overall safety improvements. What's possible with an extension are all of these things. Continuation of your programs, including additional murals and public spaces, more housing, which we know we so desperately need, and this body has made very clear is a priority for you. We would like to welcome catalyst projects, as we mentioned with Taylor Adams here earlier, and his attempt to bring more headquarters towards us into our downtown core and into RDA 2. We also know that the river has incredible need that we are working towards. When we talk about extensions, this is not something that is an unusual conversation in Nevada. The city of Henderson extended one of their 5 RDA areas back in 2025. They also noticed that the incredible drop due to the recession caused them to need an extension. Las Vegas had the same thing. This own body, you extended RDA 1 back during the 2017 session in order to allow us to refinance our debt, as we were going to be unable to meet our financial obligations had we not extended. We have to talk about the long-term impact of this. You've often heard me say from this podium that the redevelopment agency is an investment fund. It's not a piggy bank. That's the difference between what a redevelopment area can do. This body has also tasked staff with figuring out long-term revenue solutions, as the manager has done a large job and Herculean effort of educating people on what our property tax structure looks like. It's the only state in the nation that has a regressive property tax structure with our depreciation, and we're
Could you
capped.
say that again?
I got a lot of repeats today, Madam Mayor. Nevada is the only state in the nation that
Only state in the
only state in the nation
nation.
that has depreciation on its property. We also are capped at 3% for residential and 8% on our commercial properties. That's part of why it took us 8 years, 12 years to get back to the base. But there is an impact. I'm going to attempt to take something that is very complex and distill it down to the best of my ability. People who are smarter than me have PhDs in this. And I want to thank Applied Analysis as well as our very own urban economist who has helped us to come up with the analysis for these figures today. We're going to talk about the redevelopment premium effect. The short answer of all of this that you need to know is that investment follows investment. Where we invest, others invest. The whole premise of redevelopment is we invest into the infrastructure, we invest in additional housing. This brings property tax values up. Others continue to invest with us, and then all boats rise in high tide in the end. When the redevelopment areas end, all that money goes back into the taxing agencies. Without redevelopment investment, what you find is underutilized properties stay underutilized. If it's a parking lot before, there's not an incentive to turn it into something else. The property tax does not grow at a faster rate. So the premium is based off of our investment, the money that would otherwise not be actualized. So here's what our increment looks like. As I mentioned, this one has some of my graphics that you can see from the other part. We mentioned starting in 2007 is when we started to see an uptick. Numbers immediately started dropping from the recession. It took us 12 years to get back. So for the 30 years, we are looking at an average of only $6 million. Which means that you've foregone that money in the general fund for 30 years for a small amount of investment because of the time that the recession took from us. When we look at the next 15 years, and I'm using a 1% premium here, again, this is saying that redevelopment areas will grow at a 1% rate higher than the rest of the city because you are investing your money there. This is conservative. We have numbers to show you 3 and 5, starting conservatively. When the RDA was set to expire in 2035, we anticipate about $16 million will be the number that will come in that year. By the end of 2050, if there is an extension granted, we're estimating right about 41 million. So there's a substantial difference that we should see in this second set of 15 years, barring a global economic recession that only once in a generation hopefully comes around. I generally have to see a 1 year because that helps me understand the numbers a little bit. So instead of a big, large pot, I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like at the end. So as we mentioned, you have a premium. This is your investment money earning you money on your investment. If you do not extend, we estimate $16 million will be the total increment at the end of 2035. Reno's portion will be just under $4 million. That will again mean that you spent 30 years, but because of the recession, to get $4 million more than you would have otherwise had. The remaining amount of $12 million and some change goes to the other taxing agencies. If you extend for 15 years, we are estimating the numbers to be right about $41 million at the end with this 1% premium. That means Reno's portion would be $10.5 million. If we see higher returns, about 3%, again, depending on how you are investing in that infrastructure, and we continue to bring companies here in partnership with EDON, we will see a larger return of $58 million. Reno's portion could be $15 million. And lastly, a 5% premium if we see large investments in these areas. Reno's portion could be $21 million at the end of 2050 with an extension. Big math to show you that we're looking at $491 million in increment is estimated to be generated in the 15 years following the end of 2035. And Reno's portion would be 29% of that in the end. Again, these show you the additional premiums as we've talked about. It looks like large sums of money, but ultimately it comes back to this is an investment. Every dollar that you're investing in the redevelopment area is something that creates a larger investment for not only you, but the other taxing agencies. All boats rise in high tide. This went to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board on June 15th. They approved the recommendation that they think that the Reno City Council should extend RDA 2 by utilizing one of your 2 BDRs. And we recommend that City Council should consider approving this recommendation at your August 12th meeting. As I mentioned, this is informational only, and the BDR conversation will come before you August 12th at City Council.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
Were they, when they discussed it at the RAB, did they include a time frame? The 15 years you said is typical. You also showed us other timeframes. What are staff recommending once we get there, and what would you be recommending?
We
I
would
mean,
rec-
what did they recommend?
They recommended, the analysis was done for 15 years. They recommended 15 years. Staff recommends 15 years. If there's interest in doing something longer than that, we'll need to do that analysis, but that is what we've, looking at 12 years lost to the recession, we felt that 15
Would
was just
overcome a future.
reasonable to overcome that loss.
Makes sense.
All right, Councilman Burke.
Sorry.
Okay, Councilman Rice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand that this item is for discussion only, and so I just have a few comments. First of all, I think the presentation was fantastic. Sitting as a redevelopment agency board member, it's hard to sort of switch hats at times, especially because on a day like today where we've moved our agenda around. So I'm really trying to think about it as the redevelopment agency. First of all, I think it costs nothing to the general fund, and it costs the taxpayer nothing, right? The Redevelopment Agency runs on that pay-go model, so until it's built, it's not creating and throwing off the increment. And so no new TIF deals can be signed in the areas once the sunset happens, and it would not then do the catalysm for the things that you're talking about in the investments. So it's not a subsidy program with exposure in my mind, rather it's a mechanism that only pays when it already produces the result which we sought for it to make. And so that's an easy way for me to think about it. The second thing is that the revenue trajectory alone, I think, justifies giving more runway. Both RDA 1 and RDA 2 have experienced significant growth in recent years, which results in strong increases in tax increment. The estimated fiscal year 27 tax increment from the presentation earlier was 5.5 million for RDA 1 and 11.4 million for RDA 2. That's not a maturing, tapped out district, right? That's one where it's still accelerating. So a fixed 2035 sunset caps the public's ability to capture that upside of the investment in the redevelopment agency that the redevelopment agency itself helped to generate. So right when the curve is steepening, right? So I don't understand why we would want to truncate that. The third thing, and something you and Madam Mayor had a colloquy about earlier, is that the agency just eliminated its debt overhang, right? Proof of fiscal discipline that proves that it earns more over time. And so the final outstanding bonds in RDA 1 are expected to mature in fiscal year 27, I believe.
That's correct.
And the staff proposed paying off the remaining bonds in RDA 2, and the vote that we've taken today obviously supports that, which leaves the entire redevelopment agency debt-free. An agency that retires debt ahead of schedule and still runs a surplus, I think, proves the ending fund balances. It's like a textbook case for giving the more tools to the agency that's doing the work, right? And then the other thing I would say is I think it's demonstrably solving Reno's actual problems, not just banking money. We're not sitting on a bunch of money. We're not like amalgamating, gathering it all to sit on it and do something. We're actually funding vacant storefront activation program, ground floor vacancy issues, pedestrian activity. The Restore Facade Tenant Improvement Program has awarded a bunch of matching fund grants in the last 2 areas, leveraging that public to private match, which I think suggests that it's doing that. The Resecure pilot project provides safety improvement matches. So it shows that the RDA isn't just spending scarce dollars, it's actually catalyzing the dollars that wouldn't otherwise have materialized, right? And then, Madam Mayor, if I can just, I have one more, 2 more points to make. One is that the sunset date would cut off the projects that are taking the longest to pay off, right? You talked about them as catalyst projects. A project approved in 2027 inside RDA 2 and would finish in 2030 would only receive reimbursements in 2035, right? And so it would mean that you're just kind of, you're transforming blighted parcels, but just nibbling around the edges of it. And I think that that's not what is necessary. You know, it's not a legacy program that's running on autopilot. We are actively engaging in rebranding, establishing more direct reporting, setting up the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, actively reviewing TIF applications. That was not happening in my first 6 years on council, right? And so it's like tightening oversight or ratcheting it down while the capacity is growing, I think is the opposite of what we are tasked with doing. And so, look, I think we're just asking for permission to go to the legislature and say, hey, we have this zero debt agency, self-funding, it's leveraging all the dollars. Give us a few more years on it in order to make the promises that the redevelopment agency was set up to begin with. I think it's sort of a no-brainer for my part. The only flaw I find in the presentation today is simply that we're not also talking about redevelopment agency 1. And again, it's not anything that you've done, it's just that the way that we've set it up is to have that conversation. I understand maybe the fiscal analysis hasn't been done. I would suggest that the reason why 15 years is appropriate as opposed to a shorter time period or even a longer one is because 15 years is kind of the sweet spot between giving our future councils control over their destiny as opposed to making it happen that we control the entire future for those future councils. So I think 15 years for me hits a sweet spot, but it should be for both redevelopment agencies, and hopefully they could be synced up. Like, I find it weird that we have to popcorn in and out of not only the geographic nexus to where they are, but the timing of them. So it may mean that one has to be extended, I don't know, like 16 and 17 years, and one has to be, I think they should both be extended for the same reasons.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. One thing to your point, Councilmember Reese, that I failed to mention is we are starting to see tax deals are no longer penciling at this point. Based off of the limited runway that we have, we've had a TIF application that has come in that it came before this body that even if you gave them more than 100% of what they created, the project would not pencil. It's not viable.
Well, and even the sort of the catalyst project that we approved, which is the Grand Sierra Resort project, it has phases. And I think there's a belief that if we can get an extension, those other phases then make sense, right? And so I don't know if we'll get to all of those within the absence of doing the extension. And those are ones that I think are important to our overall, sort of vision for that area. It includes a lot of workforce housing. Again, your slides made a lot of intuitive sense to me. And, it's unfortunate, it's not a very, I don't know what we'll say, sexy item. There's not public here clamoring to know more about it. But it is perhaps the most important thing that we will do because it's the agency which has dollars to do them, right? Our general fund is not going to be doing catalyst projects. Sorry, I keep thinking catalytic converter, but I know it's not that. But the redevelopment agency can drive the future of the larger vision that we have as a city council too. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the issue that Ms. Colburn spoke to, which was requiring use of prevailing wage on these projects. And I think it's been, like, in the case of Grand Sierra, they did commit to it. And I think it's disingenuous to pull back from that saying, well, we're not sure because we don't have the money in hand. Well, that's just, we're saying when and if you use that money. I would like to make sure that we have the caveat to do a requirement for prevailing wage. I think it goes hand in hand. We're giving them extra money that would normally go to us, giving them money that would go to us. And so not only can we be buying a good, which is more economic development, but we can also be helping set reasonable wages for the people working on those projects. So when you bring back this as a BDR, I'd love to see that addressed.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too, and I know we've met and discussed this several times, that there is kind of a little bit of an issue between the unions and the GSR and the paying of prevailing wage. I think there's a dispute about when the GSR thinks they need to pay it versus when the union interprets that in the contract, and I would really like to get that language tightened up so it's not kind of up to interpretation. I think if the intent is to have prevailing wage, then we need to make sure that it's actually used. And I don't like the idea of maybe trying to go back later and prove that they used prevailing wage. I'm not saying the GSR is going to do that or anybody else would, but I just kind of question, like, if they're not paying prevailing wage and they did come in and ask for TIF financing, then what's the plan here? So, I'm very supportive of jobs. I'm very supportive of unions. I was not supportive of the GSR project in particular. And to Councilmember Dewar's point, like, those are tax dollars that could be spent elsewhere. So I'm not, crazy about including the prevailing wage portion in the contract and then that not being fulfilled, and I know that they won't get money unless they meet that obligation, but still, it just kind of, as the first TIF deal we do right out of the gate, that kind of sours it a little bit for me that there's some tension there. So just want to make sure we can lock that down, especially, if we do end up extending the length or the expiration of these RDAs, I want to make sure that we really have some like airtight contracts, or we're not opening ourselves up to a different interpretation to any deals that end up, asking us to pay more money or anything like that. So just want to make sure that we're really careful. I know that you are. I think it would be helpful to have the unions kind of look at contracts too, just to see, make sure that they're happy with the wording. I know that we can't require somebody to use union specifically, but, they might be a little more aware of loopholes that somebody might use to help us with that. So those are really my only comments. I mean, I do think it's great that we finally have money in there, but also, like, would it be better if the money went into the general fund, or the regular property tax base? Maybe it would be helpful if we could see, like, what the tax benefit would be if we let the RDA expire versus, is that what this is?
So if
Okay.
you let the RDA expire, you will have just under $4 million that will go in, and then that will just grow at the regular property tax rate.
Okay.
Versus what we anticipate the additional growth of that 15 years, that would impact the general fund.
Which one is it? I'm having a hard time with it.
Fourth column over from the left, so where it says Reno's return. So if you expire in 2035, $3.9 million will go to the general fund.
Okay.
If you extend, you have an opportunity to recoup anywhere between $10.5 million to $21 million, depending on how the property tax returns look in those areas.
Okay, and that's just regular property tax versus what we would have in the RDA funds.
Correct. So the third column is the whole increment amount. That
Okay.
is at the end of what RDA would have.
Okay.
And then when it expires, we then send it to all of the agencies.
Got it.
And so
Got
that
it.
fourth column is Reno's amount.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't.
But do you, to her point, have a comparison? That's, if we let it expire,
Yes.
how much money comes to me?
You'll get
That's the-
3.9 million.
No, but
Correct.
overall, isn't your
So it's the difference of, in 2050, you'll have 3.9 with no additional premium. So however much that grows each year with regular property tax.
What I'm asking is, what would we be getting? Like, it would be helpful. It's very hard to do math looking at these charts or to extrapolate in your mind. Like, it would be good to have the numbers, to Ms. Ebert's point.
But
A comparison with and without the RDA, just so people can see.
Yeah, we will work to clarify that and send you a memo.
When you bring it back.
yeah, but I do think, the 81.1 million versus a 21 million estimate is pretty significant.
So the 81 million is what the total property tax amount would be at 2050. So that is the day before it expires, the RDA would have 81 million. The day after it expires, all that 81, the RDA ceases to have another dollar after it expires.
Yeah.
And so that 81 million is then dispersed to City of Reno, the State of Nevada, Washoe County, all of the taxing agencies. And so then Reno's portion of that 81 million is 21 million.
Okay, so if we haven't used the money, that's what happens to it at the end of at the expiration of the RDA?
It's the next year's property tax goes to you.
In other words, are we spending any of the 81 million in this scenario? Like for any project?
I'm probably not saying it right. So will we have $81 million coming in that year
Or in total?
from the RDA? Like, I know it's over and above the cap. So is that over and above the cap, $81 million that comes to us?
It doesn't come to, when you say us, do you mean RDA or do you
Yeah,
mean?
RDA.
Yes. And then
Okay.
after it expires, the property, the increment, the
Yeah,
base
that
plus
amount.
81,
Uh-huh.
then goes to everybody else and RDA doesn't see another penny.
Okay, but that 81 from the last year it was there, do we get to spend that, or that also gets redistributed to?
Stays with the agency.
Okay, so we could
Yes,
still
your
use
reserves
it
will stay
even
with the
though
agency, correct.
okay, that was
We just
something
don't get
else I
any
wanted to
new
ask.
money.
Okay,
Keep spending it
Okay.
even
You
when
can
it
keep,
expires?
the agency exists outside of the areas.
Okay.
so, okay. Yeah, that was just my questions, and just again to reiterate, I just want to make sure that the intent of contracts are fulfilled. I think we go into things with good faith, and, I have a lot of people in my ward that work construction and work at casinos, and I want to make sure that they're getting paid good wages and benefits and things like that. So prevailing wage is a definite benefit for the community and helping with cost of living. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much, and I wish Ms. Colburn had been able to stay because I think she raised a very important point, but I think she had some car issues, so she was trying to get down to Carson. But I will say a couple of things. One is the redevelopment agency, of course, is about the entire geographic area and the things that could be built within it, not about any one specific project. So I don't think that our trade labor partners are saying they oppose the extension. They have another issue that's sort of adjacent to it that they want to deal with, which I think they can take up in Carson with our legislators. The second thing I will say is I understand that this dispute has been occurring outside of our, purview. And my understanding is that the labor commissioner has agreed with the interpretation that the Grand Sierra Resort has engaged in. And so I don't know enough about it. I just know that what the outcome is because I follow the Labor Commission rulings. And so, and again, maybe this is something for our next pass through, because it's sort of like somebody came and said, hey, they're not doing the right thing. And the other person says, hey, we're doing the right thing. And the Labor Commissioner told us we're doing the right thing. And so I just want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples and not sort of casting aspersions on any one particular developer or their development project. The recommendations, I think, are the right ones. I do think, again, I want to push to advance the redevelopment agency one as related and the same and extended. So I hope that when you come back, I guess you'll have to go out and do financial analyses of RDA 1 as well.
That's correct. We'll need to do the full analysis of that, which we'll not have by August 12th for
Certainly.
you to make the PDR. However, we can take that direction and we'll continue to work on those numbers. It's a significant amount in order to look at all of the parcels and expectation, but we do have a model created now, so we'll be able to plug some of those in faster.
Well, and I think as we're really looking at, February, March, April of next year, as the legislature takes it up, which all of those things would be required to have, I think it's a natural question that they will ask. I think part of what happens, though, is, a lot of the legislators are very Southern Nevada centric, and so maybe the things that we're dealing with up here aren't as familiar with to them. But I will say that Southern Nevada has redevelopment agencies aplenty. It is a tool that we haven't used all that much, but it certainly has been used in Southern Nevada in vastly more ways than we have used them here. Again, it sounds like great comments from my colleagues. I appreciated my colleagues to the left for having some real biting questions and trying to get to the bottom of the math of it. Thank you for your work and presentation because I think it makes it easy to understand. And I know it's not for action, so I think I've said my piece. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Dewar, you have a light on.
I apologize.
Okay. All right, what exactly do you need?
We need no action, Madam Mayor, and I'd
Perfect.
like you to move on to item C4.
Thank you.
And Brian McCardle will give you some updates on participation program and need some feedback from a policy direction.
Okay, perfect. All right, Mr. McCardle, come on up. Any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment and no correspondence was received.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it right to you.
Good evening, late afternoon, Madam Chair, Redevelopment Agency Board members, Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. Before you today is for action, recommendations to update the participation program and processes that the Redevelopment Agency used to effectuate the way it spends its tax increment dollars through multiple incentives, programs, capital improvements, things like that. Going back in time, if you remember in August of 2024, the Redevelopment Agency was re-energized, and with that, we produced 2 documents. One of those was the status report, which was essentially a really simple document to update everybody on what the Redevelopment Agency is, tools it has, et cetera. We also released, and this board accepted, sort of the playbook for our participation programs and our processes, and that was done in August 2024. It's been 2 years. We've done about 7 TIF applications since then. We've launched multiple programs. We're starting our capital improvements. And we've learned a lot in the last 2 years, especially engaging in our developer community, the way we do finance, things like that. And it's time to address some of the things we've learned over those years and to update our participation programs and sort of our rule book, as you could say. In June of about a month and a half ago, the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, the RAB, had a workshop. And in that workshop, our consultant, SB Friedman, who is the consultant that does a lot of tax increment gap financial analysis, gave a presentation on best practices that redevelopment agencies use across the country. And they separated these into generally 5 categories that redevelopment agencies typically utilize to effectuate change in the redevelopment areas. The first one, and the most substantial one, is to provide gap financing for private real estate. This is when a proposed development is putting it together its capital stack and fundraising to construct the project. And there's a financial gap that they need to be filled. And if it doesn't get filled, there's the risk that the project will never be built. And so what the redevelopment agency does is, through the analysis, identify that a gap does exist, and the redevelopment agency provides the gap financing, which is the last portion of financing to get to the project to tip over so that the project actually gets built. The second one is very similar to that, but it's when capital or when catalyst projects are considered. These are entertainment districts. These are arenas and stadiums. These are maybe an office park, things like that are such big in size that they require financial support from the redevelopment agency. They also address some transformational and extraordinary costs that project may face. The third one that a lot of redevelopment agencies do across the country is they support what we will call TIF-funded programs. And these are general grant programs or small business loans that redevelopment agencies do to sort of be a bit more tactical within their redevelopment agencies. We do this already through our small walls, our restore programs, our resecure program. The next one is how the redevelopment agency utilizes the purchasing and acquisition and disposition of property. So as Councilmember Reese said earlier, as we develop more funds in those redevelopment areas, we can be very strategic in how we assemble land, how we strategically purchase underutilized parcels, and possibly do some site redevelopment and invite larger investors and developers in to achieve the vision that the redevelopment agency has for those project sites. And then the last one that redevelopment agencies do is they invest in public infrastructure, public realm improvements, transportation, public transit, infrastructure, et cetera. And that is done through a capital improvement budget. So these are the 5 categories that redevelopment agencies across the country utilize with the TIF funds. And I should say that we use TIF 2 ways. Tax increment financing is actually the tax increment revenue source. However, when we are doing financing, we also call that tax increment financing. So we use TIF in 2 different ways. I apologize, that's how everyone does it across the country. So when we get into looking at our participation programs and our processes, There were 40 items that were recommended by the RAB that be addressed during this update. Apologize, we have to go through all 40 of them, but I will present these. These are the ones that were recommended for updates or changes by the RAB. We'll take the easy ones first. So when looking at our TIF-funded programs, these are all programs and potentially future programs. This is regarding Restore, Resecure, Small Walls, our retail storefront vacancy program. What we would like to do in that guidebook is set a general eligibility criteria for all the programs, clarify that the same reimbursement and the standards are going to be the same across all those programs, so essentially standardizing a lot of our processes. Adding stronger completion deadlines and performance standards, so in case a project is taking longer or isn't sort of getting across the start line, we have the ability to possibly pull back those funds and redistribute those funds. And then clarify that if there's any clawback or due to non-conformance or non-performance, I should say, we have the ability to pull back or to cancel any grant awards. So this is just a general cleanup of those TIF-funded programs to give a baseline of how all those programs are treated. Moving on to our TIF gap financing application. What the intent was with staff recommendations as well as the RAB recommendations is require the applicants to satisfy a readiness component. So we have received some projects that haven't been fully fleshed out yet, but they're seeking support. What I always say is that the gap financing should be the last money in, not the first money in. And so what we would like to do is raise the bar a little bit on the applications to make sure that when applicants come in, that last portion of financing gets them over the finish line, they can start constructing immediately. So a couple changes in the application process. One of those that was recommended by the RAB is to consider adding a public improvement only option. So if a big redevelopment comes in and they want to enhance a plaza, do extra streetscape, they could come in and request gap financing just for those public improvements. So that is one thing that is proposed. The second one in the application process is moving away from the scoring criteria that we currently utilize and changing over to a readiness and an eligibility and making sure that they have a complete application. So instead of they score whether it's going to be nice for the community or not, we will look at it as, is this project eligible? Have they satisfied the criteria? And have they submitted an absolutely complete presentation or application, sorry. So it's going to really pass-fail. If it passes, we would do the analysis, bring it forward to the RAB. The RAB would approve it to go to the gap analysis. Based on those findings, it would come back here before this body to approve a final agreement. Another change is recommended by the RAB is to removing the applicant requested TIF amounts and instead going with the financial feasibility or the pro forma requirements. The summary here is rather than tell us how much you want, let the financial pro forma state how much you need. And so our gap analysis will tell us through a third-party analysis how much the project truly needs to get over that finish line so that the project gets built. So it really isn't about how much the applicant is seeking, it's how much does the project need. So changing that portion. We're also recommending that the applicants provide validated construction pricing, not just a ballpark idea of what they think the project should cost, but actually a GMP stands for Guaranteed Maximum Price. Essentially telling us, if you're prepared to build this project today, we need to know exactly how much it's going to cost because our financing is dependent on it costing that amount. And so require that they actually go out and talk to contractors to get a price and providing that in their application. Next one is having the applicants provide detailed sources and uses, addressing the labor costs, and actually addressing the prevailing wage impact on the projects. Some applicants have come in, done their pro forma, and then when they realize that our portion of the project has to be prevailing wage, that means they have to go back to the drawing board, redo all their math. We would like to state that upfront, that in their application process, they have to address their labor costs as well as address the impact of prevailing wage. Next one is to provide more detailed project timelines and milestones, primarily so that we can hold them to those timelines and milestones. And the next one is having the applicant providing some site planning and design review so that we know what project they're actually building. One of the challenges we've had in the past is that we don't know what project we're getting at the end of the day. And so after we provide financing, there's a scenario where they could value engineer a bunch of things out, and we wouldn't know because we didn't really get clear on what project we were getting in the first place. So this will require the applicant to provide some site designs and actually go through a design review to make sure they're addressing all those things. The next recommendation is to itemize all public improvements and their costs related to the projects. This would be the sidewalks, infrastructure, sewers, things like that, to make sure that the city knows exactly how much improvements they are going to get through this project. Next one is to require catalyst projects, when they come in, these are big, large projects, to also include economic impact statements and market studies related to their project. If these catalyst projects are going to have such a large impact on the community, we would like to see what that impact could be from revenues, tourism, things like that. We would recommend that adding formal expiration and reapplication guidelines. I can summarize those, but if an applicant applies and doesn't provide additional information within 60 days, their application would formally expire. If we engage an analyst to conduct their information and they provide information within 60 days, that application would expire. If the applicant requests the project be put on hold for longer than 90 days, the application would expire and they would all have to essentially reapply for their project. The next one is formalizing consultant recovery costs. It was recommended that we start with the $10,000 application fee. This would cover the cost to engage our financial consultant. Typically, they've been running about $20,000, so this would cover half the cost. But it would show commitment and have some skin in the game from the applicant side. And the last one is to clarify the review process. As I mentioned, applications would come in. We would check the criteria, eligibility, make sure they have a complete application. It then goes to the RAB. The RAB does give their thumbs up that this project should proceed. We engage a third-party financial analyst to review the gap financing. If it shows that there is a gap, the RAB will have a recommendation on if the project proceed or not, and then it would come to this body for the final term sheet agreements and the final participation agreement. I'm stuck again. There we go. The next one is just general policy direction on all TIF-funded programs. The first one is changing the eligibility standards so that it's crystal clear that projects that are already under construction or completed it is presumed that the project achieved the financing it needed to get constructed, and therefore it does not pass the but-for test in NRS. So they would have to come in before they start vertical construction on the project to be eligible. The next one is there should be some pre-development activities that are eligible. This is everything to prepare the site for development. This could be demolition of the site, environmental remediation, design services, architectural services. Those costs would be eligible activities, pre-development eligible activities. The next one that's been discussed, we would like to clarify the prevailing wage requirements on these projects and note that any funding that any portion of the project the redevelopment agency funding touches must be prevailing wage. We'd like to clear that up and make it clear for the applicants. Make a note in all policy for the programs is to evaluate the obsolescence adjustments when we do financial underwriting. A project may be built and the project might be empty, and therefore the assessor gives it an obsolescence adjustment. If they go in and complete the project, the value of the project isn't creating more tax increment, it's actually just removing the obsolescence adjustment. So we'd like to include that in the financial underwriting going forward. As related to the ordinances that were before you today, we would like to clearly state how any future project meets the NRS 279486 findings and make sure that all our participation programs do pass the but-for test. That is something we're going to make crystal clear in all of our applications and processes. The next one, sorry, these are a few more. stating that any financial benchmarks are at the determination of a third-party analysis. So it's not my opinion, it's not anybody's opinion on how much a development needs. That will be determined by the third-party analysis and a third-party consultant. Last one, that it's relative to the previous item, providing some policy guidance that currently, as it stands today, we do have some expiring redevelopment areas. And so the language going forward would be, if a project comes in an area that is approaching expiration, based on the completion date, the proposed project increment that it creates, and existing agency applications, a request for accelerated, additional, or supplemental TIF participation should be considered on a case-by-case basis. This gives us a little wiggle room, so if a project does come in, cannot pencil in the few areas that we have left in an area, we have the ability to make a additional arrangement to pull additional TIF to make that project happen. So that's our opportunity there. And again, just to clarify the application process and the review process between staff, the RAB, the agency, and city council. We're going to move on to the easier ones now. Thank you for sticking with me. Can I go to the next one? All right, excellent. As I mentioned, we do not have a clear acquisition policy with the redevelopment agency, and so part of this is to clarify some standards and a process to evaluate strategic property acquisition and site assembly. Also get into the standards on how we would evaluate, almost giving the RDA its own sort of policy around acquiring and selling property, but how we evaluate and value those properties that we're looking at purchasing. If we do own some property, how do we go about leasing those properties? If we want to propose a temporary use for any property owned by the redevelopment agency, gives us some guidance there. And then standard practices for any public-private partnerships that we would engage in the future. Include some negotiation and relocation practices in that policy. Put in some guidance on how we work with other government agencies. There may be a situation where working with RTC or One Truckee River, there should be some guidance on how we do some partnerships there between interagencies. And then last, anytime we sell a piece of property, there should be performance milestones and clawbacks so that if the developer fails to develop on that property, we would have the ability to claw back the property and find a better use for it. Can I get the next one? Sorry. Last one, thanks, is to create a capital improvement plan development process. This would be a longer-term capital improvement plan that would inform the annual budget process. Also include interlocal coordination procedures. If you do want to partner with another agency, who would take the lead? How would funds be exchanged? And that relates to cost share principles. It's very similar to what RTC does with their set-aside program. So those are the 41 changes that are being proposed in the program update. And so next steps, get any guidance. I will request that if you have anything different from what was proposed, please include it in the motion so that we can get it. We will draft final language. We will bring the final language back before the RAB, and then you will see a final draft document for your approval at a later date.
Okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. McCardle, thank you so much for the presentation. I think that I got a fair amount of opportunity to read the staff report and then some some staff workup beforehand. So I didn't have questions on like every one of the 41. I hope that wasn't what you're looking for. I would just say in general, I think that all of these are an appropriate way to take an agency that has been long dormant and to start reworking the mechanics of it. So I can't really opine on every single one of the items that you presented because I think all of them are things that seem realistic and useful and would be helpful to us to move the agency forward. What I'm trying to avoid is like unintended consequences. So I don't want it to take it to mean that I like all 41 of them and therefore we would do all of them and we find later the 40th one was something that created a problem. I think we need some flexibility to review and evaluate things when they come back. I understand that you're looking for certainty, but I don't think, have enough experience with each one of those. I will say two of them jumped out to me. One is that this concept of projects that have already been built requesting TIF and applying for it seems very strange to me. And so I think you've asked that that be clarified. It's weird, though, because what happens is the TIF application comes in and we have to go spend money to actually evaluate it. And I just think that that's wasteful time, because we've now evaluated a project that we are not supportive of the concept of paying for projects that already exist. I'm not saying that I wouldn't evaluate it if someone had a different spin on it, like, there's a project that had 5 parts and they built 3 of them, but the last 2 haven't been able to go. I don't know. But I'm just saying that that one seems in line with what your vision is. And the other thing is, it seems, I think it's sort of buried in one of them, but it's like having the redevelopment agency maybe be on another day, right? So that we're wearing very clear and separate hats. I'm not trying to add more time or energy into the number of meetings, but as these become more complex, sometimes they're getting squeezed into a larger or longer meeting. And, people start losing the ability to exercise good judgment after 8, 9, 10 hours in this seat. And so I just think maybe that is something to think about. It wasn't necessarily like a recommendation, but just something to think about. And then the final thing I'll say is that we've had some questions today about what authority we gave or did not give to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. We're learning, right? We had an entity that was long dormant. We stood it up. We made appointments to it. They went off not knowing entirely what their charge was. They're learning what they do. We're still learning what we do. What I will say is that we are all elected and are accountable to voters. And so I want to make sure that we are not ceding power unnecessarily to a body which is not elected. And so I think the voters have expectations for accountability that rest here at this body. And so I'm not asking for them to have no power, but I want them to understand that the power is limited to the sort of the review of these projects, not really like charting bold policy directions for us or making choices that we might not otherwise make. We obviously have the ability to change them. I think today we voted to approve a thing which they did not want to have happen. Such is our prerogative. It's much like the Planning Commission. But those are my primary things. Just want everyone to understand the lane for which the work is to be done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I concur with much of what Councilmember Reese said. I want to make sure that the RAB, they're serving a very valuable function. It's an advisory function. We have a decision-making role, and those are two pretty separate things. And to the clear point he made, we are elected to make those decisions, and we have not ceded financial decision-making to the RAB. And what I want to caution them is, like, I've been on many advisory boards. Not everybody follows our advice, right? And it's not appropriate to get upset because the agency didn't follow your advice. We have other boards like the Arts and Culture. They make recommendations to us. We don't necessarily do it. We have Historic Resources. We don't necessarily do it. We have Urban Forestry. They have a dual role. They're a regulatory agency as well as an advisory board. But the point is the advice is very valuable. But the pushback, if we make a different decision, is not that valuable. And I understand, I've heard it from all the boards for all the time I've been on. Well, don't they care what we say? Of course we care what they say. And I think most of the time we do what they say, Sometimes we don't. And those are choices we get to make. It's not that we're like some lockstep to do what the RAB says, We have a different lens. This happens, I think Councilmember Reese alluded to it on Planning Commission too. We sometimes have to overrule the Planning Commission because we are listening to a larger sometimes set of people or have different considerations than an advisory board member who is not on the line, who did not run for office, who did not do the investment it took to get here. They just got appointed. And so again, highly value all of our advisory boards, but also know they can't substitute their decision-making for ours. And then secondly, I just wanted to reiterate, and I'm not sure what Ms. Turney would recommend, but one bright line on this, what goes back to the RAB, might be if something is either a bid or it is going on the consent agenda. Those might be things that don't go back to the RAB. Something that might go back to the RAB might be we put out a purchase land RFP and we say we want to meet these criteria, it wouldn't hurt to have the RAB review it and make some recommendations. We think you should pick number 2 because they're not being ordered and it's not like a bid where there's one top. They're all applying, and one might want to do affordable housing, and one might want to do a park project, and one might want to do in a hotel. But I would love to get advice from the RAB on something like that. So I don't necessarily want to make a hard and fast rule. I think it's more of a judgment call. But if it's more routine matters, it should just come to council in the interest of expediency. And if it's something we really need to vet, and we're going to discuss it at council, I think they should discuss it too. So.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. I think based off the direction and feedback we've received, more than direction, I think you're exactly right that the recommendation that if it is to go on a consent agenda, then it would bypass the RAB and come directly to this body. That gives staff a bright line, so then we're not in a space of wondering if you wish we would have taken something. So I think that would be a great place to start. We'll say anything that goes on consent just goes directly to the RDA, does not go to the RAB. And if you find in a few months of watching that, if that's not what you'd like to do, we can make a shift then.
I mean, an argument could have been made for the feasibility study because probably several people will apply, but probably staff will select one that they're recommending to us
Correct.
because
I believe
it's
staff is recommending
services.
based off of
It's
statement
services, it's not
qualifications.
land. So again, I think it was appropriate that we skipped that step and came here. But there's probably ones that are kind of gray area that you'll just have to use your
We'll
judgment.
err on the side of caution.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you for that recommendation.
Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah,
Or Board
yeah.
Member Ebert, sorry.
I just wanted to add, is this where we give direction about not providing TIF agreements for projects that are already completed?
Yes.
Yeah,
So if that's something you're not interested in, we would like
Yeah.
to take that direction today.
Yeah,
And that's in the recommendation from the RAB as well as staff is to not support that policy decision. So
Mhm.
that's our recommendation. If you feel differently, then we will incorporate that, but that's
yeah, I don't want
correct,
any
not retroactive. So if it's already built,
retroactive.
then
Yeah,
not
you've already built it, you obviously could afford it, you passed, no, did they pass or fail the but-for?
they, in theory, would fail the but-for because they already built it.
Yeah.
Because they didn't need our help.
Yeah, and then, with the prevailing wage, like how it, like, it's just not,
We have language that's also proposed that would identify that the prevailing needs to be used for all portions of the project from the beginning.
Yeah.
So that way, not.
yeah, we're gonna
there's-
avoid
We avoid all of that gray on all future
miscommunication.
projects.
Yeah,
So
great,
that's
great.
also a recommendation in here to
Okay.
meet what your needs are.
Awesome, thank you so much. So those were my main comments, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Councilmember or Board Member Taylor?
Thank you. I had some really high-level comments. I'm not going to get into 41. You guys are the professionals of what we are, and this is, I'll just start with GSD, get stuff done. Let's be innovative and push the boundaries in the redevelopment agency. I'd like to see real projects, clear and accurate financials from a third independent party. I want the city to be protective. No retroactive projects. I don't want to bond for anything. I want to see a return on investment to the public. I want us to be a partner in this space, and I want us to be a lean organization. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Before we move to motion, I'll just echo the comments made by Board Member Ebert and some of the other colleagues, but specifically around the retroactive. And I think the point that you made, Mr. McCardle, about the gap being there before the financing is complete is what's required for us to complete the but-for test. And so just to me, that sort of negates anything retroactively happening, and then making sure that we have more guardrails around using prevailing wage and ensuring that our labor unions are included in any of these processes where it's responsible and noted would be great. With that, I will look for a motion.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations and move to direct staff to update the redevelopment agency participation programs and processes as discussed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
I think D1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, just as a point of clarity, I don't think that our chair is here for item D1,
don't
so
believe-
should I move to?
Are they online? Let me just double check. Nope. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, we'll move on to E1. Any board comments, if there are any? Not seeing any, we'll close that and see if there are any closing public comments for the redevelopment agency.
We have no one registered to speak and did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, with that, I'll look to a motion.
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're adjourned with the redevelopment agency, and we'll move back to the Reno City Council item. I know we have folks already in the audience, so we'll move to item I1.
We did not take H1 earlier, if you wanted to
H1.
do that really quick.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. Yeah, are there any city council comments that anybody from the body would like to make? Doesn't look like it. We'll move on to item I1.
All right, so we are opening the public hearing for I1. Proper notice was given, and then we did receive 6 comments that were distributed as 5 letters in opposition and 1 neutral or concerned. And then we do have, I believe, 1 person registered to speak when we get there.
Thank you for the update. And just so everybody's clear, we're going to start with a staff presentation, if it's, and then a respondent presentation, the appellant presentation, public comment, and then council deliberation after that. Do any of the members of the council have any disclosures that they need to make? Okay. With that, we will move on to our staff presentation. Mr. Rayleigh.
Good evening. For the record, Mike Rayleigh, Planning Manager with Development Services. Before you tonight is an appeal of a tentative map, conditional use permit, and alternative equivalent compliance. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I ran from downstairs, upstairs. That for the North Hills Townhome project, filed by Nick Davidson. So I'll give you a brief overview of the project, and then I know the applicant and the appellant both will have a presentation. The project site is located off North Hills Boulevard on the west side, south of Buck Drive, and bordered on the south by the US 395 freeway. It's 21.52 acres in size. Proposed are 336 single-family attached units, so townhomes. Those would be for sale products. A conditional use permit to allow for more than 20 units in the general commercial zone and fills in excess of 10 feet. And the alternative equivalent compliance allows for the relocation of required street trees. As mentioned, the site is zoned general commercial, which allows for a base density of 45 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is proposing 15.6. To give you some kind of clarity on that, over 900 units would be permitted. At the maximum density, 336 are proposed. It is master plan suburban mixed use. As you can see, there are several policies that do support the project, including the density that is proposed with the townhome units. This provides kind of an overall project summary. As mentioned, 336 units spread across 115 separate buildings. The units are proposed for a mix of threeplex and duet units. All units will be 3 stories in height and include 2, 3, and 4 bedroom floor plans. Each unit does have a garage and a full-size driveway. Parking was discussed at the Planning Commission. 672 parking spaces are required by code. 948 are being provided, and that's a combination of driveways and little kind of guest parking pods that are scattered throughout the project site. Amenities will include green spaces, a dog park, playgrounds, sports courts, and community gardens. As you can see from this slide, there are 2 access points proposed on North Hills Boulevard. And then I'll get to the alternative equivalent compliance to discuss trees here in just a moment. The area of fills that are triggering the conditional use permit are the areas outlined in blue. Those are existing drainage swales that traverse the site. They are not major drainage ways. They're mostly man-made channels that have been dug over the years across the site. And that will be addressed with the drainage design of the project itself.
The alternative equivalent compliance is to allow for the relocation of required street trees. Because these are townhomes, the streets are essentially predominantly driveways, which makes it very difficult to plant trees along the street frontage and allow them to remain healthy. It's kind of just not enough space. So what the applicant is proposing is to relocate those trees along the US 395 buffer area, which will provide really a substantial benefit to the residents by increasing the buffering between the new units and the freeway, as well as enhance the North Hills Boulevard streetscape. So 616 trees are being proposed, along with almost 3,700 shrubs as part of the alternative equivalent compliance. This just gives you kind of an idea of the units. Each unit will have a patio as well as a private deck. As you can see, the garages are essentially tucked underneath the units that are cantilevered over the driveways, but a full-sized minimum 20-foot driveway will be provided. Much of the discussion at the Planning Commission revolved around traffic. So just to give you an idea of some of the planned roadway improvements, capacity improvements are included in the Regional Transportation Plan in the first 10 years, so that's 2025 to 2034. The new signal at the North Hills Buck Drive intersection will be completed this year. Those improvements are underway. Condition number 13 of the tentative map requires dedication of right-of-way on North Hills for widening. And the traffic study and their project traffic engineer is here tonight, as well as Doug Buck, our development review manager, to discuss traffic, but the intersection levels of service are expected to operate within policy levels with the widening of Buck Drive and the North Hills Boulevard improvements. I have motions, whether you choose to affirm the Planning Commission decision, modify the decision, or overturn the decision. However, I would like to point out the staff is recommending approval of the project as conditioned. The Planning Commission voted unanimously with 2 absent to approve the project. Staff believes the issues raised in the appeal are addressed through the project design as well as the conditions of approval. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I know the applicant has a presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. We'll move on to our applicant presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Martinez. John Krompatik. I'm with KLS Planning, representing the applicant. In this case, that is Northern Nevada Homes this evening. This is very much similar to Mike's presentation, so I think I'll do a little more targeted one based on the 4 points that the appellate brought up. Actually, this is important for community planning. This map I shared with a few of you about walkability and access to the adjacent shopping center. We're working on that. You know, you'll have a population of about 700 people in there, so this serves value to the community and to the retail adjacent. There's the product as we know it. The tuck under parking, we're very flush on parking relative to market and the code as stated by staff, and you get a good sense of the 3-story product in this illustration. Parking 2.8 per unit. It's important that we have that right because as staff said, and we agree that we don't want to have a pervasive parking problem that spreads outside of the project, so we think we have that very well defined and corralled as designed and presented. There's the AEC in a little bit more detail. As staff pointed out, 352 trees required, 616 provided. The idea is there are a lot of trees thoughtfully placed on the boulevard with some streetscaping enhancement and then screening along the freeway, and of course screening along the drainage basin. There's a map that shows the proximity to a school, the point being that it's a short direct distance down sidewalk all the way down North Hills Boulevard and then over to Beckworth and direct to the elementary school. Glad to talk more about this in terms, there's been a little bit, we like the idea that it has that closeness to the school and I'm glad to engage more on the crossing with council on this. There's North Hills Boulevard. Let me touch on a couple of things on what the appellate brought up. fire protection. I'll just do these high level. We do have our experts here, the civil engineer for anything to do with civil design, hydrology, and also our geotech condition for the infiltration basin. But on, they brought, the appellate, Mr. Davidson, brought up fire protection. We've worked with the fire marshal, with the code. We've designed it to meet all the criteria in the fire code. We've accepted the condition for the sprinklering of the units because of the response time. It is a WUI zone, a moderate zone in WUI, and no further mitigation is required. The NAB meeting, also respectfully to the appellate, you wouldn't know this, but Mr. Fitzgerald and I were there. We were going to present, and there were only a couple NAB members that were there that evening. They declined the presentation because of the lack of quorum. On traffic, we do have our traffic engineer. I'm going to stay away from this. I think what's key is that we did work with RTC. There's the 2-lane section again. We have it designed such that we can accommodate the 4-lane section of North Hills with condition 13 as presented by staff and accepted by us and the Planning Commission. And the other is there was a fair amount of a discussion in the appellate submittal about the drainage. We're confident that we've done it as needed. As you guys know, the drainage criteria that we have in the city of Reno and the Truckee Meadows Regional Detention Manual is very aggressive with the 30% premium that we put on the volume mitigation ratio of 1.3 to 1. No increase in Swan Lake water surface elevation. This is all a result of that ratio. And the infiltration basin, we know now, our geotechnical engineer, I gave staff a copy of a memo today prepared by our geotechnical engineer who did some further investigation this week and is confident that he's meeting all criteria on the question about the infiltration rate. Just wanted to get that in the record. So with that, I'll leave it open to council and the community, and our experts can engage on specific questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kromprodik. We'll move over now to our appellant presentation. Do we have the appellant
Yes.
here? Okay. No worries, yeah. Thank you so much.
Well, first, I'll start with, I was unaware that I would have 10 minutes. I thought I was subject to public comment policy of 3, so I'm going to try to make this short, sweet, and with a bang.
Thank you.
City Council, thank you so much, and good evening. Thank you to the applicants who are here and who have done some more due diligence since submitting your application and the conditional approval. My name is Nick Davidson. I live on Mustango Drive. It wasn't pictured in any of the photos that you just saw, but it is directly across North Hills Boulevard from the project site. While I am part of an HOA, I'm speaking on an individual capacity. I wanted to share first that I'm not opposed to housing. In fact, I am all for affordable housing and making more housing available to the residents of Reno. And I know that our housing crisis is very real. But what I'm asking the council to recognize tonight was that this project was approved without the infrastructure to support it. As you just saw and what he was just speaking of, there are planned projects. North Hills is not funded yet, to my knowledge. Its expansion, it's there and has been talked about, but I haven't seen any firm dates or anything that are happening. The North Hills, the light at North Hills and Buck is under construction and has caused quite a stir in the area over the last couple of months while crews have been working through that. And I think it's important to note that the traffic up there in North Hills, or in the North Valleys, has been a problem for a while. We're dealing with 395 right now, which is, I don't know if any of you live in the North Valleys, but if you do, hopefully it will be cleared by the time we're trying to head home tonight. But as of right now, as I said, North Hills is still only 2 lanes and unchanged since the city denied a prior project on the same site in 2022 for the exact reasons. The traffic study, which I would love to hear more about, but what we've had access to is left out roughly a 342-unit apartment complex called Lemon Landing across 395, which is less than a quarter mile away. There's also, which wasn't shown in the image, of North Hills and Beckworth, where the elementary school that, well, there's currently not a light, so children would need to make an unprotected crossing. But that might change since the Mater Charter School was approved not too long ago, a 1,500 student school that's going in at the corner of North Hills and Beckworth, adjacent to the elementary school that already exists. Like I said, if any of you live in the North Valleys, pick up and drop off around that time is insanity. And the only proposed condition or approval condition that was required for the Mater School was that light at North Hills and Beckworth, which is really not going to solve anything. Going back to drainage, that was previously spoke about as well, and this is the bigger one for me, because I don't have to speak of it in abstract. Living where I do, and many of my neighbors who have joined me, my backyard is right up against that public drainage land. I live on a drainage swell, and I've seen during periods of excessive rain over many days where my own backyard or fencing has been washed out due to the excessive rain in the area. It cannot handle the drainage as it stands today. I would also note that in the staff report, the applicant's own engineer told the city that the site fails the drainage standard, but the project got approved anyway, which is why I spent my own money to appeal this. I'd also point out that in 2021, the city already paid a $4.5 million judgment for this exact kind of flooding in the same basin. And since then, Washoe County's own remapping has added 40 more homes to that floodplain as of December of 2024. So that was before any of the new housing projects in the area have been approved or been built. I'll close with, Reno's municipal code requires an affirmative finding that this project will not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. On this record, the applicant's own engineer's admission, the city's own flooding liability history, and a traffic study that leaves out at least 2 major construction projects that are already in the area make it so that that finding cannot be made. So I'm asking the council to overturn the Planning Commission's approval, or at a minimum, remand it for a corrected traffic study and a drainage solution, demonstrated drainage solution before any final maps are approved. Allowing things to defer to the final map is not acceptable. I thank you for the time.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to public comment. You said that it was one registered?
Yes.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Magallon Fleury.
Hello, council. Thank you for your time tonight. So I am opposed to the Reno Planning Commission's approval of the North Hill Townhomes. We know how large the development is, and I oppose it due to the flooding, traffic, and fire issues in the area. The applicant's preliminary drainage study shows the site's infiltration site will not meet the standards for the Truckee Meadows Regional Drainage Manual, and their engineer admitted this. And again, you guys, or some of you, denied this for another project back in 2022 based on the traffic in the area. The traffic impact study did not include Lemon Landing with 342 units. And those children, if you look at the map, will be going to the elementary school on Beckworth. So they will be coming down North Hills to get to that elementary school. Mater Academy, 1,500 students. It's a large area. We already have an issue there. A light may help, but I have heard nothing about when it's going to happen. And that you did require that as part of the approval for Mater Academy. Traffic already backs up in the mornings and the afternoons. If something were to happen and anybody needed to evacuate during school time, it would be an absolute nightmare. It's the primary artery for the area, for the homes, with just those 2 lanes. Once again, widening to 4 has not been, I guess it's approved, but nothing's been done and it has not been funded. Our current fire protection, I mean, we only have a volunteer fire department, Station 23, with 12 volunteer fire members. And if you look on the map, the biggest area without a fire department is in the exact zone that we are talking about this evening. And as stated above, other projects have been added that were not part of this study and part of the traffic study. So we've added a lot out there. And I as well fully understand the housing crisis here, and I want to ensure that we're able to increase our housing, but I want to make sure that we do it in a safe manner and that planning for the long term is considered when we do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments?
There's no one else signed in.
Okay, with that, we'll move to the body and see if there are any questions or comments. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah. So can somebody from staff let me know, give me some answers regarding the drainage standards and floodplain risk, things of that nature that have been described by public commenters tonight and the appellant?
Sure. Once again, for the record, Mike Rayleigh, planning manager. I see Doug coming up as well, but I'll explain from the planning side, and then I'll let Doug answer. So conditions number 11 and 12 on the map are there to ensure that exactly the issues that were raised by the appellant are addressed. And that is kind of a standard way that we do that. Those must be addressed. Those engineering studies must be done to demonstrate that the infiltration works, that the detention is being provided prior to them being able to record a final map. So that does occur. This is a tentative map, so it's a preliminary design. The final details and the engineering analysis to absolutely demonstrate that it 100% works, that occurs at the final map stage and must be demonstrated prior to the recordation of the final map.
Okay. And also too, just for the public's knowledge, it's my understanding that the charter school is not moving forward at this time. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's a lawsuit happening with the school district, but it's not, it's delayed. I'll just say that. So we'll continue to have 1- and 2-star schools from the Washoe County School District for our ward. I also live in that area. I will be driving on Buck and North Hills on my way home tonight. After driving on North Virginia, because the 395 scares me. But I'm really aware of the issues there. And that new light going in at Buck and North Hills is a failure already, in my opinion. That concrete divider they put in to keep people from making a left, the amount of tire marks going over it where people just drive over it tell me it's a failure. So anyways, I'm well aware of the issues on that road. Mike, can you tell me when RTC is scheduled to do the widening of North Hills?
So there's a memo from RTC in your packet, and I'm just going to read directly from that. The funding is programmed for the preliminary engineering to begin the fiscal year 2028, and it is in the RTP 2025 to 2034. One thing I would like to point out is, unlike an apartment complex where all the units are constructed at once, this is a for-sale product, so generally they tend to be phased. So by the time this project gets through the final map stage. I think realistically, we'd be looking at, a 2028 groundbreaking.
Okay.
And then that project, and I'll let the applicant speak to their anticipated phasing, but the units are built, based on market demand and sales. They don't all get constructed at once, like in a multifamily
Yeah.
project, where all of a sudden you have all the impact all at once.
Yeah,
It's spread
yeah.
over a phased schedule.
Okay, so I will say I really appreciate the abundance of landscaping, trees and bushes, and shielding from the freeway. I also want to say I appreciate infill projects. That's something that our ward has really been missing is walkability. We have the least amount of public transportation in our ward, and we have a lot of food desert areas. So I do appreciate a project where people are within walking distance to shopping and restaurants and things like that. And also, I do appreciate that we're not going to have another huge area of our beautiful view of the wilderness be taken up by a large structure. I mean, I know every property owner has rights. I'm not begrudging anyone that, but it is nice to see infill projects more so than sprawl. So I will have other comments and other questions, but I'm a minute over, so thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I had a chance to look in depth at this project, and I also, when Mater Academy came in, I spent a lot of time in the area, touring the area, driving the roads, trying to get a sense of the place and the challenges. I didn't ultimately vote for Mater Academy, but it received positive votes here, and it was moving forward. But one of the conditions that I helped with Councilmember Ebert was to get the developer to install light at Beckworth and North Hills. And if I recall, the light was going to cost around $700,000 approximately. I hear today the number's closer to $1 million. I did have a chance to talk to the applicants, and I asked them about that. And they told me that they were required to deposit somewhere on the order of $2 million into the RTC road impact fee, $2 million. And I suggested, and I had vaguely heard that the school might not be moving forward in this time frame. I didn't hear that it's on stop, but I suggested to the applicant that they might work with RTC to direct the money to road improvements right there, specifically a light. And why do I think a light is necessary? Well, I spend a lot of time going north, south, east, west. I don't live in the neighborhood, but at various times a day. And even at 2 in the afternoon when school was still in session, so we don't have a lot of school traffic at that time, I still had an incredibly difficult time getting out onto North Hills from Beckworth. I sat there for 10 to 15 minutes because of the dispersion of the traffic, the speed at which it's going on North Hills, and the fact that it comes around a curve and it's on a hill. It is very hard to see, to make a left turn, to see traffic coming from the right. It is a little bit difficult to see from the left. And more important perhaps is that there's a slight hill. And so you're looking over the front of your car. So you're on a hill, looking over the front of your car, trying to figure out, how do I enter onto North Hills? Very difficult. And you're very unsure, and it feels very unsafe. And never mind the school traffic. This is when there is no school traffic. This is 2 in the afternoon. And then if the new school is built, it would be virtually impossible. So if the school appears to not be moving forward, I'd love to hear from the applicant about the possibility of doing a project with RTC to build that light. And I know that you said the light at Buck Drive isn't working, but this seems like a very straightforward traffic light, nothing complicated with medians and dividers and that kind of thing. But have you explored that?
And just real quick, I wanted to let you know the light isn't technically in yet. They're still doing all the
Right,
configuration and construction on that, so just wanted to be
Maybe it'll
clear.
get better, but anyway.
Good evening, Lauren Chilson, Principal Traffic Engineer with GCW. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have looked at that intersection, the Beckworth and North Hills, considered whether or not we thought a traffic signal was appropriate. I would agree, it certainly was with Mater Academy, and there was a direct nexus with the amount of traffic that was coming off the side street with that project and additional students and whatnot, that certainly made sense. We have a little bit of a challenge with this project in that it's to the other side of the intersection, doesn't generate traffic coming off Beckworth Drive. And without Mater Academy,
likely doesn't meet signal warrants or many of the criteria required to install a traffic signal. I'd add to that, we haven't discussed that. That was never brought up with discussion with the city or RTC, and so I don't want to be out on a limb talking about that per se when it hasn't gone through the agencies. But at this point, I would have to say, we don't believe it would meet warrants, and we're not sure that it would be supported by the city or RTC nor credible. I think
Okay.
that's something that could be evaluated with the RTC's project, though. That would be the best time, given their widening. We certainly don't want to construct something that's in the way of a widening
Right.
project. So I guess respectfully, I don't think today is the time. I think it comes with the RTC project, that evaluation.
Well,
rather
here's
than
the
through this
thing,
project.
your client is submitting $2 million. And what I found sometimes with RTC is those funds go into a larger pool to maybe address some other project, like Spaghetti Bowl, like Lemon Drive, like something nearby that's bigger, but doesn't really address immediate impact. And my understanding is that the appellant lives in those neighborhoods that are bordered by Buck and to the south by Beckworth. So they got to go out onto one of those roads either way. And both of those roads are going to be impacted by this development, whether you believe so or not. The reason I brought it up is when I experienced this, I came and talked to our engineering staff. And I said, engineering staff, which you are now, but the engineering staff at the time said, yeah, we looked at that. It could have gone either way and I said, it's needed now. It's not because of Mater Academy. It's needed now. It's very hard to enter onto the road. And they said, yeah, we get it. And so since this project might be coming first, I think that this money should get dedicated. If the school comes later, their money can go into the general pot, 700,000. But at least the light, and especially since there is a plan to build the road, this would help our RTC offset the cost of a road that they're already planning to build. So I would really like to, I had a chance to meet with your, both the developer and their consultant, and they seem not opposed. I would love to hear from them if they actually talk to RTC, but what I don't want to do is just say, well, we haven't looked at it, so we're not going to do it. I really think that it's a responsibility to address traffic impacts.
Understood, and we would love our impact fees to go directly to a project in front of,
Well, why
in
not?
front of the project. We would love that to happen.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, but how RTC assigns that money is entirely up to them. We're not in control of that. We
Unless you
absolutely
do an
don't.
agreement with them.
And if it's entirely credible and there's an assurance of that, there's a willingness to do that.
Yeah, I think that RTC would love to have the money spent right on a project they're planning to do. And the people that are appealing would love to see some road improvements like this. They're nodding their heads. And it's no skin off your back. It's the same exact amount of money. It's just taking half of it, making sure there's an improvement goes into place right there. The other half of the money will go to a general RTC project. All it does, it just takes a will and a willingness to meet with RTC and do one of these agreements, which they do quite frequently.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I have a question for our engineering team. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Dewar, but we can't make decisions for RTC here. Maybe you can help me understand this. I can't condition a project on an agreement with RTC. I can't make the applicant do an agreement with RTC. They already have their road impact fee. Help me understand that and what the light situation is. I mean, it's a great idea, but I don't think that this body can actually say, RTC, you need to enter in an agreement with the developer for your RIF.
Thank you very much. Douglas Buck, Development Review Manager and Development Services. RTC funding is spent and earmarked through the Regional Transportation Plan and the Capital Improvement Plan. For a project to be guaranteed reimbursement for doing a capacity project, such as a signal or widening the road, that project needs to be in that plan. The signalization of this intersection isn't in the plan now. It doesn't mean it couldn't potentially be.
So with that being
added
said,
to
just real
that,
quick, I don't
but
want to.
There's no guarantee.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far. I think what we've done on other projects, we have asked our representatives at RTC who sit on that board to help us with these improvements, and that is the way that we have done it in the past, if I'm accurate. We don't go and say you need to go get a development agreement or a MOU or whatever with RTC on a specific project, unless I'm mistaken.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you.
If I may.
I'm just double checking to see if anyone else has anything before I, yeah, Councilmember.
I'm sorry. I'll just finish up. Just to be clear, we actually did this on Mater Academy. We actually asked the applicant to go meet with RTC and do the deal. It's not that we don't do it. Sure we do. We have to take this into consideration. We were in an appeal hearing at that time too, and we already did it right at the same light. So I don't know why. And I'm very surprised, Mr. Buck, to hear it's not in their plan, because RTC agreed with the school that a light would go there and that the applicant would fund it. So I don't know what you mean by it's not in the plan, because we did this 2 years ago. What? Well, if you know more, I'm sure.
Thank you, Douglas Buck, for the record. It's my understanding that that was agreed to by the applicant, so an applicant can agree to do something that's not in the plan and try to get that deal worked out with RTC.
And let me understand.
That's the difference.
Okay, and are you saying, though, that RTC is planning to widen North Hills, but they have no plan to put a light in there right now?
The signalization is not in the RTP. Their current funding for the preliminary engineering, which will begin in fiscal year 28, a year from now, could determine that a signal is needed once they get into the actual engineering study in a little more detail. So that could very well come up.
Okay, well, I really hope the applicant will take this under consideration. It's their choice to go work with RTC and see if they can work a deal, and it's no further impact on them at all. It's just working with RTC to direct the money to a project. They're already undertaking widening North Hills Drive. So thank you.
Thank you, yeah, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A couple of things just preliminarily for both the public and my colleagues. First is defense of Alice Smith Elementary School. I obviously did not vote for the Mater Academy. I did not believe placing one elementary school next to another and compounding the traffic there related to that was appropriate. Alice Smith, I know, does serve one of the highest need population in our district. Its staff is working with kids who face incredible challenges outside the classroom, and which is why absenteeism is chronic there and really impacts their ranking. But one of the challenges when a new charter school opens, of course, is that it takes away or moves students from other area schools, not just the home school, and it doesn't really improve anything. The own Mater Academy information says that their rankings are no better and the reading levels or math levels are no more proficient than is Alice Smith today. So I want to make sure that we're not taking pot shots at the school district while we're trying to look at a housing development project. Those kids deserve better. Those teachers deserve better. Second is this project site is, I think, an ideal location for housing. And so what I did is I looked at Mr. Davidson's excellent work in the appeal and tried to understand, like, each one of the things in component parts has an answer, right? If there's an issue with topography, well, the condition is that they remedy those things before the thing is built, right? If there's an issue with the capacity on any of the roads, and I will tell you, because I have the privilege of serving at RTC, we have invested nearly $1 billion in the last 6 years in North Valley's improvements, because it was an area where it was the most developable land outside of Ward 6, I think, for many years. And it happened that it was a patchwork of county and city land. It was some industrial and mixed use and housing. So it created all these issues. And the folks in the North Valleys are really suffering because of it right now. When you think about NDOT's need to improve capacity along 395 and the RTC's capacity projects, it feels like the state flower for Nevada really is the traffic cone. I do see some light at the end of the tunnel, and I am talking to people in the North Valleys who are starting to feel it too, but it's been so many years of this intense traffic that it really is unfortunate because that's time away from people's family when they're sitting in traffic. For my part at the RTC, this question that Ms. Dewars asked is really, I think, well explained by our staff, but I'll just say that yes, sometimes developers make we'll call it side or alternate agreements to pay for a thing, whether that be a light. I think we did this down at the new hospital in the south of Reno, and it's outside of the RTC's project, because what RTC is doing is programmatic progress. They're doing capacity projects that sometimes take 7 and 10 and 12 years to do. They're not like talking about a light, generally speaking. And so I'll certainly follow up with the ward member and do the work at RTC to make sure that when it is appropriate and when the traffic calls for it, that there is a light there. Certainly, we don't want to expose either our traffic going public to more problems or our children trying to get safely to and from school. And so the RTC things. And then the last thing really, Vice Mayor Martinez, was about the fire issues in the North Valleys, and I think we're all dealing with those issues, but what we do is we try to make sure that the relative phasing plan is in place. We, of course, make sure that the fire department says that it's a safe place to build it, it's got the appropriate turnarounds. It's on a fairly main arterial capacity road, so I don't think there's any problem with getting out of the neighborhood, especially as the new problems happen. When we look at these projects, Vice Mayor Martinez, I am looking at very specific review criteria on each of the various findings that are required to be made. And I think instructive is that each one of these issues were dealt with by the Planning Commission, who did analyze them and grapple with them and ask hard questions about them, but ultimately resulted in a unanimous decision in favor of the project. And the last thing I'll say, Mayor Martinez, or Vice Mayor Martinez, is that I have had, the last 4 or 5 months, I've really been struggling with our middle child moving back to Reno, starting their family, and trying to figure out housing for them. And it's been real eye-opening to understand how expensive housing is and how there is so little affordability, and the type of product that's being offered in this particular project is really appealing to me as a parent of young folks who are trying to get into the housing market. I'm not sure they'll still be able to afford it, but it's getting closer to it. And so this type of product is particularly important to me, and I think is well represented by the project, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah. Okay, so I really understand the traffic concerns. I have them too. It takes me about 20 to 30 minutes just to get 2 miles from my house to the freeway in the morning. So I'm acutely aware of this, but I do, again, just think that infill projects are an important way to plan in our city, and we do desperately need this type of housing. It's kind of the missing middle that we're looking for, or maybe first-time homeowners or people that are retired and don't necessarily want to have a yard anymore can live. And I know that it is on a road that needs to be widened, but it also has the added benefit of having access to the freeway on Lemon and Golden Valley. So I just think that, when you weigh out the different needs and the housing shortage that we are in this state and in this region, I think we do need to have the housing. I appreciate the extra accommodations the builder has been willing to make, again, with additional parking and trees and leaving space for the road to be widened. It definitely needs to. Unfortunately, no representative from the ward has been on RTC to properly discuss what kind of issues that we're having. I don't know how frequently anyone from the board drives in these areas and really truly understands how bad it is. I know that I've personally seen fire trucks drive on the sidewalk on North Hills to get to accidents, because the road was completely backed up both ways, more than one time in one weekend. So it's just, the traffic is so much worse than people know. I know this project will not be built tomorrow. It's not going to be all completed tomorrow. I'm just hopeful that we can move up some of these projects in the timeline, just in the interest of safety of our residents. These improvements are long overdue, and, you know, I'm not sure what the traffic studies say on this, but, you know, I drive this road. It is pretty much constantly has traffic. But I will also say that, again, the access from the proposed development to the back of the store or the shopping center there, I think that might be beneficial for activation to maybe help keep that area cleaner and well-lit. So I think there's a lot of positives to this. Unfortunately, every project has its pluses and its minuses. I know that people weren't happy when your development went in, sir, that there was going to be a lot more traffic. There's several projects have gone in my neighborhood on both sides of my house, on Lemon Drive, that, what is it, Tricon development for sale, or just for rent. We've really just been getting tons of housing put in there, and I get it. But, you know, people do deserve a place to live, you know, and, what was that?
Not if we can't leave it.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to this project. This project can certainly go in. We need infrastructure and for them to address all of the conditions in the staff report.
I agree. I think my statement is, the agency that we need to put pressure on to address these issues is RTC. They're the.
Power to prevent something until we can make it.
We can't use, if the traffic study says it's okay, I can't say that we have to say no, because the traffic study says it's okay. The problem is the property owners have rights too, and they could sue us if they could say, well, the traffic study says it's okay. We have property rights, it's zoned to allow for this. So it's.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I'm going to move on to Councilmember Dewar. Yeah, do you have questions?
Yeah, when I looked at this project, I think there's a lot good about the project. I like that it's infill. I like that it's right near shopping. The developer said that they're working to get a pass-through from the development to the shopping so people can walk without driving around, which is exactly what we did at Ranchera. We had internal pathways so people could walk to school, not drive around, and internal pathways so people could walk to Bartley Ranch, not drive around. These are all good things. Plus, I like what they've done to design the project. So what I'd like to ask is that, to add in a condition, that it will consult with RTC in good faith on a RIF agreement with an intent to install a light at Beckworth and North Hills Drive. And here's why. If you have some 600 plus moving into this development, it's over 300 units. Some of those are going to be kids. Some of those are going to need to go to Alice Smith Elementary. At this time, how do you get across the street? Like, you do not. There is not a safe way to cross North Hills Boulevard for children, even adults. You would have to go up north. You'd have to go across at Buck Drive. You'd have to then walk south down to the school. That is not appropriate. So my recommendation would be to put a condition that they'll consult with RTC in good faith on a RIF agreement with the intent to install the light at Beckworth. It doesn't say they must install it, but it says they'll consult with them, which they haven't done at this time. And I wonder if the developer would be willing to accept that condition if we move forward.
Good evening. Again, Lauren Chilson with GCW representing the applicant. If the condition is to consult, have an honest conversation and see if we can do it, yes.
That is my request. Okay.
Yes.
Is that all right with you, Councilmember?
Yeah, I think it's a great addition to this. And anything we could do to motivate RTC to bump this improvement to the front end of the,
We're happy to find,
line.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine.
We're happy to see if we can find a way to make it work.
Right.
My My only concern is that I do not want to end up with a condition of approval that we cannot perfect.
Correct.
And so we will
Yeah.
absolutely consult, have a forward conversation,
Here's
try
how
to
I
make it
would
happen.
word
But if
it.
the answer is no,
It's
the
no.
answer is no.
So we'll consult with RTC in good faith on a RIF agreement to install a light at Beckworth and North Hills for and just see what you can do. You're already providing the money, so.
Yes, no problem.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor Martinez, I
Yeah.
did have one more question too, if the developer can talk about it. I know that we require detention and retention ponds in the area. And I know that I've started asking if we could use those areas as like kind of dog parks in future developments. Do you guys have any plans for those areas to be utilized at all, or are they just kind of fenced off?
You pull up my PowerPoint, please. We talked a bit about this. So there's the detention basin at the, tail end of the map. We have about 9 amenities areas. There's 23 in that little area, 23 acres, so it's hard to see the detail. But we were kind of using that just for walking, but nothing more, because you don't want people hanging out there, given that there's riprap for detention and all that, so it serves a different purpose.
Okay.
Tried to screen it off. It's a lesser amenity. You can see immediate to the south, we have a court, and then all of the different tot lots, play areas, community gathering, other areas throughout the community.
Okay, and do you have renderings of the tot lots and stuff you could show real quick?
Oh, some detail?
Yeah.
You can see from this map, there's no way children or adults would walk north to Buck, go there, and come all the way south. It's just not happening.
What was that, Councilwoman?
I was just pointing out that there is no way to get from your project over to the Alice Smith School in a safe manner. We have something called Safe Routes to School. This is not showing one.
Can you go to the overhead for me for just a minute, please? So here, for example, Councilwoman Ebert, you asked about, there's a blow-up of the tot lot, and you can see the way we got it programmed with those kind of features. I'm not gonna go bullet by bullet, but you get the idea.
And will these be kind of throughout the development?
Throughout the development, yeah.
Okay, okay.
The community garden features, again, raised beds, you can see all the bullet points. I won't go by all of them, but
Great.
there's a lot going on there. Another one, for example, and this is not exhaustive, this is just a splash of what we had in mind. Family picnic day use area. You can see that, and then here's the one that I mentioned next to there's a sports court next to the detention area.
Okay.
So that gives you a good idea of what we have programmed.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
No,
those.
thank you, of course. Anything else for council members on that?
I think now we're just going to move on to a motion.
Naomi, I don't want to get the wording wrong.
Do you want me to help?
Yeah.
The extra condition?
Yeah.
The applicant will consult with RTC in good faith regarding excuse me? No, she wanted to know my condition before she made the motion.
I have a motion prepared that you can essentially insert your wording into, so I can
Great.
get my PowerPoint back up.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm not making the motion. But she asked me to repeat.
So I could use it in the motion without messing it up, is my logic.
Sorry. The applicant will consult with RTC in good faith on a road impact fee agreement with the intent to install a light at Beckworth and North Hills Drive to facilitate safe crossing at that location.
Okay. So regarding the appeal of LDC 26-00072 North Hills Townhomes, based on this council's review of the staff report, the record on appeal and information presented at the public hearing, I move to affirm the appeal and modify the decision of the plan. Oh, is that the right way? To firm the appeal and modify, no. This isn't the right one.
Deny the appeal, my apologies. Would be
Okay.
to deny
It's
the appeal.
okay. To deny the appeal. As modified, I can make the
And modify the decision
Yeah.
as follows.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's been a
Insert
long
condition.
day. And insert, yeah, if you can, please. I'm
Okay,
having a hard
modify
time.
The decision of the planning commission as follows. Is it condition number 14 or 15?
It would be the addition of condition number 14.
14. With the addition of condition number 14, which would state that the applicant will consult with RTC in good faith regarding a RIF agreement with the intent to install a light at Beckworth and North Hills Drive.
Second?
What's that?
Second? Was that
Oh,
the
I
motion?
will, are you finished? As modified, you can make all the
Yeah,
findings?
okay, as modified. I can't tell where it is on here, I'm sorry.
Where the star is and the little underline.
Okay, as modified, I can make all the findings required as listed in the staff report, and I move to approve the tentative map, conditional use permit, and the alternative equivalent compliance subject to conditions stated in the planning commission decision letter as modified by city council. The city clerk is instructed to prepare and file an order modifications to the conditions of appeal outlined in the planning commission staff are
As read into the record.
as read into the record.
And was that a second by you, Councilmember
I'm
Dewar?
seconding.
Okay. so-
Discussion?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mr.
Reese.
Vice Mayor. I would like to state for the record that under the general review criteria findings, I am able to make the findings that the project provides for additional housing in an area with existing services and facilities, including utilities, roadway, park, schools, and commercial uses. Also, the project is designed as a 3-story townhome with ground-level garages, which exceeds code requirements and provides for picnic area, sports court, dog park, and garden for the residents, and therefore is in compliance with Title 18. With regard to the specific appeal review criteria findings, I'm focusing on the first one, which is that it meets all the requirements for tying into existing sewer, water, storm drain, and roadway systems. The parcel situated in an area that is developed with a mix of housing, including commercial and restaurants. With regard to the criteria which requires us to evaluate the conditional permit review for staff findings, the property is zoned in general commercial and allows for townhomes, therefore meeting the initial requirement of the chapter. With regard to the findings that are necessary for limits on grading, cuts, and fills, I'll only remark on item 2, which is the project site is generally flat and does not include a prominent natural features. The fill areas are the result of planned mass grading, and the site will result in the filling of small pockets of drainage swales that traverse the site. These swales do not meet the criteria of major drainage way, and the grading will not result in visual scarring. And last but not least, the alternative equivalent compliance review criteria requires us to make sufficient findings. I find that the project is designed and will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. And finally, Mr. Vice Mayor, with regard to the major site plan review criteria, I will focus on item 3, which is that I can find that the use and design is compatible with the surrounding developments, surrounding land uses, including commercial development to the north, east, and west, and US 95 to the south.
Okay.
Are there any other comments? Yeah, Councilmember Dewar.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I also want to put in the adjective where I said to install a light. I wanted to add the word traffic light, just so we're clear. Okay, traffic light.
Is that clear from our attorneys? Do we need to do anything else? Or okay, perfect. Any other comments on the motion? With that, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. With that, we'll close our public hearing appeal, and we'll move on to our final public comment for the Reno City Council. Madam Clerk.
Craig Hoffman, followed by Elizabeth Magallon Fleury.
I'm probably totally out of order here, but I can assure you one thing.
Did you want to make a public?
Nobody is more concerned about the traffic on North Hills Drive than me, because I'm going to be trying to sell homes there. So, trust me, every effort will be made to get those improvements in as soon as possible. although I doubt we'll have much occupancy for the next 2.5 years. I will lean on everybody up here who has any influence at RTC to see that these things get moved forward, and if possible, our funds that we're putting into this get used.
Do you mind just
Mr.
stating your
Fitz-
name for the record, sir?
Mr. Fitzgerald, if you would help us, you're in public comment at this point.
Yes.
We just need it for the record.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
If I could have you fill out a card for the record as well, please. Just one right
Thank
here.
you so much.
Craig Hoffman?
Thank you, City Council, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was hoping the mayor would be here. She informed me that there's a plot of land on First Street in between West and Arlington that's not being used at city property, and that you guys were looking for options on what to do with this property. I think it'd be a great place to put a memorial to the Reno Chinatown that was destroyed in 1908. This is a part of history that has largely been forgotten. I didn't even know about it till I went to school at UNR. I'm currently a college student, forgot to mention that. I didn't even know that that plaque was put over by the river by the old site last year. So it seems like it's something that's kind of on the side of people's memories, but I feel like it's something that we should bring more to the attention of the public and to the history of the area. Because the immigrant populations that built this area, they are just as important to the people that the streets are named after and all of our buildings are named after. So I think that would be a great use for the site. While it is not at the actual site of the Chinatown, I looked at some of the older maps and there were a bunch of laundry houses in where that little plaza is at. So I think it'd be a great place to put a memorial to the people that helped build this country. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Magallon Fleury, followed by Billy Shea.
Hi, thank you for your time today and your consideration on the appeal. I do want to state, I wish they hadn't left yet, but to Ms. Ebert's talking about the housing and the missing middle, which I know quite a bit about, I would be, I'm curious on what they plan to sell those homes for. Because I highly doubt that the sale of those townhomes will be in the missing middle criteria financially wise for the people who move in there. Also, our older adults, those are homes that will never be able to have any older adults living in them because they are townhomes with stairs, with a garage downstairs. So I think that housing, I love infill. I'm going to be asking you guys about infill later on in another thing. So I think that's great. However, I don't believe that this project for what you would like in the area and what we would like, the missing middle, all of that, this project is not going to satisfy that, nor for our older adults. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Matt, Mr. Vice Mayor, just quickly, I did ask the developers a question, and they told me at that time that they were looking at around 400,000, 450. I don't know what to call that, but I know that's a lot of money, but that's what they told me.
Thank you.
My turn? Hi, everybody. My name
Yes.
is Billy Shea. I do live in the North Valleys. I live in a community called Cabernet Highlands. We are a neighbor community to Estancia, Mr. Davidson's property. We have, between the two communities, almost 700 houses. So adding another 330 units is going to bring that very small space into over 1,000 families, if you will. The problem being, as you know, and I really appreciate the work that Ms. Dorr and Ms. Ebert have put into driving the neighborhoods and really looking at the problem. And I think you have a clear understanding of what that problem is. We've been dealing with it for years. The freeway just made it just way worse, of course. You know, we love that. It'll be nice, trust me. But I do appreciate what you're doing. What I would ask of you is to don't forget us. You brought up some really good points, and if we drive really hard, get RTC and others to really recognize what the problems are and just stay on it, I think we can get it accomplished. What I heard tonight is that the widening won't happen until 2034. probably at the most, but, you know, conservatively, you think it's going to happen around then. That's a long time to wait, and I just personally doubt that they'll put a light in when they know they're going to widen the street. So I just really appreciate your attention to this and follow through, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Martinez, I just wanted to share that I live off a military road where they've put in a significant amount of houses as well as warehouses. So we've got bus stops, school buses, commuters, big rigs. Like the only thing we're missing is like trains on the road there, right? So I'm really sympathetic to that, but also to offer a glimmer of hope, we got that widening moved up because of traffic studies and the additional housing that went in. So that's the timeline now, but things change. Just like the 395 phase 1 was supposed to be done 2 years ago, things change. So just keep showing up like you are, and you know, being an advocate is wonderful. So thanks for coming tonight.
Is there more public comment?
There's no one else signed in, and for the record, we did receive 7 comments after 4 p.m. yesterday, July 28th. They will be distributed and available on the public meeting portal.
Thank you. With that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your night.